Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. If I can have your attention, please. We'll get started here in just a few minutes. We got a few people lined up to turn in their public comment cards, but we'll get going in just a minute. If everyone would please be patient. Yeah. Shut it off. David. Okay, shut it off. That was. Good evening, everyone. If I could have your attention for a second.
Yes.
Good evening. If I could ask everyone to please quiet down for a moment.
Sorry, one of these things, so I have no idea, but what do I do?
Good evening. I want to thank everybody for being here and ask you to please bear with us. We've got, this is I'm sure, our biggest crowd ever here at City Hall. So we appreciate you being here. Before we get started with tonight's meeting, I'd like to welcome Sarah Ladart to lead us in our invocation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. If you'll pray with me. Dear Lord, thank you for your many and abundant blessings. Thank you for life, health, and friendships. Thank you for the ability to be involved in useful work, for the honor of bearing appropriate responsibilities, and for the freedom to embrace you and your boundless and gracious nature. We pray for our mayor, for the various levels of city officials, and in particular for this assembled council. We ask that you would graciously grant them confidence in their knowledge of what is good and fitting. We pray for the agenda set before them this evening. Please give an assurance of what would please you and what would benefit those who choose to make Milton their home. It is in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. And again, I appreciate everyone's patience tonight. We have our fire marshal here that just ducked in front of me. Try to go unnoticed. And so we're probably pretty much at capacity here. We've got our community building. We've got folks there. They are listening on tape or Granicus and watching, and they're about a minute behind. So they'll have to bear with us. They're also, they are able to speak publicly too. So our staff is working on that. So with that, I'd like to call the regular meeting of the Milton City Council for Monday, June 18th, 2018 to order. Sudi, if you'd please call the roll and make general announcements.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll be happy to call roll for the June 18th, 2018 regular meeting. I would like to remind those in attendance to please silence all cell phones at this time. Those attending the meeting who would like to provide public comment, either during the public hearing or during the call for public comment, you're required to complete a public comment card prior to the item being called. Those called to speak will be taken in the order that the speaker cards are received by the city clerk. When your name is called, please approach the podium and identify yourself by name, address, and organization, if applicable. The City Council may allow public comment on either an agenda item or general public comment from a representative of an organized group or association, provided the individual has filed a notarized affidavit with the city clerk that they have the authority to speak on behalf of the organization prior to the agenda item being called. Demonstration of any sort within the chamber is prohibited. So please refrain from any applause, cheering, booing, outbursts, or dialogue with any person speaking. Anyone in violation will be asked to leave. As I call roll this evening, please confirm your attendance. Mayor Joe Lockwood.
Here.
Councilmember Peyton Jamison.
Here.
Councilmember Matt Kuntz.
Here.
Councilmember Laura Bentley.
Here.
Councilmember Joe Longoria.
Here.
Councilmember Rick Warwick.
Here.
Would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Again, thank you for your patience and everyone being here. I also want to recognize I saw our Senator, State Senator Brandon Beach here, so thank you for being here tonight. Okay, Sudi, if you'd please sound the next item.
Our next item this evening is approval of the meeting agenda. This is agenda item number 18185.
Okay, do I have a motion on the approval of the agenda?
Mayor, I move to approve the agenda.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Bentley with a second from Councilmember Morig for approval of the agenda. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Okay, our next item is public comment. And public comment is a time for citizens to share information with the mayor and city council and to provide input and opinions on any matter that is not scheduled for its own public hearing during today's meeting. That means something that's not on our agenda will open up with public comment on any other topic. There's no discussion on items on the consent agenda or first presentation from the public or from council. Each citizen who chooses to participate in public comment You must fill out a comment card and submit it to the city clerk. Please remember this is not a time to engage the mayor or members of city council in conversation. When your name's called, you'll come forward and speak into the microphone stating your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 5 minutes for remarks. Sudi, do we have any just general public comment?
Yes, Mayor, we have 2 general comment
Okay.
cards. And the first is from Dr. Everett Bannister.
Good evening, council members. My name is Dr. Everett Bannister. I'm the hospital director at Family Tree Animal Clinic, located at 13900 Birmingham Highway in New Providence at the roundabout. My reason for being here this evening is just to say thank you for everything that you've done for me, and also for the organization with getting us up and running and helping with some of the obstacles that we've had, and just being supportive for us in the organization. So I want to come as a representative for Family Tree Animal Clinic and just say thank you. I also do have a video to show as well, and just to show how proud we are to be a part of the Milton community. Hi, my name is Dr. Everett Bannister, and I am the hospital director at Family Tree Animal Clinic. My passion for animals, really it just stems from me wanting to have the ability to strengthen the human-animal bond. I love to see when pets come in and they're healthy, and I've provided a family, I've provided kids, couples, an opportunity to just bond with their pet companions and just have a stronger relationship. And hopefully we can eliminate preventable diseases. We want to truly be your general practitioner for your companion animal, and we want to guide you and take the journey with you throughout the process. So everybody's on the same page. Everybody's making an educated decision. And whichever path you go down, we're all on the same page and we all understand. So the beauty about our practice is that our practice is completely paperless. We capture all of your information into your patient's chart or into your pet companion's chart. So when we take x-rays, once we take the x-rays, all of that information goes directly into the chart. The main goal is to streamline the actual exam process. So once you check in, you will be greeted by me and one of my team members. At that point in time, I'll get a history, discuss and answer any questions you may have. We will start a nose to tail physical exam. After the physical exam, I will go over all of my findings with you and discuss any questions or concerns that you may have. I will go over with you a treatment plan, and we'll get on the same page as far as what is going to be offered and what you would like to leave the hospital with as far as medical care, treatment, drugs, preventative, things of that nature. Our team members have such a love for animals that it shows in everything that we do. We're very passionate and very professional about how we go about providing our service to the pet companions in the Milton community. I'm truly proud of what our team here has to offer at Family Tree Animal Clinic. That's why our motto is, Together on the Journey of Care. Well, once again, I just want to say thank you. And then also, I do want, as thanking the community, we are on July 7th between 11 and 3 o'clock. We are having a pet and family celebration and thanking all of the families in Milton for being supportive for us. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and welcome to Milton.
You're welcome.
Okay, Sudi, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Our next and final general comment comes from Mr. Russell Prophet.
Hi, good evening. Russell Profita, 153 Triple Crown Court, Alpharetta, Georgia, representing the Triple Crown HOA. I just had a comment to make about the roundabout up by Birmingham Highway and Providence Road to get it more regularly maintained. And we'd be willing to do whatever it takes, but I need a contact at GDOT to get on a more regular maintenance schedule. It looks horrible up there, and we have a lot of nice neighborhoods around there. And I understand it's not Milton's responsibility per se, but it is in Milton. Milton does do this center island. They do maintain that, but if anyone has been up and around there, it needs to be addressed. So if you have my name and information, if someone from your office can contact me this week so we can get the ball rolling to get on a more regular maintenance schedule, because the other roundabouts look great in Milton. Appreciate your time.
Right.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask Carter to reach out tomorrow. Thank you. Okay, is that all our public comments, Sudie?
That's all, sir.
Okay, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Sudie, if you'll please read those items aloud.
First item is approval of the May 21st, 2018 regular City Council meeting minutes. Agenda item number 18186. Next, approval of the June 4th, 2018 regular City Council meeting minutes. Agenda item number 18187. Approval of a construction services agreement between the City of Milton and Superior Fence of Georgia, LLC for a pool fence. Agenda item number 18188. Our fourth and final consent agenda item is approval of the following subdivision plat: Webb Road Storage Facility, land lot 1048, 2915 Webb Road, combo plat, one lot, 3.286 total acres, 0.30 lots per acre. Agenda item number 18189.
Okay, before I have a motion on the consent agenda, I'd like to ask the council to split items 1, 2, and 3 in one motion, and then hear item number 4 separately. I'd like to recuse from that. One of the principals in that was a previous client of mine with my company in the past.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve consent agenda items number 1, 2, and 3 with number 4 removed.
Second. Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Kuntz for consent items number 1, 2, and 3 with a second from Councilmember Morrick. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Okay, I would open up for a motion for item number 4 on the consent agenda.
Mayor, go ahead. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve agenda item number 4 on the consent agenda items.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Kuntz, second from Councilmember Bentley on item number 4, and I'm going to recuse from the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And that's unanimous without my vote. Right, we're going to move on to reports and presentations. Sudie, if you would please announce the first presentation.
Our first presentation is a proclamation recognizing Niraj Jinan. And this is being presented by Mayor Joe Lockwood.
I had the pleasure, Niraj had reached out to me with a cause that was important to him that he was working on, and I responded back by email, and then we've got some dialogue going along, and then ultimately met, and I have to say I was very, very impressed with this young man. And as I read the proclamation, you'll get some of the background, but it was really neat. As most of you know, in Milton, sometimes we tend to think we live in kind of a bubble, and most folks have everything they need and whatnot. And Niraj, one evening, for punishment, his mother did not let him have his meal, and so he actually went to bed hungry one night and thought it was a strange feeling, and that promoted him to really look around and find a cause that he could help. And the other thing that was, I'll read a little bit about Niraj, but it just amazed me, just all the things that he's not only accomplished so far, but with his future. And proud that he'll be one of our leaders here in our community and our country one day. So Niraj is a very accomplished young man who's both a Duke University Tips Scholar and a Johns Hopkins Scholar. I told you I was immediately just impressed with his compassion and commitment to help those that are less fortunate. His mother deserves credit for teaching her son a valuable lesson. that many kids go to school and go to school hungry. And because of this, Niraj has undertaken the goal to raise money for a nonprofit organization whose mission is to feed those who are economically and physically challenged. So I'm going to read this proclamation, and then I'm going to ask Niraj and his family and teacher to come up, and we'll present that. So, whereas Niraj Jinan's mother taught him the value of not wasting food by establishing a house rule that you only take the food you need and you eat it all. And whereas Niraj learned that by wasting food, there's a consequence of experiencing hunger. And whereas his mother served his meal later in the evening, along with an article about school children going hungry every day. And whereas, after reading the article, Niraj felt compelled to help these children who are unable to focus on school when they are hungry. And whereas, upon doing research, he discovered the program Open Hand, a nonprofit that helps serve free, healthy meals to economically and physically challenged people in the Atlanta area. And whereas Niraj had made it his mission to raise money for Open Hand. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and city council of the city of Milton, commend Niraj for his compassion and commitment to those less fortunate and for being an exemplary member of the Milton community. And this is given under our hand and seal on the city of Milton, Georgia, on the 18th day of June 2018. And I know not only your teacher, your parents, but all your peers and students, and I know I can speak for all of us here from the city. We're very proud. So if you guys would step forward along with the council.
We'll all shift this way, and if you'll step back to the wall. So if everyone will take probably 2 steps this way and turn sideways, that'll be great. Just turn sideways just a little bit for me. This way. Perfect. Sorry, I'm not always good with my instructions. That's my fault. Okay. Shift 1 more step, everyone, this way. Perfect. Okay. Take 1/2 a step closer to the mirror. There you go. Perfect. Okay. All right. We're all looking right to me. We're going 1, 2, 3. Smile. Let's do 1 more. 1, 2, 3. Let's check eyes. We're good. Thank you.
I just want to say we're just very proud of you for stepping forward and making a difference in this world, and we're all proud of you. Wish you well. Thank you so much. Okay, we've been fortunate tonight to talk about puppies and honor young individuals. So now we'll get into the rest of our work tonight. So, Sudi, if we can move on to our next item under reports and presentations.
Next item is discussion of the consideration of an ordinance to revise noise restrictions impacting the use of consumer fireworks, to repeal ordinances in conflict and set an effective date. This is being presented by Captain Sean McCarty.
Good evening. What you have before you is an ordinance revision to bring the city ordinance into line with the upcoming changes to state law. House Bill 419 was signed by the governor on May 3rd and goes into effect July 1st. It specifically changes the regulations on fireworks as they relate to the noise that they generate. The changes in the ordinance will be to bring our ordinance into compliance with state law, and will shift the focus on governing the noise generated by fireworks as opposed to just the general use of fireworks themselves. The main factors in the changes to state laws, they've now included some other days, the last Saturday and Sunday in May, and also the first Monday in September as protected days where fireworks can be used.
Any questions?
I just have a general comment for Mr. Krokoff. I wanted to, as soon as we do make these changes, I just wanted to suggest that we let our residents know, as well as the Milton Equestrian Committee. I know they'll be very interested to know the changes.
Certainly, and this comes on for the vote at the next meeting. Just something to be clear about on this. This isn't specific to fireworks. One of the things the captain mentioned is, as a result of the new state legislation, it has to be specifically tied to the noise that fireworks make, which I think is most of the issue that our community has. So those days that they added that we can no longer regulate on, we can do just that, no longer regulate on. But on the days that we can regulate on, we took every advantage to be able to regulate on those days. This doesn't mean there will be no fireworks. This will mean that they're fireworks that don't become. Yeah, I apologize. I don't have the language in front of me. Would you mind, Sean?
Yes, loud and unreasonable. So,
memorize that.
And I'm sorry that I missed that fact, but that it does give us advantage on days that are not protected as holidays. It actually gives us it actually increases the enforcement efforts that we have because when they get to a point that they become loud and unreasonable, it gives the city a way to legislate that and deal with that. Whereas before, there were some more stringent time restraints. Whereas, and that was the whole purpose of the ordinance. It relates specifically to the noise, so it had to be moved into our noise ordinance separate from legislating fireworks. So now it is encompassed in our noise ordinance as it relates to any sounds generated by consumer fireworks.
And I think, too, the key is communication because, we need to communicate not only for those that might shoot off fireworks, but also our citizens because, again, as you said, there's certain days that we can't restrict them certain times. And then also, it's going to be monitored and whatnot. It's not as cut and dry as I think everybody thought, with the new law that you could just do away with fireworks. So it will take a lot of communication and monitoring from our staff.
The one good thing about there are several good things about the legislation, but for horse owners and other animal owners, the days in which you will be hearing that noise will be much more predictable under this. And I know that has from Councilmember Bentley has always been an issue. There should be much more predictability.
Yep. Thank you. Randomness is not our friend, so thank you very much for that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Okay, Sudi, if you would please, we'll move on to our first presentation. If you would please sound that item.
This item is consideration of an ordinance to revise noise restrictions impacting the use of consumer fireworks, to repeal ordinances in conflict and set an effective date. Agenda item number 18190.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the first presentation as read by the city clerk.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Kuntz with a second from Councilmember Bentley for the approval of the first presentation. All in favor, please say aye. Say aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous, Sudi. Okay, tonight we don't have any public hearing items, so we'll move on to the zoning agenda. Sudi, if you'll please read the zoning rules and sound the first item.
At the second regularly scheduled meeting of the month, the mayor and city council consider a zoning agenda. These items include rezoning petitions, modifications of zoning, use permits, and associated concurrent variances, in addition to ordinances, resolutions, and text amendments. I would like to acquaint you with some of the rules and procedures for this meeting this evening. The applicant and all those speaking in support of an application will be allowed a total of 10 minutes to present the petition. The opposition will also be allowed a total of 10 minutes to present its position. If time remains, the opposition will be allowed to rebut. The applicant may choose to save some of the time for rebuttal following the presentation by the opposition. Since the burden of proof is upon the applicant will be allowed to make closing remarks, provided time remains with the allotted time. Those called to speak will be taken in the order that the speaker cards are received by the City Clerk Department prior to the beginning of tonight's meeting. All speakers will identify themselves by name, address, and organization, if applicable, before beginning their presentation. The Planning Commission has heard this rezoning agenda items, and their recommendations have been forwarded to the mayor and the City Council for consideration and disposition. The applicant shall not submit material to the council during this meeting unless requested to do so. All material that you wish to be reviewed by the council in consideration of your application should have already been submitted to the Community Development Department and is included in the normal distribution of packages to the council. When an opponent of a rezoning action has made, within 2 years immediately preceding the filing of the rezoning action being opposed, campaign contributions aggregating $250 or more to a local government official of the local government which will consider this application, it shall be the duty of the opponent to file a disclosure with the governing authority of the respective local government at least 5 days prior to the Planning Commission meeting. A violation of relevant state statute constitutes a misdemeanor. Therefore, if you have contributed $250 or more to a council member and you have not filed a disclosure prior to the Planning Commission meeting, the city attorney strongly suggests that you have someone else speak for your point of view. Our first zoning item this evening is consideration.
Can I cut in too, just to make sure, since we got a big crowd? Part of our rules, we'll take public comment cards on this item, but they all need to be turned in before you call the item. So we're about to call the item. So on this first item, if anyone hasn't turned in their card, if they could go ahead and turn that in. Okay.
Our first item this evening under the zoning agenda is consideration of U-1806 Green Road, zoned T4, open by Little Sunshine Daycare for a use permit for a 9,700 square foot daycare facility, section 64-1809. Agenda item number 18137. First presentation was at the May 7th regular City Council meeting. This was deferred at the May 21st regular City Council meeting. Mr. Carter Lucas.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We've received a letter from the applicant asking that this permit application be withdrawn at this time. Mr. Don Rollator is here if you have any questions for him, but they're asking for it to be withdrawn.
Okay. Are there any questions for the applicant or for staff? Do we have any public comment on this, Sudie?
We do not, sir.
Okay. I'll close the hearing and open up to, if council has any questions, or I'll open up to a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to accept the applicant's request for withdrawal of U-18-06.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion for approval of a withdrawal from Councilmember Bentley with a second from Councilmember Morrig. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Okay, we'll move on to our next zoning agenda item. Sudie, if you will please sound the item.
This item is consideration of U-18-07, VC-18-06, 850 and 875 Hickory Flat Road, zoned AG1 and C1 by Curtis Mills, to request a use permit for an outdoor music festival for periodic concerts, Section 64, 1812, on 6.48 acres, and a 9-part concurrent variance to the following zoning ordinance requirements. First, 64-1812B2, to delete the opaque fence and replace with a 4-board equestrian fence with a 10-foot landscape strip as approved by the city arborist. Second, 64-1812B4, to reduce the activity zone setback from 100 feet to 25 feet adjacent to the following property lines: west 421.59 feet and north 201.7 feet. Third, 64-1812B5, to allow the facility to exceed the maximum sound requirements. Fourth, 64-1812B6, to eliminate the 3-year renewal period. Fifth, 64-1142A3B, to reduce the 75-foot undisturbed buffer and 10-foot improvement setback to a 10-foot landscape strip adjacent to the west property line, 421.59 feet, and north property line, 201.71 feet, and delete for remaining property lines. Sixth, 64-1317F, to delete the required landscape islands for the parking lot. Seventh, 64-1346B, to increase the rural section building maximum setback from 20 feet to 430 feet. Eighth, 64-1323A, parking lot to be located in front of a building. And last, ninth, 64-1323C, to allow the parking lot to be in one large area. This is agenda item number 18179. First presentation was at the June 4th regular City Council meeting. Mr. Carter Lucas.
And before Carter makes his presentation, Councilmember Bentley has an announcement.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and all those here tonight. This application for use permit presented by Mr. Curtis Mills. Mr. Mills was involved in my campaign on a strategic level as well as financially. While neither of these things are legally disqualifying, my concern is that in totality, there may be an appearance of impropriety as referenced in the Milton Ethics Code. Therefore, with an abundance of caution and to avoid any appearance of impropriety, I recuse myself during first presentation of this item.
Okay. Carter?
Ready? All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. For your consideration tonight, we have a use permit 18-07 as well as the concurrent variances associated with that 18-06 for a piece of property located at 850 and 875 Hickory Flat Road. So from this aerial photograph, this outlines the property that's been identified in the application. It's located on the northwest corner of the intersections of Birmingham Highway and Birmingham Road, Hickory Flat Road. Across the street to the east is the public shopping center, just to put it in perspective for you. And surrounding the property on the north and east sides are Birmingham Park, as well as the gas station located up there just north of the intersection. The current site is zoned AG1 and C1 unconditional. It's developed with the Buy Store and the associated gravel parking lot with the Buy Store. The remainder of the property is undeveloped with a large 100-foot wide power easement running through the northern portion of the property. This gives you, I know this is probably a little bit difficult to see, gives you an idea of the survey of the property. When we're talking about the north and west property lines, it is the north and west property lines. This is Hickory Flat Road, Birmingham Road, and Birmingham Highway here, just to orient you. The Buy Store sits in this very southeast corner of the property. This is the large power line that crosses the property also. Just to give you a little bit of background on this particular project, Curtis Mills is the applicant and owner of the subject site, and he has requested a use permit to operate a music venue on the property. Just to give a little bit of a reminder, the use permit is a permit that allows the council to consider on a case-by-case basis those land uses which might not be permitted by right, but would be allowed to exist on the property on the underlying zoning with the permit. So while it's not a true traditional rezoning, it does follow our standard zoning process. When we look at the potential use of this property, the applicant had submitted moving the Matildas from Alpharetta up to this piece. And from our perspective, the closest use permit that we have for that particular use would be festival and events, indoor and outdoor events. So that's what we are considering this under tonight, as well as the respective variances that may be required under that use permit, as well as the design guidelines and ordinances associated with that property. And we'll be going through that a little bit more in detail here as we go through the presentation. So as I mentioned, the applicant is proposing to have Tilda Under the Pines relocated from their location on Highway 9 up to this location. That's property or that business has operated at that location for about 15 years and averages anywhere from 150 to 200 people per event. I would like to make note that as we're considering this, we are considering the use permit and not the particular operator. So while the applicant has indicated in his notice of intent that the Matildas is intending to move here, we're considering the use under this particular permit as an outdoor event and festival. As you may know, the events here are, I don't know if organic is the right word, but they are an outdoor open style event. They operate April through November. For the rest of the year, at least on schedule posted, they operate on Saturday nights, but have the potential to operate on Friday nights. Typically, the doors open at 7, music from 8:30 to 10:30, and closing down around 11. Just to give an idea about the building that will be moved from Alpharetta up to this particular location, if approved. This is the current Matilda's building, and the conditions, as you will see, have been written associated with this building itself. And a few photos of the event facility as it exists today. The current zoning on the property, as I mentioned, is AG1 on the north, and in this particular rendering, the C1 is represented by the probably pink color on the southeast side of the property. Future land use indicates AG1 to the north end of the property and a mixed live-work on the southern end of the property indicated in the purple or pink color. And so just to give you a little bit of indication on the site, if you haven't had an opportunity to see the property, this particular picture is sitting on the front portion of the property looking down Hickory Flat Drive. And our IT folks will be working on getting that back up here shortly. Sorry about that. Looking west down Hickory Flat Drive. Then turning north, this is the McCurry property that's on the western side of the property. This is looking back up to the north side of the property. This is along the McCurry's northern property line. This property's southern property line that made its turn out to the west. Another photo up to the front end of the property, looking at the existing bike store and the parking lot. This is looking back towards the east. And this is a shot up through the center of the property. The event venue would be towards the left side of this photo, with the audience sitting towards the center and to the right in the very far distant portion of this photo. But this is looking north on the property. And then this would be the power line that cuts through the property from east to west. And this is looking northwest back towards Birmingham Park. So when we look at the use permits, there's a number of different things that we would look for. This This is the outdoor music festival use permit for this on the 6.4 acres. That's 4.8 acres that's been identified in the application. Comes with a 9-part concurrent variance. And I'll go through each of these concurrent variances, not right now, but just to give you an idea, these are the variances that were enumerated by Sudi in announcing the agenda item. But we have 4 concurrent variances that would be associated with the use permit itself. We would have 1 variance request that's associated with the rural Milton overlay design guidelines or design requirements. And then we would have 4 variance requests associated with the Birmingham Crossroads overlay district. So to start with, for the use permits, I'll go through these in a little bit more detail. The use permit outlines 6 standards which are required for that particular use. And this table indicates those 6 uses and those which they met and those which they didn't. And so, for instance, in the first line item, the use permit is allowed in the required districts, which would be the AG1, the O&I mix, C1, C2, M1A, M1, and M2, and it does meet those standards. You'll see on the right-hand side those that it does and does not meet, and we'll go through the ones that it does not meet. So we had 4 associated with the use permit that they were requesting a variance from. Okay, so part 1 of the variances was to delete the opaque fence and replace it with a 4-board equestrian fence with a 10-foot landscape strip that may be approved by the city arborist. In this particular case, the use permit required the 8-foot opaque fence, which in staff's opinion didn't necessarily meet the rural intent and the rural atmosphere of that section of Milton. We have requested, or we have recommended approval of this conditional to a 54-inch 4-board equestrian fence, which would be consistent with the fence on the adjoining property line. So when we look back at that property line, there would be a 4-board equestrian fence similar to one that exists with a 10-foot landscape strip associated with it along that property line. It would be along the west and north property line. The second part of that was to reduce the activity zone from 100 feet to 25 feet adjacent to those west and north property lines. So again, the 2 property lines that I identified at the beginning that are along that western side of this property and the northern side of the McMurray property. We had originally advertised for the 100 feet to be reduced to 25 feet. Some discussions with the applicant and with the adjoining property owner, the 25 feet was adjusted to 60 feet. So our staff recommendation is to approve this concurrent variance, but with a 60-foot activity zone setback along those 2 property lines. So again, just as a reminder here, the 2 property lines that we're talking about, here is the property that is in question. Hickory Flat Road down on the southern end of the property, Birmingham Highway here. It's this property line that runs along the west side and the north side of the McCurry property. The third variance was to adjust the sound requirements that are under the use permit. So under the use permit, it has a sound requirement of a continuous sound of 60 decibels and a peak sound of 65 decibels. That's a holdover from our old Fulton County permits. And as we've written our current permits, our last permit was for a rural event facility. We've written those permits with some conditions to comply with the current, whatever the current noise ordinance is for the city. So in this case, we have recommend approval of changing the decibel level to an 85 decibel peak during the times indicated, Friday or Saturdays between 7 p.m. and 11 p.m. And this was an effort to match our current noise ordinance for this type of use. So we're trying to be consistent with the application of our noise ordinance and consistent with the later use permits that we've written related to noise. Part 4 is the final variance request associated with the use permit itself. And the request was to eliminate a 3-year renewal period. So that use permit has a 3-year renewal permit period on it, so that every 3 years the applicant would have to come back and reapply for the permit. In this particular case, staff didn't feel like that it was in the best interest of the city to recommend approval of this particular variance request. So staff is recommending denial of the request to eliminate the 3-year renewal permit period. And that was 3-year renewal period, not exclamation point period. So sounded a little funny as I said it, but all right. So the next variance request is related to the rural Milton overlay district. So we've stepped through the 4 that are associated with the use permit. Now we're going to talk about the design standards in the ordinance related both to the overlay district and the Birmingham Crossroads. So this request was to eliminate the 75-foot undisturbed buffer and the 10-foot landscape strip that's required adjacent to residential or residentially occupied or used properties. And this would be adjacent to the, let's see if I've got the survey back here. This would be adjacent to the western property line and that northern property line again of the McMurray piece. So staff is recommending approval of that or reduction of that to a 60-foot setback and a 10-foot landscape strip along those 2 property lines, which would allow the proposed structure to be set within that area, and then to eliminate the buffer and setback along the other property lines. So if we were to look at this drawing, and I'm sorry that it's a little bit difficult to see, but the proposed facility sits in about this location. You've got the potential or proposed septic area in this location. You've got existing stream buffers that run on this corner. You've got the power line, and then you've got the audience seating area that's located in this location. So the variance, if approved as recommended by staff, would reduce this to this buffer here and along this property line to a 60-foot setback and 10-foot landscape strip. Along the remainder of the property line, that buffer would be eliminated, but in this case, we needed to eliminate it for the seating area for the attendees. Along this corner of the property line, we already have buffers in place, the stream buffers in place, and then we've got the power easement that goes through the property. So now we're going to deal with some of the requirements of the Birmingham Crossroads Overlay District. The first one is to delete the required landscape islands for the parking lot. So under this standard, there would be landscape islands required within the parking lot, and typically those are required when you have a paved parking lot to provide some shade over the asphalt and reduce heat and other things associated with the asphalt. In this particular case, we have a gravel parking lot, and it's intended to remain gravel. And the landscape and the trees that would be installed in the landscape islands would be moved to the ends of the parking lots, which would give some screening along Hickory Flat Road and some screening along the backside. And with the gravel and lighter colors that we have, the shade and associated with those parking lot trees isn't quite as critical as we would see in a normal asphalt paving parking lot. So staff is recommending approval of Part 6 to delete the required landscape islands within the parking area. And then it goes on to replace those plantings along the ends of the parking spaces themselves. The next few are really related to the layout of the site and where the building needed to be located to really provide the ambiance and facilitate the use of the property. And so the first one is to increase the rural building setback from 20 feet to 430 feet. So under the Birmingham Crossroads requirements, it wants to force the buildings to front very closely along the roads. In this particular case, it indicated the proposed location for the buildings approximately 430 feet back from Hickory Flat Road. So this variance would allow them to place that structure back on a more appropriate location on the property for this particular type of use. So staff is recommending approval of that particular variance. The second one associated with that, and this is number 8 in the overall list, is that for the parking lot to be located in front of the building. So just as we were trying to push the buildings up to the front of the lot to give that street frontage, it requires the parking to be located typically behind the building. It's very similar to what we see in the form-based codes. Again, because of the type of use that we're considering on this, it's more appropriate to have that building pushed back the road. So this variance would allow the parking to be located between the building and Hickory Flat Road, not only in the location that it's shown, but for any overflow parking that may be required on the site as well. So staff is recommending approval of Part 8 of the variance request. And then finally, to allow the parking in one large area. So again, associated with the Birmingham Crossroads, the idea was that we would push the parking away from the road, building it up to the front, and then establish some grove parking throughout the projects as opposed to your typical lump sum parking lot. In this particular case, because of the use and frequency of the use and the type of parking that not only exists but may be proposed for the overflow, staff was also recommending approval of this particular concurrent variance. So that kind of works through the application and the variances that are being requested. I'll step very quickly through the public involvement process that has led us up to this point, as well as the recommended staff conditions for this application for you to consider. So the community zoning information meeting, and let me back up just one step here. While this isn't a rezoning, as I mentioned before, it does follow the standard rezoning processes. So what you'll see through this is very similar to what you've seen in a normal rezoning process. So our community zoning information was held here at City Hall on April 24th of this year, with approximately 15 members of the public attended. That was followed up by the Design Review Board on May 1st, 2018. The Design Review Board recommendations were to adhere to the letter of the law in regard to the requested concurrent variances. That was followed by a public participation plan and report that was held by the applicant. It was held up at the Bice Store on May 16th, 2018, and we had 2 people in attendance at that particular meeting. They discussed the site plan, and there were no specific concerns that were expressed to the applicant or brought back to us. And then finally, it was sent to the Planning Commission in May of this year. In red, you'll see the modifications to our staff conditions that were presented at that meeting from the Planning Commission. And so there were no months originally in the staff conditions. They recommended April 1st through October 31st as the operating time period for this venue. There was some discussion regarding the use of the venue on a Friday and Saturday night, whether staff had recommended Friday or Saturday night. But in conjunction with that there would not be any more than 6 single performances in any given month. And then they recommended that the attendees be moved from 200 to 300 attendees. We had some discussion about the fence. Staff had originally recommended a 5-foot-high fence. Planning Commission recommended that be moved to 54-inch, and be similar to the adjoining fence so that it wouldn't overwhelm the existing fence that was on the McMurray property, or Curry property, excuse me. Then there was some discussion about item 4E, to allow a maximum 10-foot encroachment into the 60-foot setback for the relocated building. This was to accommodate the location on the site plan where they had shown the existing building being moved to. There was some discussion about the lighting on the property. There was a recommendation to provide a lighting plan in compliance with the night sky ordinance prior to the first concert to make sure that people could move from the parking area down into the concert venue, that the site shall be only served by on-site septic, and that the events facility shall not be limited to a 3-year period for the date of approval for the use permit. So Planning Commission recommended that we remove the 3-year requirement. From a transportation perspective, under our original staff conditions, we had recommended that the applicant dedicate at no cost to the city a 20 by 20 miter at the corner of 372 and Hickory Flat Road. The intent of this was to try and accommodate improvements that may be recommended by GDOT at some point in the future. They are currently looking at what improvements could be made at that intersection. It's a very tight intersection with existing development that has occurred up there, so they're being very careful with whatever alternatives they propose. We've not seen those yet, although we know they are working on them, but we wanted to make some accommodation in the plan to allow for a right-of-way if it was necessary for any proposed improvements that would be there. Planning Commission had recommended that we delete that particular condition. And so at the end of the day, taking all of that into consideration, and we'll bring forth our recommendations should you choose to approve this application. We have amended our conditions to, let's see if I can, how I can do this easily. 3A, 3AI, 4B. I know that's not going to mean anything to you as I go through them, but I'll go through our recommendations here just shortly. So in considering this and the recommended conditions, the proposed music venue, we believe, is consistent with the City of Milton Comprehensive Plan Update and objectives. And it's staff's opinion that the proposed music venue would contribute to the vitality of the Birmingham Crossroads, which in turn may contribute to additional patronage to the area, especially on evenings and weekends. Therefore, staff recommends that UB-18-07 be approved conditional, and that further EC 18-06, parts 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 be approved, and that VC 18-06 Part 4 be denied. So the recommended conditions from staff would be as follows. To the owner's agreement to restrict the use of the subject property as follows. A, festivals or events, outdoor, indoor, on 6.486 acres within the AG1 and C1 community business zoning districts. And B, a maximum of 693 square foot performance stage and associated uses. All uses, C, all uses and densities permitted within the C1 Community Business Zoning District, Article 6, Division 18 of the zoning ordinance as delineated on the City of Milton zoning map. And 2, to an owner's agreement to abide by the following. A, substantial compliance with the site plan received by the Community Development Department on March 29th, 2018, and whereby the exact layout of the project may contain minor deviations approved by the Community Development Director, provided the deviations remain consistent with the purpose and intent of the Council's approval of the use permit. Notwithstanding the contents of the site plan, the project must meet or exceed the requirements of the zoning district, all other applicable city ordinances, and these conditions. The site plan may be revised with the approval of the Community Development Director in order to comply with city codes and zoning conditions. Unless otherwise noted herein, compliance with all conditions shall be in place prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy. 3, to the owner's agreement to the following site development considerations. Months, days, hours of operation shall be the following. Friday or Saturday within each week. Hours of operation shall be from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m., April 1st through October 31st. There shall be no more than 200 attendees at any given time for each concert or performance. 4, to the owner's agreement to the following site development considerations. A, to provide adequate temporary bathroom facilities, including handicap accessible, until which time permanent bathroom facilities can be provided. Said facilities shall be placed outside of any required setbacks and located in an inconspicuous area of the property. B, to provide a 54-inch high 4-board equestrian fence to be consistent with the adjoining property line fence, with a 10-foot landscape strip as approved by the city arborist, adjacent to the following property lines: west 421.59 feet and north 201.7 feet, where they abut AG1 agricultural used for residential use. That's VC 18-06 Part 1. C, to provide a 60-foot activity zone setback adjacent to the following property lines, with the relocated structure to be allowed to encroach into the setback: the west 421.59 feet and north 201.71 feet, where they abut AG1 agricultural used for residential use. And again, those two property lines that we're referencing there are the two property lines that we've been identifying on the survey, just to be clear about that. D, the maximum permitted noise measured at the following property lines where the residential use is located: west 421.59 and north 201.7 feet, shall not exceed 85 decibel peak or continuous sound on Fridays or Saturdays between the hours of 7 p.m. and 11 p.m. That's VC 18-06 Part 3. E, to provide 60-foot setback and a 10-foot landscape strip adjacent to the west property line, 421.59 feet, north property line, 201.71 feet, and allow a maximum 10-foot encroachment into the 60-foot setback for the relocated building adjacent to the west property line. F, delete the 75-foot undisturbed buffer and 10-foot improvement setback adjacent to the remaining property lines adjacent to AG1 zone property, which is Birmingham Park. G, to delete the required landscape islands for the parking lot and replace with plantings as approved by the city arborist adjacent to Hickory Flat Road and the north side of the parking area. H, to provide for a 430-foot rural section building maximum setback for the relocated structure. I, to provide parking in front of the relocated building. J, to allow the parking lot to be in one large area. K, to submit a lighting plan to be in compliance with the night sky ordinance prior to the first concert. L, the subject site shall only be served by on-site septic. And then finally, we have a condition for your consideration that was not included as part of the packet, but if you so choose to approve this application tonight, we'd ask you to consider this condition, that all concurrent variances that are granted as part of this use permit for festivals and events, indoor and outdoor, shall run concurrent with the approved use and shall only be valid for so long as the property is so used. The concurrent variances shall expire if the approved use ceases to operate on the property for a period of 6 consecutive months. So that is just to make sure that if this particular use, which was identified by the applicant in his notice of intent, were ever to cease to exist, that the concurrent variances that were also granted in association with that particular use, they would go away. So number 5, to the owner's agreement to abide by the following requirements: dedication and improvements. Access to the site and frontage improvements shall be subject to the approval of the City of Milton Department of Public Works prior to the issuance of a business license, land disturbance permit, subdivision plat, or certificate of occupancy, whichever comes first. The entrances and frontage improvement shall conform to Chapter 48, Streets, Sidewalks, and Other Public Places, and Chapter 64 of the City of Milton Code of Ordinances. B, if at such time the Director of Public Works determines that the traffic generated by the site impacts the operations of State Route 372, Birmingham Highway, or Hickory Flat Road, he or she may require the owner to conduct a traffic study to determine if the development warrants any additional improvements at no cost to the city. If improvements are determined to be warranted, the owner shall install those at no cost to the city. And then C, finally, to reserve to the city of Milton a 20 by 20 right-of-way miter at the corner of State Route 372, Birmingham Highway and Hickory Flat Road, prior to the issuance of a business license, land disturbance permit, subdivision plat, or certificate of occupancy, whichever comes first. And thank you for bearing with me. Reading all of that, I know, is sometimes difficult, but that ends staff's presentations, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, are there any questions right now for Carter or any other staff before we get to public comment? Joe?
Carter, can you flip back to the slide that had L and M on it? So I'm interested in the wording on L. The subject site shall only be served by on-site septic. Is that a no sewer statement, or is that a we have to have a permanent septic system to serve this property statement?
That is a statement to ensure that this property is only served by facilities on the property itself, as opposed to possibly being served by the package plant across the street on the public site.
Ah, okay. All right. I get that. Because it's not, we're not suggesting that they have to put a septic system in. Because we had just talked about on 2 pages before how they were going to use temporary facilities, and so that's valid, right?
That's correct. Yeah, the intent of that is just to ensure that if they were to install any permanent bathroom facilities, that they would be served only by a system on that particular piece of property.
Okay. Can you explain how, I mean, did we recommend the location of the building that's being put onto the property, or that they're suggesting that they're going to put on the property, or was that their suggestion, the location where that is? I'm interested in why we're choosing the specific area of the property as the site for the venue itself.
Robin can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that was requested by the applicant themselves.
Okay, so that was the applicant's suggestion. On this, you know, your language for M, that's basically to ensure that any use of the property, any variances associated with the property are tied to the special use permit, and if the special use permit were to go away, everything else would need to be tidied up. And
that's right. So the variances that are being requested are tied to this particular use on the piece of property.
Okay.
What we're trying to ensure is that if the use went away, and typically the variances would stay with the property, we wanted to make sure that the variances would go away with the use. So we want to make sure that it's all tied together as one package, I guess.
Okay. In all of the requirements for the use permit, there is no statement that the site must have music performed a certain number of times a year. In other words, we have a maximum, we have a concept of a maximum that can only be, I forget what the number was. Actually, it was from April the 1st to October the 31st.
Correct.
And no more than 6 in 1 month. But if there is no use, why is the special use? Did we contemplate the idea that the special use permit may not be used at all? In other words, they're going to get the special use permit and not have any music at the site. Well, I know that seems confusing. The only reason I ask is because we're giving up a lot of things in order for them to have this use. But we're not specifically requiring them to deliver this use at any point in time. And we negotiate with ourselves all the time, okay? And so what I'm hoping we're prepared to understand and debate is the fact that I want to see this special use permit used as a way of getting some other concession for the property itself. I want to see it used for the purpose that we're giving it. We're giving it for this music venue. I don't want to see it just done in order to get a septic field laid down somewhere on the property.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
That's exactly what subsection M
Okay,
guarantees.
that's why I'm asking this question, because if this language is supposed to cover that, I just want to make sure.
And not only up front, but as it continues, it could, let's, for argument's sake, say it operated as you had expected for a year, and then for whatever reason, things fell apart, and it ceased to operate for a period of 6 months. It would, correct me if I'm wrong, Carter, it would cease to, its use permit would cease to exist.
Right, and so the condition is trying to tie the variance request to that use. You're right from the perspective of that it doesn't require the applicant to ever hold a concert. But from the perspective, if you want to use the septic example, for instance, it doesn't prevent you from allowable uses on the property that are allowed by right. And so if he's allowed to install the septic field, for instance, in accordance with Fulton County rules and regulations, these conditions would not prevent them, nor would they ever required to have a special use permit in order to do a by right act on the property. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm a little bit concerned about the removal of some of the setbacks and things because septic systems can't be placed in those areas. So if we remove them, we're actually given more space for that specific purpose. And I don't want to dwell on that too much. I just want to make sure that your item M was supposed to capture the idea that we're giving this use case, this special use permit up, and the land needs to be used for that purpose. And if it's not, then the special use permit goes away. And you're saying that's what that's for.
That was the intent, yes, sir. That was the intent.
All right.
Steve or Ken, if you want to weigh in.
I just whispered to Ken. The one thing I just want to make sure that I'm right in what I stated. So this states that the variances would expire if the approved use ceased to operate on the property for a period of 6 months. Would that also extinguish the use permit, Ken?
And while Ken's thinking about that, Carter, if I can ask you a question, the 6 months, where did that come from? Carter?
That came from the city attorney's office. The word
Okay. And the only reason I say 6 months, I realize the intent, but if they're from April to October, there's only 5 months in between. If they don't happen to book does that mean 6 months of absolute no activity or organizational activity or administrative or what?
Right.
Might need to be some rewording to make sure he doesn't get kicked out because that's just seasonal. Yes.
Yeah. So that.
Let me answer both questions. First of all, I like the condition. I understand what it's attempting to do. Depending upon how this goes, and none of us knows how this is going to go, but we might want to think about some language further defining when use is actually discontinued, particularly with a venue that has intermittent uses, where I see these issues become debated legally, particularly, is folks that say, well, I've never discontinued the use, and we say that you have, and they say, well, prove it. And of course, one like objective criteria could be perhaps a minimum number of events per year, just so that if you didn't do that, that's an objective trigger to know, yeah, that use is gone. Yeah, you didn't have one during a particular calendar year. We now know that, objectively speaking, that's gone. With respect to whether that would also, at the same time, if the variances vanish, which I get, variances are by definition, they're not zoning. Variances are something else, but they're not part of the zoning. The use permit is zoning. And so I have shared with some of you my trepidation about zoning enactments that automatically vanish. So to answer the city manager's question, would the use permit vanish if they discontinue for 6 months? The answer is no. It would not discontinue automatically.
So it would have to wait until the 3-year renewal period came up?
At a minimum. Yes, that is correct.
So are you suggesting that the city, being the group that grants the special use permit, can't revoke the special use permit?
Oh, absolutely.
If needed?
You absolutely can revoke it. My only concern is I believe you'd need to follow the zoning procedures law to revoke it. Because it's changing the zoning designation on the property. Carter's right. A special use permit is a unique sort of creature. It's not changing it from one, I think the way people typically think of zoning designations, from residential to commercial, but it is specifically under the zoning procedures law considered a zoning decision, specifically. And so, for instance, we could add a condition that says that if the variances expire, the city council will consider immediately lifting the special use permit as well as another means of putting this in front of you and taking that away, as opposed to it automatically expiring. Variances, I don't have any problem with that. No problem at all with that.
All right. Well, as long as you jumped in, let me ask you a question that's related to this, because it gets to one of the concerns that I have, and that is if the use permit were to disappear over whatever period of time and at whatever point we state that it can disappear, I'm concerned that we leave behind artifacts that could be considered legal nonconforming based on the variances that we're granting. And I certainly don't want to create some kind of crazy hardship where the owner of the property needs to do some kind of cleanup or some type of restorative work to get the property back to where it's legal and conforming. But that's really my concern. How do we make sure that if the special use permit goes away, the property is returned to a legal conforming state?
Well, I mean, I think that's going to be challenging because in many respects, the variances are going to be what makes it legal in the first place. And if the variances expire, the ability of those exceptions will expire with it.
Right.
They're gone as well.
So just to give an example, if one of the variances allows for a building to go up into a buffer area, that because of the variance, the buffer area doesn't exist. The special use permit goes away, the variances go away, and now we've got a building in a buffer area.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about allowing permanent improvements in a special use permit that is ephemeral, which is exactly what I think is being discussed, that's a real challenge.
Would that be a grandfathered building if it was in the buffer then?
Well, that gets into the whole reason of why I'm struggling with the notion of a use permit that expires for that very reason, is because if you incentivize someone to go out and make permanent improvements with respect to a use permit or some sort of a city-based authorization that can expire, then that gets a little bit dicey because I think the odds of for instance, a court requiring a building to come down that's already up, some permanent improvement for which there was a lot of money spent, it's going to be challenging for us. So I think that's something that y'all need to think about as we're going forward this evening and thinking about whether you want to allow this use at all or the parameters upon which you want to allow it and the number of variances.
Well, obviously, that's not really my intent. My intent is to protect the applicant from doing something that will come back and cause hardship later. And it also gets to the idea that we should pay special attention to any allowance that we give in an area like a buffer area or a setback area, because it could have more impact than we're considering.
You could really make the property, yes, a mess.
Okay. All right. Let's see here. No, that's all I got right now, Carter. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else before we hear public comment? Obviously, we'll have time for questions after that. So I'll open it up. First of all, Sudi, I see you got a big stack of cards there. Approximately how many cards do you have?
Approximately, I have a grand total of 112 on one side and 103 on the other. So we're looking at 215.
215. So, and I think the audience I think everybody here respects if you do the math, that's what, if you had a minute per person, that's 3 hours. Right? So we, our typical, we have 10 minutes each side. Obviously I speak for the council, I believe everybody wants to give everybody an opportunity to speak. So we're going to have to come up with some process here with that many. I'm willing to allow a reasonable amount of time to hopefully fit the everybody that wants to speak, time to speak. But we're going to have to monitor that, and we may have to alter it a little bit.
Mayor, are we going to do a per minute? Are we going to do a time limit per person, or are we just going to have an open?
Well, we'll have an open time, but then we'd like to tie it to the minute. In this process, we don't have a time per person. The work sessions we do, but not in this. But again, if we had 100 speakers and we had 100 minutes, I'd like to ask everybody to try to fit within the minute as close as possible. I'm going to go ahead and just suggest, and we may have to change it, but maybe we add 60 minutes of comment per side.
How many cards are there?
There's 215. So
it'll be extended.
It will be extended, but it's we can, if council wants, we could add. I would agree. We probably 90 to 120 minutes per side. But
I just want to make sure we get this. If someone comes and they're just automatically at the back of the list, they just don't get to speak. I mean, that's why I was.
No. Okay. Well, I mean, we have the opportunity to let them speak. If you want to be the sole guy that says no, you
I'm
can't
just always
speak.
saying the people up front always get all the time they want, and the people in the back seem to don't.
Well, we're going to have to we're going to have to monitor it and ask the audience to have respect for those that like to speak. So, Rick.
What were the cards again, city for and against?
I can split all this up in support. There's 27 people that want to speak. There's 24 public comment cards that I need to read into the record. And then there's 60 names of people that were emailed. So
I'm sorry. Okay. So how many comment cards for people that want to speak?
So just to speak is 27 in support, and in just opposition is 37.
Okay. I'm going to open it back up to, say, 60 minutes.
Yep. That's good.
Mr. Mayor, we do need a motion. Second
Right.
For
So I'm
both sides.
ask for a motion to allow 60 minutes on each side of in support or opposition.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second for 60 minutes on each side. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, Sudi, so we'll start out with those that are speaking in support of this application. If you would please call the first speaker.
First speaker is Curtis Mills. Curtis Mills.
Good evening. I think the mic is on. Can you hear me?
Sure, yes.
I'm Curtis Mills. I live at 16355 Birmingham Highway. My office is at 15800 Birmingham Highway. It's the crossroads, and I'm the owner of the property across the street, the old Bice's store. I understand we're going to be time challenged, and I don't really know how to time box myself on the introduction. I was going to try to go 5-6 minutes, lots of material to cover. So I'm going to move quickly, and I'm going to hope that you all will ask detailed questions, have a lot of material, sound test, parking, site plan revisions, et cetera, et cetera. So with that said, I'd like to introduce Scott Reese, our site engineer, Mary Jane and Mark Potter, the owners of Matilda's, and is Danny Beeson here? Danny's here, the sound engineer. They'll all be available for Q&A when we get to that point. We'll all come up together and deal with that. Before I get started, I'd like to thank specifically Robin McDonald. I'd been on the Planning Commission for 5 years, thought I was a pretty smart guy. When I got into this, it was stepping into a bucket, and I didn't have a clue. Were it not for Robin guiding me through this, or just whether I had a full-time lawyer on staff, there's just no way I could have gotten through it. And I was going to say, if you approve this, I think she ought to have a bonus but I'm withdrawing that and saying she ought to get a bonus either way. Robin, I appreciate what you did. So my discussion topics are going to be limited to a few of staff's recommendations, specifically the 3-year renewal, a couple of limitations on activity levels, the fence, which is, I think, a Scrivener error, but I'm going to mention that, and then the reservation of 400 square foot parcel on the corner of Birmingham and Hickory Flat. Additional items, if we have time or if you all will ask me in detail, are parking and noise, specifically a second set of testing that we've done. We've done 2 full sets of noise testing. I'd like to touch on that, but don't want to waste time. So our base intent is to continue Matilda's as it is today, not to increase it. The seating area is 50 feet deep. It's exactly what the seating area is today in Alpharetta. There's 50 feet of kids' play area behind that, similar to what it is today. It may be exactly the same. But if you look at the site plan, we're self-limited from a growth standpoint. On the north side is the power line easement. Can't go into that. On the east side is the property line. Can't cross that. And then on the south side, it just gets to be a bad angle away from what would be the stage. So there's really no way, even if we were nefarious or whatever, to double this thing or triple this thing. It's self-limited. And the only reason I say that is because Alpharetta has no caps on usage. So there are no number of nights in the year. There are no, there may be hours, but that's not an issue for us. There are no months. There are no caps on attendance. And it is what it is. It's not like it's 1 year old. It's 15 years old. They have a process burned in and caps and so on and so forth. So when I talk about opposing certain caps, it makes it sound like we want it to get bigger. We don't. We just want to be able to do what they're doing today without turning people away. So the arbitrary cap of 200 was based on an error that I made. And specifically, when I talked with Mary Jane Potter about the attendance currently, she told me 100 to 200 with an average of 150. Well, I took grad school statistics and dropped in a peak of 200. Staff took that and said, well, if that's the peak, let's go ahead and cap it. Well, that was the middle part of the bell curve, not the peak. Peaks higher. Once a year, they go 250, 275 a few weeks ago, and they handled it in the seating area that they have now without issue. No expansion, no nothing. So all I'm trying to do is help them not have to turn people away that come to the gate, as they always have, to buy tickets, and then find out that, you know what, you're number 201, I'm afraid you're going to have to go home. And it's an arbitrary limit. So I would ask if you feel that the 300 is unreasonable, because if you do the math and extrapolate every extreme variable, it gets to be a big number, even though we have no intention of doing that, that be bumped up a little higher to allow for the 90 or 95% of the performances that are right around 200, but maybe above 200. And then if there be a way once or a couple of times a year to have a more extreme level, that's all they're looking for. And the other limit was a months of operation, was put in from April 1 to October 31. I have no idea where that came from. I went to the last performance in 2017. It was December 1st. So it's a very unstructured operation. Admittedly, it sounds crazy that they're not sure what the schedule is, but they're not sure what the schedule is. Sometimes they don't have any performances at all in April. Sometimes they start at the very end of the month. Sometimes they go into November. There's no limit in Alpharetta. It simply hasn't been an issue. But if I say, could they run from April 1 to April 30, it makes it sound like I'm trying to expand the program when I'm really just trying to allow for weather. So I'm asking that 1031 be extended to 1130 to give them the flexibility to work around weather events. Next topic is the 3-year renewal. 3 years was an arbitrary period. I don't know how it was defined, but the Atlanta Renaissance Festival, for which all of this code was defined, rolls up a couple of semis twice a year, folds up or sets up the tent, rolls up the 8-foot opaque fence, operates for a month or two or however long they operate, throw it back in the truck and drive to the next town. Zero infrastructure, none. It all leaves with them. In our case, we have a ton of infrastructure, 620 feet of landscape buffer, that's trees. That by itself is going to be fairly significant. Site planning, site prep, move the building. I want to put in bathrooms. You know, in my mind, there's no such thing as a good porta potty. So I don't care, you know, how clean they are. It's still a porta potty. I don't want to be in a position where we might get shut down and I'm having to start looking at numbers going, you know what, I'm sorry, I know it's awful, but we can't rationalize stranded assets. And if you know where it is in the site, it's sort of back in the woods. What am I going to do with some standalone bathrooms that become an attractive nuisance to, you know, not that we have any teenagers in Milton that would go drink beer back there, but you know, I got a problem if they shut it down. What am I going to do with the facilities? It's similar to the comment about what do you do with structure if you shut it down? So in my mind, and I've done the math, it's the most legitimate financial hardship on here. You could say, well, if it's too much money, you shouldn't do it. Fine, I agree, but that's the reason I asked for the variance. It just doesn't make any sense. In 3 years, I would not have recouped the capital cost to put it into place, and we'd probably have to cut corners. So no other business startups would have that type of sunset clause. I don't know how you measure it. You all are perfectly rational, really bright, good-looking. But what in 3 years, I'm sorry, I shouldn't joke. In 3 years, 6 years, who knows who's sitting here, right? Let's say, I know you're not going to be able to imagine this, but maybe they don't like me. And, you know, they shut it down on a whim. How can we perform? How can we ensure that we're operating acceptably to continue operation? There's no measurement. There are no objectives. And I don't even really see how it's legal to do something like that. But I just don't think it's reasonable to be at risk. If they were a brand new business, I could see it. They're not. They've been in operation 15 years. We know what we're getting. The 54-inch four-board fence, this is a minor issue. It also says to the height of the neighbor's fence. It used to be 5 feet. The McCurry's four-board fence is around 4 feet. It varies from place to place. All I asked for was that we match that so it doesn't look stupid. So maybe it's 54 inches in some spots. Maybe it's more or less. I'm just asking that verbiage be modified to match the height of the McCurry's fence so it looks like it's all tied together, which was the intention. Lastly, the miter parcel on the corner of Birmingham Highway and Hickory Flat, appreciate the modification from taking the property to reserving it, which I understand is done in some rezoning efforts, but this is not a rezoning. This is a special use permit. I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but I don't think it's appropriate at all to take anything from me on an unrelated piece of land, and taking could be rights that I could use that parcel for. I just don't think it makes any sense. And also notice the reservation is forever, but the use permit may be for 3 years. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm a Georgia grad, but it doesn't make sense to me. So that's I would ask that be removed because it's not a rezoning and it's not a taking of property like it read previously, in my opinion. But I don't think I should be burdened with advance approval of selling that parcel to someone. I mean, I think maybe somebody ought to go buy the southeast corner while it's for sale and we wouldn't have an issue. With that, I'll wrap up. I have more material, but I'll save it for Q&A if you'd like.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mills. Sudi, if you would please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Mr. Kurt Nolte.
Good evening, Kurt Nolte, 825 Dockbridge Way, Milton, Georgia. Yeah, thank you, Mayor and City Council. And I'm here to support the addition of a music venue, specifically Matilda's, to the City of Milton. I've been in front of City Council before, and I'm consistent in trying to maintain and preserve the quality of life we have up here. And therefore, there were some real reasons that I needed to be answered before I could fully support moving Matilda's to the Birmingham Crossroads. These were specifically parking. Now I understand it's a non-issue with the latest parking for 200 vehicles. Noise level for neighbors. I understand also a number of noise level tests were recently performed and it's well within the acceptable limits of 85 decibels, and that the cars and trucks cause more noise than Matilda would at the city lot or at their lot lines. Traffic, also, I consider this a non-issue. With an 8:30 start time, it's well after rush hour on Friday, and of course, there's no rush hour on Saturday. I do believe this will actually add much-needed activity and commerce to the Birmingham Crossroads. The removal of the 3-year review with the unnecessary hardships imposed by the city for the infrastructure improvements, a 3-year window to recoup those investments seems unreasonable to me. The 200/300 person capacity and number of events a month with enough space and ample parking, the 300 person limit seems appropriate. 250, 300 person seems appropriate. Having been to Matilda's numerous times, I can assure you that the basic attraction is the quaint setting, the bringing in of lesser known or songwriters and artists, and along with the unpredictable weather, this is something that I see as fairly self-governing. Our neighbor to the north, Woodstock, understands the value a music venue adds to their community, has gone as far as to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayer money to fill this void. The city of Milton has Matilda's asking, almost begging for the opportunity to provide us with the same type of cultural attraction with no real impact to our citizens. Please keep in mind through all this discussion and everything that we're talking about a business that A, wants to move to Milton, and B, we're talking about 16 to 24 hours a month of operation. Just seems crazy, and I can't see the hardship to the city of Milton and its citizens. I encourage you to approve the addition of Matilda's to our great city. Thank you.
Thank you. City, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is William Sildan.
Good evening. My name is William Solden. I live at 325 Hermitage Trail. That's a Sable Point subdivision. And anyway, I've been going to Matilda's for 15 years. I'm a season ticket holder. I'm a big, I love the arts. I love the music. It's not hard rock and roll that they're bringing into this facility. Have any of you people been to Matilda's or? It's a question. Okay. Okay, good. Well, I'll just...
Excuse me one second, just to break in. But yeah, this is public comment, but there's not Q&A back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I was just curious. Okay. Well, since time is limited, I just want to say that basically as a season ticket holder, I try to sit in the front row every concert because, as Curtis Mills said, you can have a conversation and listen to music. Well, I like to listen to the music, and it is, you can hear a lot of discussion in the background. So anyway, I just want to say the music is not real loud. I think this area needs something like Matilda's. For me, I always have to travel to Alpharetta or Roswell to go to dine. I think that area is very, we have Publix, but everything else is, not very attractive. So I think it would be a good plus to have Matilda's there. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudi, if you please call the next speaker.
Mr. Scott Glazer.
Scott Glazer, 1735 Peachtree Street, 30309. Folks, I'm a native of Fulton County and a professional musician. I've played around the world and have deep roots in the crabapple community. In the 1970s, I was in a group based not even a mile from here up Birmingham Road on the Talbot property, and as well in another group based on Stroop Road in Roswell. In both of these groups, we regularly welcome members of the community to come over and enjoy the music, and in many instances to participate in singing the songs. As you know, music is a great common denominator bridging age, culture, and other differences. And in our experience, we found wonderful moments of endearing fellowship in the crabapple community through the playing of music. As we have seen our neighbors to the south in Sandy Springs spend $180 million on the new City Springs, Milton can't offer what they cannot: outdoor concerts in a bucolic setting, not costing the taxpayer a dime. Just the opposite. These performances bring revenue and make for a special social and cultural gathering for those in the community and visitors. I've performed at Matilda's in Alpharetta and know it to be a venue long recognized as an asset to the community. As far as concert venues go, Matilda's is as benign an endeavor as I have seen, and its footprint is very reasonable. Matilda's is special in many ways. It's comfortable, low-key, and welcoming to a broad range of ages. The musical offerings range from bluegrass to swing and blues. Folks, the musical offerings there will inure to the overall benefit of the community. I urge you to approve this request for variance. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you please call the next speaker?
The next speaker is Wendy Smith Ozog.
Good afternoon. My name is Wendy Smith Ozog, 215 Islesford Court in Milton. I'm not only a Milton resident, I'm also a small business owner in Milton. And my husband and I recently moved here from Milwaukee about a year ago. Now, the city I lived in up north was a Gibson guitar town city, and we loved going to hear live music. So we were so blessed to have found Matilda's right after we moved in. We moved in last May, so they had just started their new season. And we have been frequent supporters of Matilda's, and I've gotten to know Mary Jane and Mark throughout the last few months. And they do bring a sense of community, not only bringing the arts to the people, but they're bringing a sense of community by bringing people that love music together. And when you're sitting in the venue, which is so unique, it's like nothing I've ever seen before. You look around and you see couples, you see families with children, you see intergenerational families, so with grandparents and parents and children, kids running around playing. It's so serene. Anytime we have company come, we always make sure to bring them to Matilda's because everyone should experience Matilda's. And I would hate to see Matilda's go away. It has been a blessing in our lives. I know it's been a blessing in so many other people's lives. And Mary Jane and Mark are an asset to the community and bring about that community spirit. So I would just love for Matilda's to stay around. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudi, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Sean Bergeron.
Good evening. For the record, my name's Sean Bergeron from Alpharetta, Georgia. For the record, I'd like to read my sticker into the record, please. It says, I love and support Matilda's.
Sean, do you mind just giving your address just for the record?
Oh, 7307 Masters Way.
Thank you.
I've been attending Matilda's for 4 years. I've seen 20 to 25 of their shows and of their concerts. I know what happens at these shows, and I know what does not happen at these shows. And I personally know the Potters and the proprietors of Matilda's and love them dearly, what they brought to the Alpharetta for so many years. I want to give you, this is a bait and switch. That's what I heard. That's what I read when the opposition stated in their blogs and email blasts about Mark and Mary Jane Potter. A bait and switch. You haven't met, some of you have not met these folks yet. They're going to be up here shortly again for the Q&A with Curtis. And when you look at them, I want you to think if it's even possible these people have ever baited and switched anybody in their entire lives. These are genuine folks that love music, love the culture of music, and they do it in such a unique way. It's so special. You know, and that's just one of the ridiculous statements, deceptions, exaggerations, and fear-mongering that's been dispersed by the opposition, particularly Mr. Becker and Ms. Bailey. It's a shame. In their blogs and email blasts, it's a shame that they have such an immense power with that email blast list and the blog that's done under I think the Coalition of Milton name, that they use it to distort the facts when they don't get their way, like they didn't get at the Planning Commission. And that's exactly what they've done here. That's probably why most of the opposition is here tonight, because they read that stuff in those emails and blogs as fact, when in fact it's editorial that's been put together to advance their own personal political agenda because they didn't get their way at the Planning Commission. You know, they were actually for it at the Planning Commission meeting. But when they didn't get their way, they withdrew and went on a burn path to destroy this application for, I don't even think it's about Matilda's anymore. I think it's about them trying to legislate what happens in this room from back there and not being an elected official. They turned this into a political football. It should have never got this far. In all honesty, guys, we shouldn't even be here. This shouldn't be even, the reason it's in this single-use permit position is because at some point early on when Milton was being formed, with all due respect to you guys, they didn't prepare, they didn't envision that there would be a business of this nature. If they would, it would be in the code somewhere. So it ends up in this single-use permit thing, which is reserved basically for carnivals and circuses. And that's not what this is. This is a going concern. It's been going, it's a great civic community citizens over there in Alpharetta for 15 years, without exception. You know, one of the other things that was said about Matilda's that was in one of the blogs or the email, I think it was repeated in the email as well. It says this 300 plus or 300 patrons each week, which is an exaggeration. They knew that it's not 300. That was the cap. And that wasn't the average or the people that would show up every week. They knew that, but that didn't serve their purpose. So they said that that's going to bring in crime, right? Drunken, disorderly people, and at these 300 people are going to bring in crime. Okay? Is that really true? Well, I looked this up. You know how many times the police have been summoned to Matilda's in 15 years of concerts for drunken, disorderly patrons? I'll tell you. The same amount of times that the police have been summoned to Mr. Becker's house for drunken, disorderly patrons.
Mr. Chairman, I think
Zero.
we just need to make sure that we're not
Zero.
calling out individuals.
Let's not mention anybody's name personally.
Okay. But, guys, this is what I'm saying. Let me close with this. It's my understanding the council, like the Planning Commission did, has the authority to approve this permit in the way that the Planning Commission did, including the removal of the burdensome sunset clause. And if and only if they can show restriction of undue hardship and backed by overwhelming community support. Or, it's not an and, but I think we could change that to an and you'd have both of those litmus tests met tonight. I thank you for your time. Good luck and Godspeed.
Thank you. Sudi, if you'd please call the next speaker.
The next speaker is Marty Locke.
Hi, Marty Locke, 14140 Freemanville Road in the great city of Milton. We have a lot of examples of other cities who are doing things that we should probably be doing as well. I've got some things here from the recent Georgia Cities publication with a few articles relevant to our current situation regarding the possibility of moving Matilda's to Milton. Officials in some cities are recognizing that entertaining their residents and visitors has the potential to heighten community value and possibly lead to an economic boom. In Springfield, a resurrected entertainment venue has had a pronounced impact on the small town. Being open every weekend with scheduled programming is crucial to the venue's success, the city manager emphasized. It needs to be open on a regular basis and have active regular programming, or it won't have the economic impact everybody's looking for. He went on to say that the local businesses recognize there's a market they can capitalize on and generate a demand for their products around the scheduled activities. Augusta's Community Outreach Director, Tonya Gibbons, said the entertainment venues in her city provide residents with a variety of live, work, and play enhancements. To tout an area as a place for people who want to work, live, play, and to raise a family, you have to offer things people want to do in your city. Locals and out-of-towners alike who attend the events spend money at the restaurants, hotels, local transportation, and more. Kendra Brickle, the Community and Economic Development Manager for the Conservation Fund, tells us how communities that capitalize on their natural recreation and cultural heritage can attract new businesses and residents, increase price of place, create jobs that can't be exported, and increase community health through active living and outdoor recreation. Millennials and CEOs alike seeking communities with great natural and cultural assets. The fund has worked nationwide in over 300 communities to help towns and cities realize that striking a balance between nature and commerce attracts businesses and residents and ensures a stronger quality of life. The city of Porterdale intentionally focuses on its natural surroundings and the triad of preservation, the arts, and outdoor recreation. We need to look forward and find a way to embrace this unique opportunity to do something special for Milton. Matilda's at the Crossroads would be a wonderful asset to our city. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Sudi, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Mindy Jones.
Mindy Jones, 11870 Little Creek Crossing, Alpharetta. First of all, I cannot imagine any venue being more Milton-esque than Matilda's. I've lived in Alpharetta for 35 years. Matilda's has been here for 15 years, and I just found out about Matilda's 4 years ago. It's definitely the best kept secret in Alpharetta. My fiance and I have been going to Matilda's, avid Matilda goers, since we found out about it 4 years ago. It's been our go-to place most every Saturday night. When we have out-of-town guests, we always take them, and when they go home, it's always the highlight of their trip. The memories we've created there are some of our favorites. As much as I hate to see Alpharetta lose Matilda's, this is a great opportunity for Milton to steal a gem that we've had in Alpharetta for 15 years now. The Crossroads, the Birmingham Crossroads, is the perfect setting for this. For the most part, 5 or 6 days a week, there's going to be nothing here except a new fence and some other aesthetic improvements that the applicant has agreed to make. If you want to get an idea of what locals think about Matilda's moving to the Crossroads, check out Steve Beacham's Beach Walk Facebook interview with Curtis Mills just 9 days ago. It has already received over 18,500 views as of 2 o'clock today, 342 likes, 296 comments. Not one comment was in opposition to Matilda's at the Crossroads. Let me read you a few of the comments. Cynthia, yay, love this idea. Outdoor concerts, cannot wait. Karen, if you've been to Matilda's, you know there will be no city feel. Perfect venue. Hope everyone goes to the city council meeting to encourage them to sign the dotted line. Susie, I'm excited. I hope all of my Milton neighbors will show up at the meeting and support this. Alicia, this is awesome. Great addition to Milton. Joe, you should definitely bring in some blues musicians. Perfect venue. Please approve this, Milton. For those of you that are familiar with Facebook, you know that you can share a post, and you only share a post where you like the subject and you believe in the subject, because it's going to be on your timeline. In the last 9 days, there have been 4 Beach Walk Facebook videos. There have been 224 shares. 221 of them, all 3 of them, were the interview about Matilda's. To me, that sounds like overwhelming community support, and I ask you to support the recommendations set forth by the Milton City Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue, will you please call the next speaker?
Next speaker is Jan Locke.
Good evening. My name is Jan Locke. I live at 14140 Freemanville Road, Milton. You know, I've been attending concerts at Milton's for about 5 or 6 years now. And if you've ever been there, you know how low-key, casual, entertaining, and affordable it is. Guys, we need some affordable entertainment in Milton. It's a great evening out as a date night, a bunch of friends getting together, or family time. I'm totally in favor of the move to Milton. In fact, I cannot wait to have Milton within 2 miles of me. Thank you.
Thank you. City, will you please call the next speaker?
Next speaker is Amy Powell.
Good evening, Council. Emmy Powell, 325 Quayside Court in Kingsley Estates in Milton. I've lived here for nearly 10 years, and it takes me 2 to 3 minutes to get to the Birmingham Crossroads. I've watched businesses come and go there, always hoping that the area would take off and thrive, but that hasn't happened yet. I'm in favor of this because we now have a business owner who has a good idea to add a music venue that everyone throughout the city can enjoy. We keep hearing negatives about dangerous legal precedents. If you want to talk about what's dangerous, how about asking a small business owner to invest thousands of dollars to do something good for the community, only to have a council that could flip in 3 years, have the ability to come back and shut it down? You don't do that with other local business owners. So that is a precedent that could have a big chilling effect on new small business in the city of Milton going forward. I believe that you were elected to act on all of our behalf, as good and bad ideas are presented to you. This seems like a really good idea. Use your common sense. Don't ever forget that over 35,000 people in the city of Milton are counting on you, not just the few who speak for or against the issue. Do what is best for the city of Milton. That is your job, and I thank all of you for your service.
Thank you. City, if you please call the next speaker.
The next speaker is Doug McCurry.
Mayor, Council, I am the McCurry that's in the picture. And the beach walk thing, I'm the one guy that lives next door. So,
Mr. McCurry, just for the record, would you mind just state your name and address for the record?
Sure. My name is Doug McCurry, and my wife Charna and I live at 830 Hickory Flat Road in a home my grandparents built and on property that's been in my family for over 100 years. The property under discussion is directly next door. I've lived in the Birmingham community since 1980, and I've seen it grow from a simple crossroads with a general store specializing in feed, seed, farm implements, to a bustling, often congested hub in Milton, hosting picturesque horse farms and high-end residential real estate. Virtually all of the old family farms have disappeared, and highly sought-after subdivisions, which are served by a small but adequate commercial area, have taken their place. Charter and I were both witness and among a concerted and dedicated group who helped shape the transformation of the Birmingham Crossroads. We were original members of the BHA, which is the Birmingham Hopewell Alliance, members of the Birmingham Master Planning process, as well as other community committees. We worked closely with Fulton County and the county staff and the original developer of the northeast and southwest corners to support the development and to further various community-centric concerns, which included saving from demolition our historic treasures, which were the 19th century homes on the southwest corner. The overall development now not only meets critical needs of the community, but it also serves as a point of pride as to what the community accomplished. I say all this not to review recent history or to highlight our involvement, but to note that as close neighbors to the crossroads, we have embraced the shape of things to our area and feel that the whole community is better for it. Now the southeast corner appears ready for development, and my neighbor, the northwest corner, is changing as well. Curtis Mills, the owner and a longtime friend of mine, is turning the old store into a restaurant, and through this effort tonight, endeavoring to bring a music venue to the property as well. From the get-go, Curtis has involved my wife, myself. We took walks, met Mary Jane, I met her husband, looking at site, where things could be set up. And after the review and the walks and the discussion, help from staff, and as technically outlined, I think I may have written a letter earlier on some of the caveats and on the setbacks, but what we asked for was that the commercial standard for the non-activity zone of 60 feet be applied to our east park property line and allow the facility to encroach 10 feet if necessary for the ambiance of the performance. We support this variance plus the other variances being considered. We support the concept of the venue. We feel that it will be an artistic focus for the good of the overall community. We also realize that parking could be a challenge on the northwest parcel and trust that concerted concerns and actions will be taken to ensure the traffic does not encroach down the eastern side of the 60-foot non-activity zone. We feel that through the combined efforts of ourselves, Curtis, Mary Jane, the proprietor, coupled with the professional guidance of Milton staff, that this and any future issue that may arise can be readily resolved. And I would just like to add that Mary Jane, they were out doing some sound tests the other night, and we were inside for a while, did not hear a thing, walked out. You could hear it from our deck, which is, again, about 400 feet from where the building will be. And it was not at all disarming or anything else. It was very pleasant. So we do support it and ask for y'all's consideration, too. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sudi, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Debbie Johnson.
Council, thank you for your time. Appreciate the Planning Commission's efforts just to explain all this to us. And I have a few notes that I've just written down real quick.
Johnson, if you wouldn't mind, just state your name and address
Sorry
just for the
about that.
record. It's
Debbie
technicalities.
Johnson, my address is 770 Colonial Lane. I've lived in Milton since before it was Milton, so happy to be here. Let's see, lost myself. My husband and I have attended Matilda's for years. We've taken our family, our friends, and just really enjoy the quaint and unique atmosphere that it offers. The times that we've been there, there's been about 150 people there, very comfortable, kids running around, couples, just girls groups, families. Super comfortable. You can bring your food, you can bring your coolers, always safe, very casual. And I love well, I think my favorite thing is the stage because it's a shed. And like the thought of calling it a building is really literally, you could almost put it on a pickup truck. It's that small. Just strings of colored lights. I just really do think that it's exactly what our city is and speaks to a need of community. I think we need a place to be. I think we need a place to gather. I applaud the city's efforts in like the beach bash and the little festivals that we have here and there. But this is a regular thing. This is something that's going to be there and that we can just get together and we can see each other. And I just think it's a great way to build community. So I thank you for your time, and I just ask that you approve it. And I applaud everybody's efforts in this and throughout the whole process.
Thank you. Sudi, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Tammy Soldan.
Greetings, Tammy Soldan, 325 Hermitage Trail, Milton. My husband and I moved to unincorporated Alpharetta 17 years ago. We built a home and we started a small business. We are patrons of Matilda's for many years. We're season ticket holders, and all the years of going to Matilda's, the parking has we've never had any problems with the Alpharetta police needing them for directing traffic or any kind of situation for crowd control. I'm not knowledgeable about sound decibels, but I do know that the big house that was on the property is about 50 feet from the stage, and one could hardly hear the music or feel it when you were inside the building. The Potters are fulfilling their retirement in an alternative way. They seek to remain engaged in their community where they have family ties, and they wish to continue as art advocates in this area. Mary Jane Potter has an excellent reputation with the city of Alpharetta, as well as the Alpharetta Chamber of Commerce, as a small businesswoman enterprise, an art advocate, as well as a music promoter for various Alpharetta festivities. Matilda's is a women-owned enterprise offering other female entrepreneurs and musicians opportunities to explore profit and success within a small business environment. Kathy Ann Kessler, she's here this evening, and I hope she'll come up and talk, but she's an established artist working within the Matilda's environment to successfully execute her talent as a designer and a stylist to musicians from all over the country, and her business is called the Galleria of Matilda. I applaud Alpharetta for supporting all these great small business owners. I'm aware of the comprehensive growth plan for the city of Milton, and growth always brings growing pains, which can be difficult for some residents. But as a small business owner, I see the benefits of developing the Birmingham Corners. The music venue will stimulate profit and revenue to the already established restaurants and merchants while maintaining a park-like green space for an indefinite amount of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudi, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is David Smith.
Hi, my name is David Smith, and I reside at 8608 Main Street in Woodstock. And I used to have a business across the street from Matilda's for about 5 years, and it's kind of funny because the first 2 years that I was there, I didn't know that they had concerts over there, and when I found out that there was, I didn't, the only time that I'd hear music, when, like I said, I was across, my business was across the street. The only time that I'd hear music come from that place is when I stepped outside and stood on the grass overlooking where Matilda's was. So it's not a loud venue that, pops out a lot of sound. I mean, I can throw a rock about 2 times from where I stood in front of my business, and that's how close it was. They never had any kind of, my business was open 7 days a week, and in the 5 years that I was there, I never saw any sirens. I did up and down Highway 9 all the time, but not any sirens or anybody that went over there that had to break up anything at the shows that they had. I've been driving from the Alpharetta area. Well, my business now is in Woodstock, but I drive from that area up to Cumming, where I live, where my other residence is. And I travel through the intersection where this venue is going in. And I travel it 7 days a week, sometimes 5, because I like to take a day off every now and then to go fishing. But I travel it often, and that time in the evening, I usually travel through there about 7 or 8 or so in the evening. So when I do travel that area, there's only several cars in front of me, if any, when we pull up to a stop sign. So it's, in my opinion, it's not an area that is very busy with traffic as it is. The other thing I'd like to mention is Matilda's they're owned by, just they're a small business entity that's trying to survive, and myself being across the street from them, I had a business, and we survived the recession, and it was hell for a lot of small businesses. And I don't know if I can put that language in the tape, but I already did, so oh well. She is very dedicated to the arts, with music, with the enjoyment of people that come to her establishment. And the band play and the music that's set up, it's a very family-oriented. It's a great alternative. It's like a large picnic, and it's an enjoyable establishment, and I support the move for them to wind up in Milton. I think it would be a really good decision. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. City, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Heath Cashin.
My name is Heath Cashin, and I live at 1399 Liberty Grove Road, Alpharetta. And I just wanted to say, everybody's kind of covered all this, but it's funky charming, it's wholesome, it's cultural, it's family friendly, promotes community. You get to know your neighbors, and there can't be too much family friendly music.
Thank you.
I vote yes.
Thank you. Okay, Sudie, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Deborah Harper.
Good evening, esteemed council members, Mr. Mayor. I'm Deborah Harper, 15420 Traburn Manor View in Milton, and I'm here to speak in enthusiastic and unequivocal support of Curtis Mills' application for use permit and all 9 of his variances. None of those give me fundamental heartburn. One thing, I love Matilda's as well, and what no one else has mentioned is that it's magical. And it's a great venue. It's, very fitting with the spirit of Milton. That particular piece of property has challenges with power lines going through it and so forth, and I think that its owner has done a really remarkable job of finding a win-win for the business owners, the property owner, and for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudie, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Steve Hooper.
Hi, Steve Hooper, 761 Eaglesmere Court. I just want to say that, and I've heard a lot of it up here this evening. I know that many of you haven't been there. Matilda's is a treasure. It's magical, and it is a treasure. So it is Alpharetta's loss. It is Milton's gain. And matter of fact, I would think that Milton should be begging Matilda's to come there. It's that good. Over the years, I've introduced probably 50 to 100 people to Matilda's, and they in turn have gone over and bought a lot of stuff from the people that are there, plus participated. So it is a phenomenal venue. It's a model venue. It's a first-class venue. Mark and Mary Jane are the classiest people in the planet. I'm not kidding you. They are, and I heard that testimony tonight. They've never violated rules. They've never been late. I've gone there a lot of times with pretty high-level people. These things are always over at 10:30. There's never been inebriated people. There's never been any drugs that I could smell or detect. I mean, they are absolutely amazing. And the venue is something that would be a real nice attraction to us here in Milton. So I would clearly recommend approval. Thanks.
Sudie, if you could please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Senator Brandon Beach.
Brandon Beach, 3100 Briarfield. Thank you for having me tonight. I'm just here to speak in favor of Matilda's coming to Milton. I will tell you that my wife and I go there. We've been going there about 5 years, and I agree with everything everybody said, so I won't repeat that. It's funky, it's cool, it's a great place to listen to music, and but more importantly, it's a great place to go with friends, and you meet friends, and a lot of my friends in the audience, I see them there when I go. But it's also affordable. And that's what I like. You know, when you look at North Fulton, we have the Verizon Wireless Amphitheater. They have some great concerts and great music, but it's expensive. Or you look at Johns Creek, and they have the Mark Burkhalter Amphitheater. And 2 weeks ago, I went to a concert on a Saturday night there. And it was a Fleetwood Mac type band. And so I asked Mark, I said, who pays for this? He says, the taxpayers. They budget money in to bring bands in. Here you have a unique opportunity to not use taxpayer funds, but have a music venue. And I really believe music brings the community together. And, I will tell you, just to echo what everybody said, Mark and Mary Jane, they are great first-class folks that run a first-class venue. So I would ask you to look at this, because I really would say this. I'll tell a story. Most of y'all know I do economic development for a living. And I was touring a prospect all around the North Fulton area, Alpharetta, Milton. And one of the comments they made, they said, these are some beautiful buildings you have here, Avalon and City Hall, this City Hall when we drove by. And I said, it is. We do have some beautiful buildings. I said, but this community's, it's the community about the people, not bricks and mortar. So I said, that's what makes this community special, is the people. And I think you have an opportunity to have Matilda's come to Milton and bring the community together to listen to some good music at an affordable price, and I would urge you to say yes to this application. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Sudie, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Michelle Onions, and I am in possession of an affidavit. She will be representing Hopewell Place subdivision.
Thank you for taking the time to hear us all out. My name is Michelle Onions. My husband and I live in Hopewell Place subdivision at 910 Hopewell Place, which is in Milton. I've lived in Atlanta for 17 years, and my husband and I and our kids, our daughter is now 23 and our son's 11. We've been going to Matilda's for over a decade. We already knew several of the musicians that play there prior to them being booked at Matilda's, and we've become personal friends with Mary Jane and Mark. They're amazing people. Everything that everybody has said is true times 10. They're charitable, they care about people, they care about music and the arts, and they support local businesses. Matilda's offers the local community an exceptionally unique outdoor music experience, but it's so much more. Matilda's is a come-as-you-are landing pad to relax and unwind. It is a romantic date night evening. It's a family-friendly, inexpensive night out. Kids are free, so no babysitting fees. A special occasion destination. You see birthday parties there, girls' night outs, and most nights an audience bonding dance party. Everybody gets together and just shakes their tail feathers. The best thing about all of the things that I've said is that Matilda's is one of the only places on earth where all of these events and reasons that people come together can coexist so harmoniously. It's really special. Matilda's concert schedule is one of the first places we check when planning our weekends and where to take our out-of-town visitors. We have hosted family, local friends, and many international business associates here, and all have been more than delighted. I'll share a personal story about one of those visits when Hurricane Irma hit South Florida. We brought the family that stayed in our home to Matilda's, and they could not believe how much it made them forget their worries in Miami. They absolutely loved the relaxing environment and how friendly, courteous, and joyful everyone sitting around them was. The plan for Matilda's to relocate to the new location will be a gem for local residents and the businesses in the surrounding area, as it will bring some of the most lovely people who may not come that way now. The plan to have a restaurant on site is long overdue since packing a picnic, and I can speak to that because I usually am the one that packs the picnic, is not always achievable. And given that Chris Sedgwick is at the helm of it, we'll ensure it is packed both for concerts and all other nights of the week. Last but not least, many of Atlanta's finest musicians perform here from a variety of genres. It's a really amazing offering of music. We personally will be disappointed that Matilda's will no longer be a bike ride away for us. However, that won't deter us from frequenting one of our favorite spots. And now it's up to you to ensure that more folks have the opportunity to fall in love with Matilda's like we have. So I ask you to support the relocation of Matilda's. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Judy, how many more cards on for support do we have? Or speakers?
7.
Okay, but a couple more minutes, but will you please call the next speaker?
Laura Rencher.
Good evening. My name is Laura Rencher. I live at 1060 Birmingham Road. I am one of the closest neighbors to this property, and I want to say I support it 100%. This area of our city is rural. It's the rural Milton area. The Crossroads has a very specific character it's supposed to be. I think Mr. McMurray understands that and has done a great job preserving his home and so forth, and he considers this venue to fit in perfectly. I also have preserved a home and support this kind of venue. So I don't think there's any question it's not a good place to have this venue, and I'm not concerned at all about the noise or parking, or the traffic. The traffic is at a non-peak time, so it really doesn't interfere with that. I want to address some of the opposition, because we have a problem in the city with people speaking over and over again about something called legal precedents. Every one of you up there know that this venue does not set a legal precedent for anything. The variances don't set a legal precedent. Nothing sets a legal precedent. Every variance and every zoning is considered on its individual merits. I know you all know that, but a lot of people don't know it. And when you're arguing based on legal precedent, you are basically saying that if this one thing happens, there is going to be a catastrophe that is going to happen to our community. That's called a slippery slope argument. It is a completely illogical, it's a logical fallacy, does not stand up in court, and it does not stand up anywhere other than, unfortunately, the people who continue to use this ridiculous argument in all of our zoning hearings. This is why you all totally screwed up Birmingham Corners with repealing that plan. You know it. There was no excuse for that. Please think this is not a legal precedent, and that wasn't either. Please use your brains. This is a great project. It's going to be great for our city, and it's going to be great for the merchants there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudi. If you, or Robin, if you please call the next speaker.
Karen Curry.
Ms. Curry here. Okay, if you please call the next speaker.
Bonnie or Terry Baker.
The Baker's here. Okay.
Unless they're on the other side.
Yeah, let's check. All right, he's checking on it.
Okay. Jim Jacoby. Jim is here.
Hello, my name is Jim Jacoby, 835 Cooper Sandy Cove, Milton, Georgia. First, I want to tell you thank you for your service. Appreciate what you do. Second, I hope you agree with staff and Planning Commission and vote for successful approval of this application. I am the developer that has purchased and is redeveloping the old Matilda site. In a situation where it would have been very easy for the Potters to become very sour and bitter, they weren't. They took the high road. And it was really a good example of their character. And I'm really looking forward to this moving in our community. I think it'll be good for us and good for the people and the citizens. Let's see here. Somebody said earlier, I think it's the best kept secret in town. I think it's no longer a secret. Between my zoning, this application hearing, this is going to become a very successful venue and will actually become kind of the heart and soul of this community. So I hope we can rally support around this and get it approved tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Robin, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Dexter Edge.
Hi, Dexter Edge, 1775 Red Road. Family has been a resident of what's now the Milton area since 1990, a long time, and enjoyed seeing it grow into what it is now. But I'm tired of having to go to Alpharetta and Roswell and other areas for food, culture, music. I've been going to Matilda's for 10 years. Love it. If you want an idea of what Matilda's is like, look around this room. It's about 200 people here. This would be a large crowd for Matilda's. Subtract a few adults, add a few kids, and you might have an idea of the impact that it would have on the area. As well, I don't think any of us tonight are concerned about parking or traffic going home from this meeting. Happens to be a little after 8:30 on a weeknight. I suspect it would be a very similar impact on a Friday evening or a Saturday evening. As far as the noise level, for those in the audience who might not know how sound is measured, a 10 decibel increase in sound is twice as loud. 85 dB is, I think, more than a reasonable limit. A lawnmower, for instance, runs 95 to 100, more than twice as loud. A leaf blower, more than 4 times as loud. It's not going to be a noise issue, I believe, for the area at all. And in fact, I'll add that in my backyard when I lived in White Columns, I've had similar amplified concerts for over 10 years and not one single noise complaint. The other thing that has bothered me is some of the disinformation that's been spread throughout this approval process, and I found that a bit disturbing. Allegations of a Verizon-style, large, loud amphitheater, drunken patrons and crime. It's just not true. Anybody that says that has never been to Matilda's. So I would encourage council to vote yes for this, and hopefully without the restriction of the 3-year renewal process. I think it'll be a great thing for Milton. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Angie Farkusi.
Hi, thanks. My name is Angie Forcucci, and I'm at 9101 Windrush Lane, Alpharetta, Georgia. And I'm in favor of Matilda's really being anywhere. My preference is that it stay where it is, which is a mile down the road from my house. I'm actually very jealous that Milton even gets to consider this because I found Matilda's about 5 years ago. And as a single mom in Alpharetta, it's really hard to find things to do on a budget and to take my 2 sons to. Even movies end up being about $75 by the time you're done with the evening. So I was so excited because I'm from a very small town and I grew up with, my dad's in a bluegrass band. I grew up with music. He's one of 9. They played music. So to find Matilda's was like going home. And it felt like I was going to a friend's backyard to sit and watch like we used to do, like I did when I was growing up. And it gave me an opportunity to take my children to a place where and show them what my life was like. Even though we're in the city, we're in the middle of the city, we could go to Matilda's and feel like we had gone to the country, like we had gone way out of town and gotten out of the city. So that was the biggest blessing for me. Beyond that, though, was the safety. It was a safe place. I felt safe taking my kids there, letting them run around.
Respectfully, we've reached an hour at this point. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Let's. I'm going to ask the council. Excuse me one second. We'll halt the time right now. How many cards do we have left, Sudi? 3?
We have one more speaker card.
Okay. I'm going to ask council. Can we add 5 minutes? Would the council be okay adding 5 minutes to each side? Okay. Do I have a motion and a second on that? So moved. Second. Okay. I have a motion and a second to add 5 minutes to each side. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Okay, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I felt safe. It's a very safe place, and I want you to know that the spirit and the heart, I think, of Mary Jane and Mark have been conveyed here. It's a place where I spent, over the past 5 years, 3 of my birthdays, because that's where I wanted to be, outside in flip-flops with my kids, in that kind of place. And it was always patrolled. It was always clean. It was always well-maintained. Mark would patrol the perimeter of the entire place during the concert. So the expectation of the crowd was that you behave. It wasn't a free-for-all. It wasn't willy-nilly. It wasn't people coming and going. It was really well monitored, really well kept, and it's been a great blessing. I'm jealous, Milton. Good luck. I hope you get it. I hope you vote for it because it'll be worth it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudi, if you'd please call the final speaker on this.
Final speaker is Gordon Ear, and I am in possession of an affidavit. He'll be representing Vantage Point HOA.
Good evening. I'm glad you gave us a little bit of extra time. My name is Gordon Ayer. I live at 144 Woodhaven Way in Alpharetta in the Vantage Point Condo Association. We had an HOA meeting a few weeks ago, and they asked me to represent the community here. I'll be brief. I moved here about 4 years ago. I didn't know anybody. It took me a while to find Matilda's, even though I drove by it while they had concerts many times. But once I found it, I found a family within the community, and I met people. And Mark and Mary Jane, so many people come to their venue. I see them in public at the grocery store or whatever. They know me. They know me by my name. And it's a special experience. I can just piggyback on what everybody else has said. It's a picnic. It's a family environment. It's a great place for families, kids, going on a date. It's very low key. Driving by there on Highway 9 on an occasional weekend when I couldn't go to a show, I couldn't hear the music. Being at the show, going into the house to use the restroom or to look at some of the arts, I couldn't hear the music in the house, and the show was in the backyard. Beyond that, I'm just going to add one comment. When they had a hearing in Alpharetta about this, right outside the hearing chamber, there was the Alpharetta brochure. And the city of Alpharetta highlighted Matilda's not only in text, but in photography in their city brochure called Awesome Alpharetta. And I suggest that you do the same thing, and you could call it Magnificent Milton and highlight Matilda's. It's an asset, and don't even think. And all I can say is the people that are against this, I would say that a high percentile of them, probably all of them, have never been there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, so that is all in support as far as actual public speakers. So I believe did we have 65 minutes? Was that what we?
Correct, an hour and 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I've still got two minutes
Okay.
left over
Okay.
here. I do have 24 cards that I can read, and also
I'm going to
60.
ask Ken, would we do that after the?
Do that
or
after.
do
What
you-
I would propose, Mr. Mayor, is we get through all the live comments
Yeah,
first, and then
that's
have
what I was
the clerk
thinking.
at the end do the
Okay.
sum up.
We concur. So now let's start with those in opposition, actual speakers.
First public speaker is Wendy Moza.
And if we'll add 5 minutes to correct, yeah, okay.
Good evening. My name is Wendy Moza, and I am representing the shops at Birmingham, otherwise known as the Public Shopping Center. We're at 980 Birmingham Road. Our primary concern with this project is the potential for overflow parking. We do not have the ability to support overflow parking, so we just want to make sure that that is crystal clear and known. We cannot support overflow parking for this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Sudi, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Sue Moore.
I'm Sue Moore, 395 Canterbury Lake, Milton. I have been a Milton resident before Milton was ever a city. People have moved to Milton because it is unique in its quiet, almost country-like setting. We don't want to be like Johns Creek or Roswell. Matilda's, with its 9 variance requests, many concerts that last until 10:30, 11 p.m., 200 to 300 people at the concert, and road congestion are just a few of the concerns that I have and why I do not want this to be in Milton. I have several twos, that's TOO. Yes, there's too many concerts allowed, it's too big, it's too loud, and it's too many variances. The city charter spells out a desire for this city. Why would you ever allow 9 variances? They talk about Milton's in Alpharetta, it's not near any housing area. So you're not going to have the traffic, you have a lot of traffic noise, so you're not going to hear the music over the traffic noise. The fact that you have limited to 6 in a month or Friday or Saturday night says to me that you know very well that this is going to be a disturbance for someone living nearby. Milton citizens were here long before Matilda's. It's our right to retain the peace and quiet that we paid for in choosing Milton. Please vote no for Matilda's at Birmingham Crossroads.
Thank you. Sudi, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Leonard Jacklatch.
Hello, my name is Leonard Jacklet, 15800 Birmingham Highway. I have the privilege of owning 2 of the largest buildings in the Birmingham Village, Building 100 and 200. And as of tonight, I am standing here in opposition of the venue. However, I will back up and say, when Curtis first shared what he was thinking about, I actually, to be honest with you, thought it was a good idea. After listening to all of the supporters from Matilda tonight, again, who can argue the quality of the people that stood up here, the quality of the venue, and everything positive that was said? So I think we all are aware that this turned into a positive Matilda discussion. I think I wouldn't disagree with them. I'm standing here just a practical matter tonight I'm the president of the Association of the Birmingham Village. I've had to involve all business owners. I believe you've all received letters from them, and even today you received one from Wells Fargo, I believe. And so unanimously, the business owners are in opposition to the venue. I, again, don't think it has any reflection on Matilda's whatsoever. A matter of fact, it's funny, one of the gentlemen said his best kept secret is now out of the box. So, well, that might be true. That means we have a more serious situation to look at. I'm a practical man. Many of you know me. I'm taking a common sense approach here. You have a tough job before you. So let me just pose some thoughts I have, even though I'm in ultimately opposition to it. I believe the parking issue is a problem. So all those in favor tonight, again, in agreeing with them, but we have an issue where I'm concerned about. So right now, all of the Birmingham Village has adamantly said there will be no parking allowed. Curtis Mills does own 5 spots in there. However, the entire village, including Wells Fargo, has made statements that there will be no parking. Wendy just got up a minute ago and said that the public's whole parking facility will not be available for parking. So, as a practical matter, just from a liability, a usage taking away, my office is right on the end, so I'm the one probably closest being affected by the venue. My office literally faces the venue. I work late Friday and Saturday nights, but at the same time, if you pass it, I will probably be visiting and enjoying the very thing they're talking about. I just pointing out to you, I would like to see the ones in support as well as the ones opposing get our head around this. That's where I'm coming from tonight. The parking is a practical matter to me because what would happen is we would have signs up saying no concert parking, they'd be towed. That's putting a tremendous burden on us. So, matter of fact, it put a burden on every person that spoke here tonight. If they came in late, pulled into the parking lot, there was not enough parking, they come out, what do? There's nothing on the road, there's nothing across the street. So I'm being very practical tonight and asking, depending on what happens here, could we please address the parking very, very clearly? Even the Uber thing was brought up, and I would have to ask these people that just stood up, how many people drive Uber? I don't know. But I am asking and pleading with you, please don't put a burden on us that do have the businesses right next door to take away the parking lot. Those are all private parking spots. So that's my biggest issue. I do have a question about the practical thing. We're proud of our village. We have nice landscape. I know Curtis. I believe he'd be willing to do a nice screen on the front, some kind of nice planning. Doesn't take away from Matilda's. It would add to Matilda's. In one sense, because of the magnitude of the traffic, the things that I don't see, I can't quite visualize what's going to happen. I would say I'm in opposition, but I'm going back and forth because I'm trying to say, let's make it where if it does go through, please let's make this work. The sound decibel, somebody was talking about how they could sit next to their neighbor and talk. That's great. I've not been to Matilda's, but I think that's the way you'd enjoy. I like going to an open air music with a restaurant. I think we all like that environment. I'm asking, do we need the 85 decibels? I'm not a scientist in this arena, but if what that man has said is true, and if what these people are saying is true, then why do we need a variance? So I'm really asking you to analyze if there had been no direct analysis of the 85 decibels. I'm asking you to consider why are we even going there? Originally I thought Fridays and Saturdays, does it have to be 2 nights? But I'm not even going there at this moment. I know that, Carter, you mentioned the issue with the islands. I know that we're proud of our village. I just did a variance, which I'm grateful for you all allowed me to have on my office to get more parking, and we obliged by the islands, and it wasn't for asphalt reasons. It really was for the green space and the look of the area. So again, not to take away from these folks, but to say, could we not make it standardized to what we have created in the village and the Birmingham Crossroads, allow Curtis to put the proper landscape in and the islands between the parking spots, and most of all, secure the parking that we desperately need. I'm asking for that. One last thing. Nothing has been said about vendors, and I don't know if this has been an issue, and I could be wrong. Somebody said there's going to be booths of vendors up there, and I don't know if that's part of this variance or not. I'd like to know what truth was on that. And then nobody said anything about the restaurant, so in that parking calculation, however you do it, I believe we have a restaurant going in there, which we're all grateful for, but that's going to add parking issues as well. I think that's probably my emphasis tonight. Again, I appreciate all of you. I just really want this thing to work if it goes through. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudi, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Cynthia Chandley.
Good evening. Cynthia Chandley, 263 McGarity Road. As y'all know, I've been in the area for a long time and was one of the 3 people that was in favor of the Publix when everybody was up in arms. I've watched this area change, and my profession is real estate. I have been a little bit caught off guard by seeing how this has been able to come into this location and be a concert. And as a real estate agent, I'm like, wow, that's interesting. Maybe I can do that over here on this piece of land or this tract of land, or do it somewhere else because we're going to allow it now here. Because I would have never in my wildest dreams thought I could take a piece of AG land and put a concert on it, ever. I mean, I'm just a little bit shooken up by that. Now, Leonard did purchase 2 nice buildings in the community, and as far as values go, I don't know what this will do with property values for the people that do have commercial buildings that they personally own in that area as far as resale and what it will do. I don't know how long. The noise hasn't been really calculated by a third-party acoustic company. An acoustic noise report has not been done. I do not know why we're allowing an applicant to do his own and not a third party. So these are just a few questions that I'm raising tonight, and for right now, Matilda sounds wonderful. The people are wonderful. I know some of them. They go back 30 years with them. I've never been, but I think it would be great. But I don't know if it's fitting the model for what we think Milton is. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudi, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Theodore Cox.
Ted Cox, 13860 Bethany Oaks Point. That was my cell phone going off at 85 decibels before. I'm here to voice my opposition to the use permit request and the concurrent 9 variances, not Matilda's, but to the proposed location. And as I listen to the arguments tonight, I would ask one question. What is there that's restricting this particular use permit to only music that's like Matilda's? What if the owner wasn't operating the property any longer? What if he decided to have a rave? What if he wanted to have 250 high school students playing rock and roll music? There's no restrictions on that type of operation. No discussion of only being allowed for the type of music that Matilda's currently plays. On June 12th, the Milton Communications team sent an email to Milton residents stating that use permits were developed as a means of providing for types of land use which are necessary and desirable, but which are potentially incompatible with uses usually allowed. I stress it's necessary and desirable, but by whom? The answer is obviously the property owners, but typically it's posed also by the people who live nearby, the people who acted in good faith when they bought their property, the people who expected the government to adhere to the city's comprehensive land plan. I've personally appeared many times before the Milton City Council and before the city was created, the Fulton County Commissioners, and I've always made the same point, that use permits combined with variances is a especially dangerous process, and it's being abused, and it's not consistent with the city's original intent. It was not to be used to rezone AG1 property to a commercial business. Finally, a few specifics. Variance should be used judiciously, not for minor discrepancies. That's clearly not the case here. The music venue with bathrooms potentially for 300 people belongs in a much more commercial location such as Deerfield or Alpharetta Highway, not at the crossroads. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudi, if you please call the next speaker. speaker.
Gail Ivy.
Good evening. I'm Gail Ivy. I live at 405 Canterbury Lake in Milton. I've sent a letter via email to each and every one of you yesterday. I'm very much against this venue. I happen to be a commercial real estate broker for many years, and I've seen what can happen with real estate. We were in the commercial real estate business in Atlanta for many years. We had properties who had venues like this. I have seen things happen that you wouldn't believe. I've seen our parking lot with people sleeping overnight because they could not get where they needed to go afterwards. And I've seen them doing other things. It's up to our maintenance crew to take care of what they left. And I personally have been inflicted with it because after the concerts, they have thrown trash in my yard. They've turned around in my yard. And they've parked on my yard. So I would ask you to please think of all the things that could happen, not what has happened. And like the people that are also opposed to it have said, they're not sure that these people are going to stay here. It could be another venue, and it couldn't be this nice. It sounds like they've got a really nice place, but they may not be here long. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Sudie, if you please call the next speaker.
Kim Posey.
Hi, I'm Kim Posey, and I live at 430 Canterbury Lake. And I'm going to put down my notes that I wrote after listening to a lot of things here. The things that I'm concerned about is I don't know the legality of precedent, but I do understand that if you let someone put a septic tank in a setback or eliminate a buffer, it can't be replaced. And I kind of like the buffers. My neighborhood is surrounded by AG1 property. And what's going to happen one day if someone else does come in and want to do something like this again and they want to have a special use permit for property that abuts my subdivision or the lake at my subdivision or across the lake at my subdivision? Because noise does carry. And I understand. I like music. I love listening to music. I love going to places and hearing music. And I'm not even saying that Matilda's may not be a good fit. And this isn't even directed at Matilda's. It's just directed at what I think is precedent that would be set. Allowing people to have 9 variances to make a piece of property conform to what they need. So our community has to conform to allow a piece of property to house this. If it can't be done without such drastic changes, is that really the piece of property that we need? So I'm not saying no Matildas. I'm not saying that, that's going to be a big problem. But I also think I've lived in the city for it's not even been a city. I've lived in my house for over 17 years. Raised my kids here. They went to Milton High School. I drive on Birmingham Road, and I go to those crossroads every day. I'm a grandmother. I'm a mom. That corner can get backed up. It took me 15 minutes tonight to navigate 1.5 miles from my neighborhood just to Freemanville Road. And I know that this isn't during high traffic times, but you can't tell me on a Friday night at 7 people aren't going to arrive at 5:30 to set up their table and get their things going. So I kind of think the smallest thing is that we might need to have some police presence to help direct traffic. I don't know if any of you experienced what happened to our area of Birmingham Road when they allowed filming in Cherokee County a couple weeks ago. It took my husband and I almost an hour to get to the vet, which is about 2 blocks from this venue, from our house, because of the traffic. So I don't really think These rural roads are small, they're narrow. Drive them at night sometimes. Drive them with the speed. Drive them that we're the on-ramp of 400 from Cherokee County and all that additional traffic. Birmingham Road is dangerous. And it scares me at 11 o'clock at night that we're going to set loose 50 or 100 or 150 or maybe 275, depending on the night, people in our area on the roads that aren't familiar with how unlit they are, how curvy they are, how skinny they are, how many deer there are. So I think there's just some things that need to be looked at. I'm not saying that this is something that shouldn't happen. I just think this is something that the people who live there, we should be considered. I don't say you don't have a good time, don't have a party, but think about the people who we live here. We work here, we raise our kids here, and this is our home. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Kevin Davis.
You having fun? As a first-generation American citizen, thank you. I hope everyone in this room appreciates how unusual this is. The emotions are running really high. And yet somehow we got a couple hundred people in this room having reasonable conversations. And you're on the receiving end of all of it. And so I thank you for doing your service in the greatest country in the world. From my perspective, 18 years in commercial real estate, this is not about Matildas. It was said by someone I couldn't see before. Oh, it's Kevin Davis, by the way. Thank you. Sorry Joe. 595 Hickory Mill Lane. States at Hickory Mill. Entrance is 0.7 of a mile. My house is 0.9 of a mile. It was said before that this discussion isn't about Matildas. And I would agree. It's about a special use permit, which I think, Ken, you had said that puts this into the discussion of a zoning issue, and it's about 9 concurrent variances. I'm not going to hit them all. I don't have energy around all of them. Matter of fact, I came for one and only one, and I want to thank Carter and staff for the way you've already addressed it. The one I came for, 64-1812B6, eliminating the 3-year renewal, and you have already recommended that is voted down, and I appreciate that. Here's why I think that's so important. It is not your responsibility as people that have been put in office by us, the citizens, to have conversations about 9 variances that will allow the viability of someone's business to cash flow in 3 years. Not. That's not what you're here for. It's your responsibility to think of the community. And if we have a business that needs 9 variances, it makes me pause and say, well, how come? More importantly, the 3-year renewal is there for a reason, isn't it? It's what our country is about. It's what the founding fathers put in place. It's a check and a balance. I'm not saying that we shouldn't try Matildas. I'm saying if it doesn't turn out to be what everyone thinks it will be, and we've removed the check and balance, what did we just do? If it is as fantastic as it will likely be, what's the big deal with having a check and balance in place? It won't be an issue in 3 years, will it? It'll be renewed. It'll be celebrated, and we'll all go to Matilda's that Friday night. Thank you for recommending that, and I strongly ask you to consider why it's there, the intent it's supposed to serve, and what we're supposed to be considering. Second thought, 64-1812B5, to allow the facility to exceed the maximum sound requirements. I love the conversation around this because I don't think any of us are sound engineers. We have wonderful energy around something that most of us are not educated on. We do have a study that's been bought by the applicant that should be considered. However, I'm in the investment business, and it occurs to me that if you go to a fund company and you say, hey, how's your performance? They will show you data that says it's wonderful. I know you have never invested in anyone that had this happen, but it turns out I've then invested and it wasn't quite so wonderful. What happened? Well, maybe third-party data should be used to validate it. Seems reasonable. I'm a taxpayer. I'd encourage you to use my tax dollars. Let's hire an expert to do studies. Let's have them go to Matilda's to get a statistically valid sample size. Let's have them come and replicate the decibels on the property. Invite all of the people who are concerned to go stand in their neighborhoods while you have someone who is going to stand there and show me how loud it is or it isn't. See, right now it's all anecdotal. And that's dangerous because it's emotional and we really don't know. Make it factual. Remove the possibility for this to be contentious 2 years from now and say, here's the data. Kevin, we stood in your front yard and here's what it was. Your kids doing cannonballs in the backyard were louder, which they probably will be. But let's remove the emotion from that if we could. Third thing, additions. I love addition M. Thank you. The variance goes away if proposed establishment ceases to operate. That's a great addition, but it was said before, I would encourage you to clarify. Do not let that be ambiguous. It is a slippery slope, as you said before. Define it specifically. Define it carefully. Put a clause in there that says if it ceased to operate per whatever the parameters are, that you will at the next council meeting then vote to remove that special use permit. Make it so that we can't complain. We still will, but make it so that we shouldn't be able to complain. Get real specific around that. In closing, I want to share something that my dad shared with me when I was 18. I was heading off to college. I knew everything. He was a stupid old man. And he said, Kevin, I'm going to give you a piece of wisdom. I'm going to give you a question, one question to ask in moments of extreme importance and emotionalism. I'd say this is important, and I'd say this is pretty emotional. Here is his question, and I didn't get this till I had kids about 10 years later. He said, ask one question. What is the best decision long term? What's the best decision long term? I'd ask you to think long and hard about that. I'd ask you to be thoughtful. I'd ask you to be wise. We've put you in office because you all had something that we felt represented those. And I'd ask you to do it in a way where we can all look at that and regardless of the outcome, say, hey, you know what? You followed a fantastic process and we appreciate it. Thank you for what you're doing.
Okay, thank you. Sudi, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Jeff Posey.
Good evening. Kevin's a tough act to follow there, but I'm going to try. My biggest...
Excuse me, Jeff, just name and address for the record, please.
I'm Jeff Posey. My address is 430 Canterbury Lake. I live about 1.5 miles from the site. My biggest problem with the applicant's proposal is not Matilda's. I think I love live music. My wife and I go to several concerts. My biggest problem is with the disregard for the land use plan of the area. There 9 variances, eliminating buffers, setbacks. I've been in the general contracting business for 32 years, and I would love to have some of these concessions. It's great. Where do I sign? But I just feel like that it's way too much. Way too much. It's not the citizens' fault that it's a challenged piece of property. It's not up to the city of Milton to ensure that the applicant makes money. Again, something else I'd love to sign up for, 32 years of contract, and I'd love to have the insurance policy of the city behind me like that. Business is business. There are risks. Basically, I think parking will be a problem, especially when the restaurant goes in up there. There will be overflow into the other areas. There will be cars towed, I can guarantee you. I've been a part of other commercial businesses and have seen this happen. Basically, again, my biggest problem is the precedent that is going to be set by allowing these buffers to go away. It's going to be a really big problem down the road. Again, precedent. You can't ignore it. And I thank you for your time, and I please ask y'all to consider this going forward.
Thank you. Sudi, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Mark Wright.
I feel like Andy Stanley right there. Mark Wright, 110 Hickory Mill Court, Estates of Hickory Mill, which is right down the street from Kevin over there. And yeah, that's a pretty hard act to follow. So I guess my biggest thing is, I like music. I've never been to Matilda's, but I bet it's pretty good. It sounds great. I mean, these people with these fancy stickers, I'm sure it's good. I'd love to go there sometime. The last sticker that I think I wore was the I voted sticker. And that's because I voted in Milton because I'm a City of Milton resident. Matilda stickers seem to be a lot from Alpharetta. Nothing wrong with Alpharetta. I grew up in Roswell. I go down to Roswell. I go to Alpharetta. I go to Atlanta sometimes. Atlanta's a long way nowadays, so I don't really go that much anymore. But I think the biggest thing we got to watch out for is, and I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not talking legal precedent and all that stuff, but I can tell you, when you start taking buffers away, when do you get them back? If it's easy to say no to that today, when do we get it back? That's kind of what I look at. Again, nothing with Matilda's. It's not about music. I mean, I know they've got the fancy email blasts and all that, and I know they've called out a couple of our citizens that keep a pretty good check and balance on things, people that live up near where we do in that area. If this was going in that property down near Triple Crown, for example, or maybe down near where you live, Matt, or where you live, Peyton, or where you live, Joe, or Joe, or Rick, or whatever, we could go around the table, right? The not in my backyard thing seems to resonate, but I'm not as much about that because we've got Milton residents that do live here and pay taxes here. They're in favor of it. And I lived here before the city was formed. I came out here in 2002. So I've been here a while, grew up in Roswell, native of Atlanta, born at Piedmont Hospital. So I think I know the area a little bit. But I think the biggest thing we got to watch out for is allowing these things to slip away without a check on it, especially when it's people that don't even live here and don't pay taxes here. Okay? That's really what I'd ask you to do as elected officials in the city of Milton, is to look out for the residents of Milton. Again, I'm not against Matilda's. I just think you need to look out for some of the stuff. Joe, I liked your line of questioning earlier. You kind of open it out and you sit on the council. And I think those are important questions for you guys to ask each other. Sometimes my wife says I talk too much. I feel like I might be getting to that point. So I'm going to sit down. I think she's coming up here in a little while. But again, thank you for y'all's service, and nothing against you from Matilda's either.
Thank you. Sudi, if you please call the next speaker.
The next speaker is Jill Wright.
Hello.
And before you speak, do you really say that he talks too much?
No comment. So yes, I'm Jill Wright, and I'm at 110 Hickory Mill Court. I live about we're about a 3/4 of a mile from the proposed venue site in the neighborhood called Estates of Hickory Mill. My biggest concern, it's not against Matilda's, but it's about the variance to allow the maximum noise, to exceed the maximum noise allowed. We've lived there for 16 years, and our neighborhood is very quiet. We enjoy that part of our neighborhood. When we want to go out, we come down to Crabapple, we go to Roswell, we go to Alpharetta, and it's just nice to be able to drive home. It's quiet. We don't have to worry about the traffic and the crowds and the noise and all that and the lights. So my concern is that there's a proposal for an outdoor music venue that would be 42 Friday or Saturday nights a month, I'm sorry, for the year, and from 8:30 to 10:30, we may actually hear that in our neighborhood. I don't know, because I am not a sound engineer, but I would ask that you have a third party do a sound study for that, because I don't want to have the conflict of, we're out in our backyard, watching football with friends over, and we hear that music in the back. background. Well, it might be great music. I don't want the conflict of having to blare our TV to watch a football game or have music outside, having a party or whatever. If I want to go to that venue, I'll go to the venue, but I don't want to have it in my backyard. So I ask that you consider that. The other thing is about the traffic. I know some people had mentioned that there's no traffic in this area, and it is up in the northernmost quadrant of City of Milton. We do have a lot of traffic. I don't know if any traffic studies have been done, but a lot of it does come from the nearby counties. In fact, this morning I was trying to take my daughter to volunteer at North Park with the North Metro Miracle League. It took us 45 minutes at 8:40 in the morning to get there. I think it's only 5 miles. So there is a big traffic issue up there right now without that venue. And I know, they say 7 o'clock at night on Friday night, there is traffic. We do have traffic there, and we, fight it every day. So I just ask that maybe you do a traffic study before this is in place. And I think that's it. So thank you.
Thank you. City, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Robert Schlamm. Robert Schlamm.
Mr. Shum here? Slam?
Schlam.
Robert's comments, he signed it and asked me to speak for him.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Evan Cohen. I'm representing Robert Schlamp at 15820 Milton Point in Milton. Just a couple of quick comments from Bob. Bob lives less than a mile away from the proposed site. To date, he's very concerned, just given the fact that traffic is already backing up past this neighborhood consistently on Monday through Friday, with a special emphasis on Fridays. In addition to that, he has significant concerns regarding sounds and wanting to maintain his peaceful residency in his neighborhood in Milton. So we'd simply ask that the council denies this because in his opinion, this is not good for the area of Milton, it's not good for him, and it's not good for his family. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. City, can you please call the next speaker?
Next speaker is Carol King.
My name is Carol King, and I live at 16050 Sedgwick Drive, and that's at Hickory Crest, which is just a mile from the venue as well. And I see there's a lot of Matilda supporters here, and I think they should have a spot. I just don't think it should be this one. I live a mile away, and I can't walk there. I mean, it'd be great if that's the kind of community that we had. I can't walk there. I'd have to drive there. It's not safe to walk there. We just don't have the infrastructure for a venue like this in our area. If we did, it would be awesome. You come down here, there's sidewalks everywhere. You go to Alpharetta, there's sidewalks everywhere. There are not sidewalks here. There's ditches. And we also have lots of kids driving around all the time. This is going to be my understanding, a BYOB venue. There's no one monitoring the alcohol consumption. There's going to be people driving, maybe buzzed, and our kids are out on the roads. And for that reason, we don't want it out here on these dark roads.
Thank you. City, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Thomas Zarsky.
Yeah, Tom Zarsky is 580 Hickory Flat, and this is 850 where this venue is to be. I'm certain that this family and the music and the people have good intentions. But other speakers got up and said pretty much everything I was going to say, and they said it very well. So I'll just tell you one little thing is that how far does sound travel? Well, you don't have a meter to tell me because I hear barking outside my house. And I run outside and I'm going to quiet down my wife's dogs. It wasn't them because the sound travels. And then our dogs go outside and they bark and bark. And the sound just travels. I'm 1/5 of a mile down my driveway north of Hickory Flat Road. Sound travels and things I hear. So just real short story is that I've heard an awful lot of outdoor venues in my time. When I graduated from high school, and now I find out it's 50 years ago now, Ted Nugent played at my high school outside. This was loud. Now this is just an interesting story. He played at, yes, I'm going to do a Verizon story. He played there. He didn't sell very well, so I think he's probably looking for a smaller venue. If he comes to town, that's going to be who's going to own the place when he comes to town next? And, he does have 2 hearing aids. I don't know, maybe it's the guns, I don't know. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Judy, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Scott.
Scott Sawyer at 787 Quarter Path Lane, Milton, Georgia. I live 3 miles from the Birmingham Crossroads and wanted to encourage you to deny the music festival use permit for 2 reasons. First, the Crossroads intersection isn't large enough to support a weekly concert series and a new restaurant. If the use permit is approved, there will be increased traffic and backup at the intersection, including Old Bullpen Road and Freemanville Roads as well. And second, the 3-year permit renewal period is needed by the city to protect citizens from any impact to the community. So thank you for considering denial of this application.
Thank you. Sue?
Next speaker is Carolyn Lauterbach, and I am in possession as she's representing Triple Crown HOA.
I'm sorry, could you say that? She's representing who? I didn't.
Carolyn Lauterbach?
Lauterbach. Yep.
But
that's
who are you? No, you said Triple Crown. Okay.
the Triple Crown
Didn't hear
HOA.
that. Okay.
Yeah, Carolyn Lauterbach, and my voice is gone today. 649 Citation Trail in Milton, and I represent the Triple Crown HOA. And we are not anti-Matildas at all. We want you to really think about the special use permit. It's really about the permit. I agree with what everyone else said here, so for brevity, I'll just say I agree with that, particularly Kevin back here. What we're concerned about is if you let this special use permit go for this particular piece of property, what stops another property adjacent to our neighborhood, say a Star Soccer, say the northwestern quadrant of the Birmingham or the Birmingham Highway Circle, and it's not necessarily a music venue; it's any other event. So we're really concerned about what happens there is just going to maybe, and I know what they say about a slippery slope, but it does happen. And give it to one place, you might want to look at another place. Another commercial property is going to step up and say, hey, we can do it here. And you're right next to a neighborhood. We're not against the music in the right place and for the right reason. I don't think this is the one. Thanks.
Thank you. Sue?
Next speaker is Julie Zonner Bailey.
Good evening. My name is Julie Zonner Bailey, and I reside at 255 Hickory Flat Road, Milton, Georgia, less than a mile from the proposed use. You can love music, you can love wine, you can love Friends, you can love Curtis Mills, and you can love Matildas, and you can still be here tonight to ask for a denial of the special use permit and 9 variances. This is not about Matildas. This is about a special use permit that would be tied to a piece of land that is about the piece of land and the 9 variances. This is simply not the right land or the right spot for a music venue with 9 variances. If it was an appropriate location and an appropriate fit, there would be no variances. There certainly wouldn't be 9. Again, this is not about saving Matildas. They are not the applicant. Curtis Mills is. Instead, this is about a music venue with way too many variances and too few conditions, and it belongs on a specific parcel where it would fit the requirements of a special use permit. It really is that simple. I know that there's been a campaign, a Save the Whales campaign, and I get that, and I appreciate it. The folks that were here today, when so many of us were arriving and they were handing out stickers to folks, I asked for a sticker and I was refused a sticker because I can support Matilda's and still not support this special use permit. I have a lot of friends in this audience, and some of them are supporting Matilda's, and a lot of those friends also don't live in Milton, and some of those friends don't understand the necessity of making sure that we have conditions that protect us for the long haul. Do I inform citizens of factual information? You bet. Have they come to expect that from me after 30 years of protecting this place that we call home? You bet. And I'll never stand down from that. I won't be bullied, and I just won't be bullied to try to not stand up and support what I know is important. And special use plans, special use permits, when you have 9 variances, should not go without immense due diligence. And I ask you tonight to do that due diligence, to ask the tough questions, not to be wrapped up in a Save the Matildas campaign, because tomorrow, after a special use permit potentially is approved, Matildas could go away. The Potters could go away and decide not to do this. Would that happen? I don't know. You don't know. They don't know. This needs to be about what do we do to protect our community for the long haul. And that's why you're in those seats, to have to make the tough decisions. But we simply must this evening separate the Save the Matildas campaign from the need for a special use permit and whether or not it fits on this particular property. Reasons to deny are extensive, and they include the following. This is not an extensive list, but it's some of the things that I hope you will consider. This AG1 parcel of land is too small for what is being requested, hence the 9 variances. The AG1 land in question is outside. It's outside of the northwest quadrant for the Birmingham Crossroads. Therefore, it should have more protections, not less. This AG1 land is outside the Birmingham Crossroads intended northwest quadrant. 85 decibels as proposed is really loud. That's too loud. 85 decibels is for commercially zoned land. This is not commercially zoned, and it's not intended to be. It's AG1 land. The noise levels have not been verified by an independent sound engineer, nor has the city staff received any formal report from such an independent entity. And I know that Curtis will come forward. He said his sound engineer is here, and I appreciate that, but we've got to trust but verify, and it's your responsibility to verify that, not simply trust it because we know Curtis. That's really not the point this evening. If it was any other applicant, we would ask the tough questions, and we would expect our land use policies to be upheld. So is it a tough place to be when you've got friends pursuing an application that has 9 variances that perhaps doesn't stand? It is, but I'm before you asking you to deny it because it doesn't meet the standards of our land use policies. Other special use permits in the area with events allowed have required decibel levels of 60 to 65 decibels, not 85. If these variances are approved with no proof of real hardship, and there's not proof of hardship, other AG1 landowners will be seeking similar treatment, and they'll get it. Required undisturbed buffers and setbacks are being reduced significantly, in some cases eliminated entirely, including those along the property lines that abut the Birmingham Park. That's simply unacceptable. There is no hardship. Legally required buffers and setbacks should remain in place. We have a green space bond. We have folks that come to you every day saying, please protect our buffers. Why would we not protect them here? It makes no sense. It's perplexing on this site with this music venue that it would require such a large septic field. It appears the applicant may be asking to remove required buffers in order to place the septic field in a certain location, yet there's no hardship. The septic field could be located elsewhere. It also raises the question as to whether or not the longer-term plan is to attempt to future retail and mixed uses into what appears to be a larger than needed septic field on AG1 land for the current proposed use. I heard some great discussions and questions earlier, and I truly admire those questions, and I ask you to dig a little deeper. Why would you allow a permanent infrastructure component when a special use permit supposedly would go away if the use goes away? And again, this is not about Matilda's, it's about a music venue. The applicant is asking for a special use permit in perpetuity. That's forever. There's a legally required 3-year renewal period, and it's there for a reason. And there is no hardship. Staff articulates well the importance of upholding the 3-year limitation to allow the residents, business owners, and the local community to weigh in again about the impact of the music venue if it were to come to this location. The 3-year renewal period should be mandatory, and it should be recurring. It provides the only recourse to citizens in the city to hold the applicant accountable. In fact, a 3-year renewal period may be too long, given this area was never intended for a music venue. Any approved variances should be tied to the use, not the land. So that is, if the proposed use were to go away, the variances should go away as well. I would contend that this also should be tied to the operator. The folks that are here talking about saving Matilda's, if this use is not tied to Matilda's, it is a ruse and it doesn't necessarily last forever. I understand the intent is to bring Matilda's, but that doesn't mean that it would be brought here and that this operator would continue to operate as they have. They've operated on a commercial corridor on Highway 9. That's not here. And I take no issue with the lovely people that I have come to know as the Potters. I've been to several meetings with them. They're lovely. That's not the point. They're not the applicant. Mr. Mills, nice guy. I've known him a long time. That's not the issue. This is a special use permit with 9 variances. Let's make sure that we wrap our head around what's really before us this evening. If this was truly about saving Matilda's, then as I said, the special use permit should be tied to those specific operators, and the cap should reflect that, and it should limit attendees to around 100 to 150, or maybe less. The proposed operator has been conducting their business on commercially zoned land in a much different environment than what is the rural northwest corner of Milton. And as such, it frankly is unfair that an operator who doesn't live here has an expectation that residents of this area would need to accept an influx of hundreds of inbound concert goers to our otherwise quiet corner of Milton. Again, I love music, I love wine, and I like Matilda's, but that's not the point. Your decision should not be about saving Matilda's, but instead about saving Milton and upholding the protections and policies that impact the citizens of Milton that you represent. The collective property values of the citizens and business owners of this area of Milton are significant. Your first responsibility is to protect citizens' collective property rights. Concerts on Friday and Saturday nights, which would be up to 48 concerts at an 85 decibel level, is simply too much for this rural, non-commercial site. The Birmingham Crossroads was always designed and implemented as a neighborhood node, not a node intended as a destination per se, but instead to serve the local community. This proposed music venue would bring non-Milton concerts to this, or concert goers to this quiet corner of Milton, and that's okay for certain locations, but not here where it's not positioned to be able to handle that volume. The current season on commercial land supposedly is May to October. If this were to be anything other than a denial, I would ask that this be consistent with the May to October timeframe, not an April to end of October or an April to November, but May to October. The number of concerts should be capped at 20. That's what they say would be the maximum. No traffic study has been conducted or recommended, but it should be, and it should have happened before any approval was even considered. Other special use permits in Milton, including Little River Farm on Taylor Road, they do require an off-duty police officer to direct traffic in and out when there's more than 75 attendees. That would be something that should be considered for this as well if you're to do anything other than to deny. No parking plan has been submitted or required. Business owners on the other quadrants have expressed quite clearly and with strong opposition that concert goers or patrons of a future restaurant parking in their parking lot is not going to be okay. Accordingly, all cars would need to be able to be parked on the northwest quadrant. So far, the parking capacity has not been demonstrated by this applicant or validated by staff. Any parking variances that would be approved for a music venue should not be allowed to creep to the forthcoming restaurant. Parking should be broken up with trees and should be buffered to ensure that a sea of parking is not created. That was never the intent of the Birmingham Crossroads. So whatever is approved for a special use permit should not be allowed to creep to the restaurant that is forthcoming. Pedestrian safety is an issue and it hasn't been addressed. The traffic miter should be reserved consistent with the use permit's length. That's important. And I would also mention that small businesses that have operated at Matilda's, we heard it several times tonight from those in support, that to me brings up an additional condition, should you consider something other than denial, that this needs to be expressly just a music venue and it should not include vendors and retailers and the things that were mentioned because I think that that's a real issue where it wouldn't have been mentioned. I think those exist today, and that's not what's been proposed for this. I do live here, and I've been a Milton citizen. I've been a North Fulton citizen, and I love music, and I think that the Potters are lovely, and I think that this venue has a place somewhere. I just don't believe the place is on this particular AG1 parcel with 9 variances. I respect each of you. I appreciate your time, and I ask that you be diligent with the tough questions. And if you can't get answers to the tough questions, this should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudie, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Lori Henning.
Good evening. It's actually Lonnie Henning, 312 Taylor Glen, Milton. Two things that struck me here from a business point of view, that we're talking about 2 different items here. We're talking about Matilda's and then the person that's actually asking for the development. How these 2 can be linked, I don't understand from any business point of view. I cannot see how Matilda is going to benefit Milton in any way. I'm really sorry to offend anybody. Traffic, how can anybody say that it's not going to have a traffic impact? We have 40 cars at the Birmingham Crossroads, and it's a major, major issue. You want to bring 200 or more in after hours? My goodness, I would not be able to go and buy my kid ice cream, and I live half a mile down the road. I think you should very clearly separate the use, the person who wants to use this and the applicant, and please make sure that you keep Milton what Milton is supposed to be. And that is rural. We're not at this point in for music, especially not there. We want it quiet. That's why we bought there. That's why we pay our taxes. I'm sorry, that's why we pay for all these things, is to be in a quiet, secluded area. And already the traffic is driving us insane. So please be wise in this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudie, please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Melissa Cohen.
Good evening. Melissa Cohen. I live at 16115 Sedgwick Drive in Milton, Georgia. Thank you, council members and mayor, for listening to me. Julie said a lot of points that I was going to make, but I'm going to touch on one that she mentioned. I live 1 mile from the current location being considered. The Crossroads was intended, planned, and developed as a small neighborhood node to serve the neighboring communities. I ask council not to remove the regulations to accommodate a venue that turns our little neighborhood node into a destination that services primarily those that don't live near this location, those that have no financial interest in making sure this neighborhood node remains beautiful, safe, and beneficial to local property owners. Let's not bend the rules to accommodate a venue whose fan base comes from 30 minutes away. Will they care about trash littering the property after the concerts, about people tailgating in the parking lots prior to and after concerts, about children trying to navigate these 2-lane already tough roads with BYOB concert goers, about the dangers of pedestrians crossing intersections without crosswalks? Will they care that I can't have the choice to use my backyard without hearing music? Will they care that I have to plan coming and going from my house on a Friday and Saturday nights around a music venue's start and end times? That the buffers to our beloved Birmingham Park are removed? That the landscape islands currently required to beautify our parking lots at the corners are being removed? The simple answer is no, they won't care. Concert goers who do not live here will come to the venue and leave all the detrimental consequences to us, the neighboring property owners, for us to suffer. So please be sure to listen closely to the community that lives here, most of whom do not want a music venue here. This neighborhood node was never intended for a music venue. Instead, this is a special use permit with 9 variances and no hardships have been demonstrated. I live here and I do not want this here. I have a right to expect you to all to protect my property rights, the values of why I bought where I bought. My neighbors and I should not have to feel okay with a music venue coming to our neighborhood. I do not, they do not. I ask you to deny, and thank you for your time.
Sudi, if you'll please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Judy Birds.
Judy Birds, 1165 Bream Drive. I live less than 1/2 mile from the application location, and I have called Milton my home for 11 years. We've heard comments about saving Matilda's, but I'm more about saving Milton's teen children. Teens who will be driving home from Friday football games or Saturday night theater performances or babysitting jobs right at the time when the event patrons will be driving on our narrow country roads, unfamiliar with its curves and lack of shoulders after attending a BYOB event. And I'm about saving Miss Betty. You're going to hear from Miss Betty in a bit. Betty has lived for 30 years just 700 feet in the direction of the seating area. She should not have to endure the noise from the added traffic passing her home at 11 o'clock at night. And staff's recommendation is to allow the concert every weekend for 7 months each year. Staff has not indicated a limit on the number of concerts in its recommendation. I'm also for saving my neighbor, who has been very ill and has needed our EMTs to respond from the side of this venue, which is where the fire station and the EMTs reside, 4 times this past year. I hope it is never delayed. He deserves to live. If Matilda's is to be saved, it needs to be off a 4-lane road with traffic lights, adequate parking and lighting, sidewalks, and ample Uber access. Uber will drop you off at Birmingham Crossroads, but they will not pick you up. Somewhere close to their existing fan base who want to continue to support them financially and who would not need to drive up to 30 more minutes across Milton to do so. It needs to be where it can safely succeed, not in the Birmingham Crossroads, which was never intended to be a destination venue. I think this application should be denied, and I hope you would consider my request.
Thank you. Sudi, if you would please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Connie Beardsley.
Good evening. Tonight, I would like to talk to each and every one of you.
Excuse me, Ms. Beardsley, if you wouldn't
I'm
mind
sorry.
just name and address for the record. I'm sorry.
1051 Bream Drive, 1/3 of a mile from this venue. It's very close to our backyard, and I'd like you guys to consider how it's going to impact our community. I'm opposed to this special permit, but not Matilda's. Matilda's sounds like a wonderful place to go. But by having Matilda's in my backyard, I do not get a choice for 6 to 7 months to not go to Matilda's concerts. If they don't want to go, they just don't show up. But for the residents to have to deal with a traffic situation, a noise issue, also a BYOB situation in this venue, is making all the community in this area have to accept every Friday and Saturday, or Friday and Saturday, however you guys want to say it. It is taking 6 to 7 months out of our year. I moved to Milton from the Johns Creek, Cumming area. We moved here in 2001, my husband and I, to raise a family. We moved from Johns Creek and Cumming because of the commercial and the overgrowth. The traffic situations just got unbearable. We started looking, we found Milton. Milton is a beautiful area. My friends that come out here, they can't believe the stars. They can't believe the horse farms, how beautiful the rolling hills, how preserved it is out here. And that's why we moved out here. We moved out here because it is preserved. I got to meet, which I'll be talking to you in a few minutes whenever I'm called, Betty Logans. Betty Logans is 83 years old. She lives in the house next to the Publix. She has lived in 3 different residences in Milton for 60 years. She has seen Milton change so much in the growth and the development. But with this music venue, her last years, as she's getting older, of being 83, why are we going to do this to her? She's lived in Milton and loved Milton for so many years. And she wasn't notified for one thing, which was really sad. But her to see so much traffic coming and going. Also, she mentioned to me that the revivals that go on at the 4 churches in our crossroads last from June to August. She goes to church and does not get home until 10 o'clock at night. She is going to be driving from the Baptist church right across the venue to get home. There's another concern which Judy had reached about BYOB. I have a teenage daughter. She is driving. She will be coming home from Milton football games, swim meets, and other venues. The 2-lane roads out here are very difficult for a seasoned driver to drive. These young kids that drive out here to try to calculate people that may have been drinking too much, because this BYOB, there's nobody regulating it. There's nobody check and balances like bars will. Bars, you had too much to drink, they'll call you a cab or they'll tell a police officer. There's no crosswalks, there's no lights out here. My fear is if one of these young people could come home, come through the crosswalk, somebody's coming from Publix with a 12-pack of beer on their shoulder and it's dark, one of these kids could hit a patron. That would be devastating for a young person as much as an adult to hit somebody and possibly kill them because there's no crosswalks, there's no lights, and people will be coming and going. The parking is a situation. The traffic is a situation. I know that we're on the list to solve the problem, but it's a long list for you guys to solve for the traffic issues. I hope that you will consider all the possibilities of what everybody has been talking about here today. We love Milton. We love Milton because it is pristine, it's picturesque. Let's not change that. So I am asking for you guys to vote down this permit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Judy, how many more cards do you have?
We've got 16 more cards. You can stop that. And we've got 6 minutes and 20 seconds left of stuff. Or 5 minutes. No, you got to add 5 to that.
Okay, how many minutes do we have left?
5.5.
How much?
5.5.
5.5. And 16 more cards.
Yes.
Okay, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Betty Logans.
This will be quick, sorry. This is from Betty Logans. She lives at 15195 Birmingham Highway, Milton, Georgia. My name is Betty Logans, and I live at 15915 Birmingham Highway, right next door to the proposed concert venue, location less than 1,000 feet away. I am totally opposed to the proposed music venue and variances at 850 Hickory Flat Road. I want this application denied. I am in ill health and cannot tolerate the noise that a concert venue would bring to my front door. Not to mention the traffic, parking issues. This would also bring to our area that is already congested and have a lot of traffic during the morning and evenings. I can barely get out of my driveway now at times and can't imagine the traffic this concert venue would bring in my front of my house. I am unable to attend this meeting in person due to health issues. So I want Connie Beardsley to read this statement at the council meeting June 18th, and it's signed.
Okay.
Would you like?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, Sue, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Evan Cohen.
Good evening. Evan Cohen, 16115 Sedgwick Drive, Milton. I live less than 1 mile from the proposed special use permit location and drive by the property every time that I have to leave my home. I oppose the use permit and request that you deny it and the 9 variances, not because I don't think Matilda's or a music venue should be relocated somewhere, but because a music venue simply doesn't fit this location. And as a citizen that lives right here, I simply don't want it. This is not what I signed up for when I moved into my neighborhood. We made an investment based on clear rules as to what is and what is not allowed in this area of Milton. The city of Milton has regulations and requirements for all property in Milton. Owners, including Mr. Mills, buy into these properties agreeing to these requirements. The requirements on this particular location do not fit the intended use. So why is it now the responsibility of the city to remove and or bend these requirements to somehow make this work for this particular owner? It seems to be working a bit backwards, in my opinion. The intent of a use permit should fit the land based on the legal requirements, not change the requirements to fit the venue, no matter how much someone might like the idea. I have significant concerns with granting 9 variances to any property owner, especially without meeting the hardship requirement. None of the variances meet the hardship requirement that Milton has so strongly upheld to justly protect what is mine and many of my neighbors' biggest investments, our property. Just because you can't accommodate necessary parking doesn't mean you should get to remove the required landscape islands and allow the parking to be one large area. Just because you can't hear music at the normal sound requirement doesn't mean that you should get to have it increased. Just because you can't fit a septic tank to accommodate this venue doesn't mean you should get to remove buffers and any of the setbacks. Some residents don't understand that these rules and requirements are what help to ensure Milton stays special and unique. The city should not bend the rules to shove this venue where it doesn't fit. I thank you in advance and ask that you deny.
Thank you. City, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Jeff Beardsley.
Hi, I'm Jeff Beardsley. I live at 1051 Bream Drive. Our house is a third of a mile from the proposed venue, and everybody's pretty much hit the highlights, but our concerns are about the noise because when we originally bought our house, that was the appeal of being in the country. We live across the street from a horse farm. It's quiet. A lot of my neighbors that are here tonight, we visit outside. We don't want to sit outside on Friday or Saturday night and hear a concert. I think someone said that before. They don't want to be forced to be at a concert venue, and neither do we. Also, the traffic at that intersection is so bad that it's a terrible location for this. So Matilda's may not seem like a bad idea. It sounds good, but that intersection, I don't see how it could possibly support it. It's a disaster in the evening, in the morning. I think someone mentioned that just a few cars in the morning, you can have a 10-minute backup at the 4-way stop. So I can't imagine having 100, 200 cars going in, coming out at that time of day. Going in on a Friday, you've got Friday traffic. Most of my neighbors don't get home till 7 o'clock at night because of the traffic. They're not going to appreciate the concert people coming in at that time. So I oppose it. I appreciate you guys' consideration. Thanks.
Thank you. City?
So at this point, the opposition has reached their hour and 5 minutes.
Okay. How many cards do we have of speakers left?
We have 13. And the support has 2 minutes and 15 seconds left.
I'm going to propose 20 minutes to add. See how that goes with 13. Council, any other suggestions? That's good. Just ask folks to. Okay. I'll open up for a motion to add 20 minutes.
I make a motion that we add 20 minutes. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. We're going to add 20 minutes. Those in support will have that amount of time added also. If you please call the next speaker.
It's Kevin Crowe.
Good evening. Kevin Crowe, 1153 Bream Drive, Milton, Georgia. Thank you for the additional time. Dear Mayor Lockwood, City Council, and staff members, as you know, this is not about Matilda's nor the possible restaurant coming next door. This is about the special use permit. My family and I live approximately 0.4 miles away from the subject site associated with the special use permit and 9 variance requests. I'm here after long consideration of all the facts and discussions with the stakeholders. My concerns are many, but the largest ones are the expected noise levels and duration of those noise levels that my family and I will have to be subjected to throughout the year. The lack of understanding of the traffic safety impact with the additional 200, 300, however many is ever decided upon is extremely concerning. The BYOB nature of the facility, the lack of oversight on that is extremely concerning as well to those of us with family members. And the duration of the permit is deeply troubling. The noise and disruption to our quiet enjoyment of our home is the most concerning and deeply troubling. We moved to Milton taking the city's mission statement about the best quality of life and the vision statements such as respecting rural heritage and the best place to call home seriously. We strongly feel if this music venue and special use permit is granted as proposed, we as Milton residents have lost our right to the quiet enjoyment of our property and negatively impact the largest investment we have as a family, which is our home value. We ask for your empathy and be empathetic to our situation. There are many people who have zero concern of those who live so close to this site. We have no desire to hear 48 or even 20 concerts per year while trying to enjoy our family and our friends at our home. Most concert goers can come and go as they please and retreat to their quiet homes and community where they don't want to hear music until 11 p.m. at night. We would not be afforded such a luxury. Many of the proponents of this special use permit would never want to have such a venue this close to their home. If we had wanted to live in an area that had this many concerts until 11 p.m. at night, we have not moved to Milton. We would have chosen an area such as Alpharetta, Roswell, Johns Creek, you name it. So the question is, would we have ever anticipated this coming to our neighborhood when we purchased our home? The answer is a resounding no if you ask anyone in the neighborhood. The lack of understanding of the traffic impact on the crossroads, as well as the parking plan and solution to such is also concerning. There does not seem to be a definitive answer to questions regarding the expected increase in car count, adequate on-site parking spaces, impact of surrounding business parking, and how to manage this traffic and parking. Also, the duration of any special use permit should be short-term in nature. Being that the proposed use of this property will be so disruptive to the surrounding community, I would ask that a very short, less than 12 months in duration be approved, and that seems logical and should be considered. In closing, the staff and planning recommendations on the noise level is frankly unacceptable. I ask you to look at the Little River solution levels, the lack of formal traffic and parking plan, the large number of people allowed. 200 to 300 people basically descending upon that location in such a short order is concerning. The BYOB nature of the facility, lack of oversight on that, and the lack of security and the safety plan and the duration of the special use permit are all completely unacceptable and ask that it be denied. This is not the right location for the music venue. I look to my elected officials to act on behalf of the Milton citizens. Please support the best interests of all citizens, especially those like my family who are negatively impacted by this music venue. I just ask that you look at this as if this was coming to your backyard, and how would you feel? So thank you for your time and your service on the council.
Thank you. City, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Stephen Barnett.
Stephen gave me written permission to speak on his behalf today. Stephen M. Barnett, 112 Slide Court, Milton, Georgia, 30004. I would like to have Judy Birds read my statement below in opposition to the application for a festival event permit and 9 variances for 850 Flat Road. I am a civil litigation attorney, and I will be in deposition in downtown Atlanta that will continue late into the evening on Monday, June 18th. Otherwise, I would be there in person to deliver my statement, as I feel strongly about this issue. Our family lives roughly 1,500 feet from the proposed event venue. As with many Milton residents, we have young children and we all love to play and relax outside. We moved to Milton from East Cobb about 6 years ago simply because of the quiet, out-in-the-country feel of Milton. Since we have moved, we have unfortunately seen a push to make Milton like East Cobb or Johns Creek. Now Milton sees neighborhood after neighborhood going up and traffic becoming a problem. I used to look forward to drive home from work through the horse farms. Now I wonder how it will take me to get through the line at certain stop signs. These and other problems only become magnified when you put a 300-person music venue with alcohol, high decibel levels allowed roughly every weekend. I believe it was stated up to 48 events per year in an otherwise quiet city. I understand that a higher decibel level, 85, has been requested. This should be the first red flag for any such venue in Milton. Again, this is Milton, quiet horse farms with few neighborhoods and a country feel. We, like most others, pay a premium to live in Milton. We paid that premium to be far away from such events and such noise. I request the City Council deny this application as it is yet another step toward losing Milton. But it does even more than that. It also creates public safety concerns. The narrow, curvy roads with limited to no shoulders in northwest Milton create a heightened risk when driven at dark by people that are not familiar with the roads and intersections. These roads are not designed for safe, high-volume traffic. Potential for alcohol consumption at a high-volume event prior to driving, and the risk is even higher. Again, this is not East Cobb or Johns Creek. This is Milton. It is unique and special. Please don't ignore and throw away the reasons most of us, certainly our family, moved out here. Stephen M. Barnett, Esquire, Law Offices of Stephen M. Barnett, and his work address.
Thank you. City, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Speaker is Cam Crow.
Good evening. I'm Cam Crow. I live at 1153 Bream Drive, approximately 0.4 miles from the concert location. I'm asking you to deny the special use permit for the Birmingham Crossroads. It's very sad to me tonight to hear the support of Matilda's think that this is political fear-mongering. This is about land use and what's appropriate for the Birmingham Crossroads and real issues that impact my family. Milton is unique in that in our community we have such a diversity of place, from Deerfield to our community town center here in Crabapple to the more rural Milton, such as the Birmingham Crossroads. I think we can find a home for Matildas and save Matildas in Milton, but it should be in a more, in an area designed to accommodate the level of visitors, such as here at new green. Look at how much infrastructure investment we've recently completed here with the new road, the 2 traffic circles to accommodate the retail development, the green space. And this is the type of area that is perfect for this type of venue, for the community to come together and find that sense of community and enjoyment in those cultural activities like Matilda's. Unfortunately, the traffic congestion, all the parking concerns that others have mentioned are extremely concerning to me as a resident who drives through them multiple times a day, and it can take up to 15 minutes literally to get through that 4-way stop sign. I already have a 50-minute commute into work in Cobb County, but yet I chose to pay Fulton County taxes and live in North Fulton for our wonderful schools and our quality of life and the peaceful enjoyment of my home. And like the point that many others have made, if this gets approved, don't have the choice to avoid this intersection 48 times a year. And yes, 7 o'clock at night, there is still traffic at that 4-way stop. Trust me, I don't leave work until 6 o'clock. It's 7 o'clock on a Friday night before I'm getting home. I'm sitting in it personally. Really, this intersection is already in dire need of a solution with the modified 200 attendees plus the 75 restaurant, plus the 33 townhomes that were recently approved on the opposite corner of this intersection. We just have a confluence of activity that this intersection needs to be prioritized for a solution. I understand a study is on the way, but we are probably realistically 5 years from a solution. It's not the right place. It's not in keeping with the use for that neighborhood node of Birmingham Crossroads. Again, I think others have spoken to the issue of public safety. I am directly concerned about people trying to walk from Publix across to the venue in a BYOB environment. How perfect is that to be able to just run in the Publix and grab whatever you're going to enjoy for the night? But that is going to create a real public safety issue with pedestrian traffic trying to park there. I think the other thing that has been determined or discussed earlier, but I really want to reiterate because this is really extremely concerning to me as a citizen, I really would like there to be some investigation on what happened at the Planning Committee. The Planning Commission almost doubled what the applicant was even asking for. That is a head scratcher for me as a resident. I know that the council thinks that preserving green space in this area that has a small portion of it is commercial and the rest is AG, and that to preserve this type of venue would keep that back AG part commercial free. Again, this level of people in a condensed amount of time is just not what the community and the neighbors directly surrounding that area want in terms of preserved green space. Again, the buffers and the setbacks that were reduced in this variance request are significant and a detriment to preserving our rural character. Thank you for eliminating the review period. That was incomprehensible to me that the Planning Committee would make that recommendation. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Judy, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Tim Becker.
Good evening, Council. Tim Becker, 15625 Canterbury Chase. I live just 1.5 miles from the Crossroads. I've lived in Milton 25 years. Milton is my home. I'm all for saving Matilda's, and the Potters seem like really nice people. But that is not the question tonight. The question is whether Matilda's belongs at the Crossroads. And the answer is it does not. This is an issue of rule of law and is an issue of what nearby residents and nearby businesses want. Regarding the rule of law, the applicant is seeking 9 variances. 9 variances. If you need 9 variances, it means that the property probably doesn't fit the use, okay? This is a property that's constrained from a geometry standpoint, from a size standpoint, and it's got some physical features, the power line going through it, that make it very hard to put a concert venue in like this. Some of the variances involve essential protections for the community. For example, the city is recommending a five times increase in Milton's standard for noise at the property line. This new standard is 85 decibels. Right now we have two special event facilities. One is held to 60 decibels, the other one 65 decibels. So this is a step change, okay, in loudness. Look up 85 decibels. I know people don't like the freight train traveling at 45 miles an hour, but that's the sound at 100 feet, 85 decibels. My leaf blower, electric leaf blower, puts out 85 decibels at 3 feet. I'm not talking about what Matilda's is going to put out. I'm talking about setting a new standard in Milton. That's the problem. It's loud. Look it up. No one should have to suffer 85 decibels at their property line. Another example of an essential protection is the elimination of the 75-foot buffer at the boundary of Birmingham Park. Our beloved Birmingham Park, we are going to let the applicant clear cut all the way to the boundary of that park. The buffers are there to protect the views from within the park and to buffer noise from outside of the park. I also want to discuss the feelings of nearby residents and businesses. And I've counted tonight how many people have spoken. The people that spoke in favor, there were 13. Only 3 live nearby. Okay, so far, 25 people have spoken in opposition. 24 of those people live nearby. I remember the first council meeting that I came to. It was over 3 years ago, and it was about the abandonment of the roads in Crooked Creek. And I remember the number one reason for doing that was called local control. Well, those of us that live at the crossroads, we want the same treatment. We want you to think about the nearby residents, because you're hearing them tonight, okay? 24 of them have spoken already, okay? How about the nearby businesses? The nearby businesses have signed a petition. I organized this petition. Mr. Mills is one of the building owners over there. Of course, he did not sign the petition. But the other six businesses, and we're talking about $3 million in property value or more, okay? They have made a huge investment in the crossroads. These are businesses, local businesses, okay? This is their livelihood. This is a big investment for them. They have all signed this petition. I'm waiting on one to give me assent, but that individual did say that they were in opposition. So I have this tonight, the petition. I'm going to give it to the city clerk. I have the emails attached from each of those businesses. They're right across the street. They have legal standing, and they're not very happy about this. So local businesses and nearby residents, 24 so far, and we're going to hear from more. Thank you. Please deny this, and thank you for your service to the community.
Thank you. Judy, if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Tony Otita.
My name is Tony Otita. I live at 325 Taylor Glen Drive in Milton, Georgia. And I'd just like to say that it's interesting to me that this, seems to me at least, that this whole discussion is kind of taking place under a false premise. It's like a, I think it's based on the very successful marketing campaign that the property owner and the concert promoters have put together, this idea of saving Matildas. It's not incumbent upon the city of Milton to save Matildas. Matildas can go to Alpharetta. It can go to Roswell. There's plenty of places Matilda can go. It's not incumbent upon the city, and if the city doesn't do something to have this facility and applaud this approve this application, Matilda's is going to go someplace else. It's not going to die, not like the polar bears. And I've also heard members of this city council from this podium or the old podium say a number of times that we can't control growth. We can't stop the growth in Milton, but we can manage it. And if this city council approves this, I would have to say it's a very poor way of managing the growth. It's not good at all. So I hope you guys really think about this and decide that it's unnecessary, they can go anywhere, and we do really need to manage the growth intelligently. Thank you.
Thank you. So if you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Kathy Bronovich.
Hi, I'm Kathy Bronovich, and I live at 1123 Bream Drive. We moved my family to Milton 7 years ago, and we didn't move for the schools, even though I hear they're excellent. We don't use your parks. We moved for the peace and quiet, and I feel Matilda's, I'm sure, is a wonderful place, but it just doesn't belong at that location. And I know you've heard this many times, but we're just concerned about the noise. We're concerned about the traffic. We're concerned about bringing your own beverages, and we just don't want it at our neighborhood and affecting our property values. So I hope that you deny as far as letting Matilda's come. Thank you.
Thank you. If you please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Tom Middleton.
Hello, Tom Middleton, 1141 Bream Drive. I also live 0.4 miles away from this venue. I moved here 12 years ago. I grew up in Roswell. Milton was a dream for me to move up here. The horse farms, the quietness. And I raised a family up here. I have 16-year-old triplets, and they're starting to drive now. And that was a big concern, was having a venue like this in an area that really is not meant for this. If it was good for Milton, why is there so many people opposed to it? Well, the quietness, while we moved up here, the roads, the danger, the lack of lighting in these roads. My kids will be coming home from Milton football games. I don't want them to be hit on head-on collision on a drunk driver. BYOB is a big issue with me, and I don't think these roads can accommodate this. The parking, there's no parking in the areas. They're going to be parking in our neighborhood. We already have cars pulled in our lane right now that are confused, that get turned around, and it's just a bad, congested area, and it's just not right. And I'm a musician, and I love music. I'm going to Nashville tomorrow. I'm going to go see a lot of good music. I love the fact Matilda's is around. I think they need to be around, but this area is not the right area. So I oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you. If you please call the next speaker.
Terry White.
Good evening. My name is Terry White. I live at 1130 Bream Drive, which is slightly less than a mile from the venue. I have concerns about the proposed use permit. The main concerns involve safety, noise, and the perpetual use permit. This part of Milton is safe and quiet. These are a couple of things that attracted my wife and I to move to this area. The use permit potentially threatens our safety and disturbs our peaceful evenings. I understand this venue will allow BYOB. So, of course, I'm curious as what controls will be put in place to keep intoxicated drivers off our roads. Regarding the noise, the legal requirement of 60 decibels, I believe, was put in place for a reason. Raising it to 85 decibels, I believe, should be denied. It's too great and too negative for our houses, our families, our quality of life. It's not something that I want to hear from 7 to 11 p.m. on a Friday or Saturday night, 7 or 8 months out of the year. And since the music is outdoors, the sound travels further than if it were inside a building per se. My wife and I enjoy sitting on our back deck, listening to the sound of nature, and now this may be in jeopardy. Finally, I recommend that you not approve the perpetual use permit. This could set a challenging precedent and a challenging job should the current endeavor change for the worse in the future. I'm not opposed to growth or change. I request you deny this special use request permit with the related variances as they are currently proposed and preserve rural Milton. For your time.
Thank you. Okay.
So the opponents have reached their 20 minutes.
Okay.
So they've had a total of 1 hour and 25 minutes, and support has 22 minutes left, 15 seconds.
How many speakers do we have left?
We have 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right. I'm going to recommend 10 more minutes.
Make a motion to add 10 more minutes to both sides.
All right, I have a motion, second, to add 10 minutes of time for the speakers. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. That's unanimous.
Okay, the next speaker is Ashlyn Robleski.
Good news is the bad news is
Ma'am, I want to ask for you if you're called, please.
the bad news is the Wobleskis had to leave. The good news is we just got some more time.
Okay.
Please call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Nicole Sage. And I believe Carol King is speaking on behalf.
Yes, Nicole Sage lives at 16050 Sedgwick Drive, and she's lived there for a number of years. She went to Milton High School. She's still living at home. She's young. She would be the kind of person that would definitely want something like this in the neighborhood. Always thinks that we live so far out. But when I asked her about it, she said, "I strongly urge you to vote against the proposal of Matilda's music venue. The venue will bring forth traffic that the area is not equipped to handle. It will also disrupt the peace and bring forward many safety concerns. This is not the appropriate location for by any means. The fact that there is unmonitored drinking in the area and there are many young drivers and families is unacceptable. Please take these concerns into consideration and help us to strive to keep Milton safe and peaceful community."
Thank you. Sudi, if you please call the next.
Next speaker is Carol King, speaking on behalf of Al King.
So Al King also lives at 16050 This is a family home neighborhood. We moved here to enjoy the peace and quiet of rural living. This is part of the reason our property values continue to increase. We have ample land and can enjoy a peaceful existence with our family without city noise and pedestrian traffic. This special use permit requires too many variances, and this would have been known at the time by the current owner. There is no reason to force a project in the name of working with the business community on this project. We love our Publix and that convenience. We can go downtown Alpharetta, Roswell, or Avalon if we want entertainment. This is not an area to bring outside entertainment. I'm very concerned about the safety of our residents, and there would assuredly be opportunities for pedestrians drinking around the venue and driving. The impact to the area does not justify the variances. Please do not approve this special use.
Thank you. Okay, Sudi, if you'd please call. Are we
We've
two
got
more
one-
speakers?
One more.
One more. Please call the
That's
speaker.
Carol King on behalf of Dinah Brown.
Dinah Brown. She also lives at 16050 Sedgwick Drive. We're blessed to have a grandmother in our home who's also very concerned about the safety. She's opposed to the venue because the quality of life and safety of the residents in place. We want to keep and protect Milton's high quality of life, keep Milton a rural city. That has been a theme throughout the city, and this venue will change that city lifestyle. Safety, no oversight of drinking with the BYOB venue. Traffic, no current infrastructure to support the traffic. It's not just about controlled release at the end of an event. New home population increases from Cherokee County have already overwhelmed our road. Location of emergency services versus venue event to ensure emergency vehicle access, not sure an ambulance to our home in a timely manner given the strain on infrastructure.
Thank you. Ken, I'm going to ask you a procedure question. Being on this as a handling like a zoning issue, we've got time on the other side. We've got time left on the allotted. Would it be appropriate to ask those in support if they had anything else to say, but they would have to be speakers that had already turned in a speaker card, or is that not? Or would we just shut it down now?
Well, we had to give time to both sides, Mr. Mayor,
Right.
and obviously, I guess the against side has taken quite a bit longer, or appreciably longer. I do think so, just with the admonition that only if there's something perhaps new to say would it be useful at this time. But we do need to put it up for those that just to allow them to have additional time.
But that would have, I'm assuming that would have to be someone that already had filled out a speaker card.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Okay.
But it would have to be someone that's offering something new, perhaps based upon what they've heard thus far from the.
Okay. I would ask the question, is there anyone that it was in support that has filled out a speaker card and has already spoken? Is there anything they would want to add? If so, I would ask them to step forward. Was our discussion we just had with our attorney. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson, if you have something to add.
Even if I had a lot more to add, I would not take 30 minutes of your time. I do want to accentuate a couple of points because we're lopsided. And if y'all remember, I went first, and I really moved pretty quickly, and I could have dropped it quite a bit, and I think made some more meaningful points. But I'd just like to say, in addition to what I said before, and I'll allow you all, forgive me, that doesn't sound right. If you want to, we can go deeper in any of these areas, and if you don't want to, we don't have to. But the recurring themes that I heard over and over again were traffic, noise, and parking. Each one of those issues is completely eliminated as a problem in my mind, and I believe I can prove that if I haven't already done it to anyone's satisfaction. And I'm not poking fingers at anyone. I know people are concerned, but we have addressed, and I've said it over and over again, but it keeps bubbling up. We have addressed 100% simultaneous peak parking needs for a restaurant and a top-end, if you approve 300 cap, used at Matilda's on-site. 100% of parking on-site. A couple of alternate plans prepared. There's enough land, 300 square feet per in volume. You can do the math, but essentially we've allowed for 230 spots, and it doesn't use up all the land. And oh yeah, as a bonus, that occurs a handful of nights a year, but it takes up all the commercial space. Nothing else will be on that parcel generating traffic during the daytime. Traffic, you all saw time-based photos Friday and Saturday nights, starting before this window, going through after the window. I was there for UGA grad, what's the math on 99 to now? I've been there 18, 19 years, and I get it. I know the traffic in that intersection. I'm through it every day at least a couple of times and at night. It's not an issue at 7, 8:30, and 11. The noise, I'm going to allow you to ask, but we tested every neighborhood within 1 mile of the crossroads with Matilda music at Matilda volumes, 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. No music. I mean, you heard Doug McCurry, the neighbor. He was out working in his backyard, and his house is 360 feet from the music venue. When he went inside, he couldn't hear it. That's the closest house, also the only adjoining neighbor, but it's the closest house, 360 feet. mildly hear it on his back deck. Anecdotally, you couldn't hear it in any neighborhood, including Bream Ridge, including Blue Valley, including Mayfair, whatever that other new one is. And I have all this data if you all would like copies. Hickory Mill on Hickory Flat, Madison Hall Lane, I don't know what the subdivision is because there's no house, it just got a road sign. And then on Birmingham Road, Killian Manor on Birmingham Road. Anyway, 49.5 decibels to 64.7 at the top end. It was 100% road noise. Anyway, you have data here. It's a non-issue. So I'm not going to burn up more time. There may be other people that would like to make a comment. I know you may have questions. It's 10:30 now. I'm already trailing. You guys must be too. It's going to be hard to deal with the detail, but I'll save anything else for questions if you like.
Okay, thank you. If there's no one else that in court that would like to speak, I'll close down the public hearing. Or the public comment, I'm sorry, not public hearing, but, and then you have got some names and positions to read, correct, Sudi?
Yes. And I have
cards that were sent in.
Yes, one individual that has an affidavit that's out of jurisdiction also. And that is Mr. Ron Wallace, 13090 Freemanville Road, Milton, Georgia, in support of Curtis Mills. Parking positions, a correct calculation needs to be considered. If the average attendance is 150, that does not mean 150 cars. Normally, there would be at least 2 people per car, so the number goes to 75. Some will Uber, some walk, or be dropped off, so the number of cars reduces even further. Second, as a former Alpharetta police officer for 11 years and working most every Friday and Saturday night, I am not aware of a single call for service at Matilda's. Third, I own several music companies based in Nashville. Our artists tour and play at numerous events. There's a wide variety of people that come to our shows. I attend when they play at Matilda's as well. It was by far the most respectful crowd we have. I believe, and rightfully so, there will always be concern for sound, especially at night.
Can I break in here and get Ken? I need to call you in here. Did you say you had an affidavit to read?
He's out of the jurisdiction.
Okay. All right. Just want to clarify that. That's why you're reading the whole email. Okay.
I think there is intolerance in the residential areas as bands at football games typically puts out higher decibels than a small concert would. To some degree, sound can be controlled to focus towards one direction by using speakers that do not have side speakers. A roof and sides with studio sound absorbing material can also help limit sound waves. I have great respect for the owners and staff at Matilda's. All cities surrounding have similar venues and are adding more on a larger scale than Matilda's. Thank you, Ron Wallace. And then I have names to read into the record. These individuals have emailed the elected officials in support. Michelle Glua, George and Michael Britt, 560 Killen Lane, Milton. Lisa Huffaker, 2075 Hembry Grove Drive, Roswell. Curry Miller, 5090 Carr Road, Cumming. Michelle Triggs, Noreen Wen, Christy Curran, Dexter Edge, 1775 Red Road, Milton. Russell Still, 3330 Cumberland Boulevard, Atlanta. Bob Hill, 535 Hickory Mill Lane, Milton. Pam Alesh, 1550 Parkside Drive, Milton. Michelle Finn, 4104 Masters Way, Alpharetta. Brian Burns, 9245 South River Farm Drive, Alpharetta. Michael Berger, 12145 Claremont Avenue, Alpharetta. Ted and Katja France, 575 Hickory Mill Lane, Milton. Hugh and Dorothy Head, 800 Colonial Lane, Milton. Doug and Charna McCurry, 830 Hickory Flat Road, Milton. Debbie and Brian Johnson, 770 Colonial Lane, Milton. Caroline Mangrum, 550 Hickory Flat Road, Milton. Emily Thomas, 215 Elaine Drive, Roswell. Jan Lawton, 135 Wintry Berry Court, Roswell. Mindy Jones, 11870 Little Creek Crossing, Alpharetta. Audrey Shannon, 2225 Birmingham Road, Milton. Karen Curry, 2145 Double Creek Lane, Milton. Thomas Warner, 610 Scarlet Oak Trail, Milton. Isabel Tier, 1085 Richmond Glen, Milton. Jennifer Becker, 1200 Lackey Road, Milton. Angel Muir, 12460 Crabapple Road, Alpharetta. Dawn Reed, 215 Chore Court, Milton. Bob McLeod, 715 Driftwood Way, Alpharetta. Jim Cole, 860 Cold Harbor Drive, Roswell. Jack Saltiel, 296 South Main Street, Alpharetta. Susan Fletcher, 12570 Hopewell Road, Alpharetta. Tom Lesh, 415 Galloway Court, Milton. Tom Genther, 15829 Westbrook Road, Milton. Zishan Majid, 1201 Peachtree Street, Atlanta, Georgia. Tim Lowe, Stable Days Farm, Milton. Jean Singer, no address. White Wood, 799 Allgood Road, Marietta. Timothy Lesh, 415 Galloway Court, Milton. Thomas Conklin, 1305 Henham, Cumming. Stephen Gilkinson, 140 Hopewell Grove Drive, Milton. Henry Michelle Onions, 910 Hopewell Place Drive, Milton. Fraser and Amy Lynn, 3660 Schooner Ridge, Alpharetta. David Smith, Blue Frog Imports, Woodstock. Richard and Sandra Radke, 3790 Galloway Drive, Roswell. Karen Santel, 10610 Timberstone Road, Alpharetta. Alex Rodriguez, 148 Bemis Ward Drive, Canton. Elizabeth Hooper, 761 Eagles Mirror Court, Alpharetta. And last is Alex Rodriguez, 148 Bemis Ward Drive, Canton. I do have 24 cards filled out by individuals that did not want to speak, that wanted them read into the record, that are for support. Do we want to read those, or
You could read their names.
just the names?
Yes.
Lynn Sauter, do you want addresses too?
That's fine.
4740 Lowell Court, Cumming. James Garrett, 790 Hickory Flat. Joshua Gardner, 1155 Taylor Oaks Drive, Roswell. Carol Lowe, 3620 Hutchinson Trace Drive, Cumming. Cheryl Burnson, 11035 Spotted Pony Trail, Alpharetta. Will Lumpkin, 4565 Indigo Trace Drive, Alpharetta. Brian Burns, 945 South River Farm Drive, Alpharetta. Kelly Moyle, 12350 Edenwild Drive, Roswell. Bonnie Lumpkin, 4565 Indian Trace Drive. Terry Fisher, 520 Trayburn View. Alex Nelson, 6245 Sprinkler Lane. Chris Hall, 441 Tellico Road, Canton. Jane Burke, 417 Manor Ridge View. Lauren Burke, 417 Manor Road, Alpharetta. Michael Ianzito, 610 Cambridge Way, Sandy Springs. Terry Baker, 2300 Meadows End, Duluth. Evan McLeod, 105 Holly Springs, White, Georgia. Jennifer Rodas, 1950 Roswell Road, Marietta. Lynn Crowter, 7715 Midway, Alpharetta. Louise Keem Loesch, 175 True Hedge Trail, Roswell. And Wen, 628 Stenover Drive, Milton, Rudy and Lee Brown, 1370 Millstone Drive, Michael May, 2634 Watercress Court, Marietta, call Node, 825 Greenpoint Drive, Milton, Hope Winograd, 305 Gutavisa Drive, Milton. And that is it.
Okay. And was that all the card?
That's it for support.
Okay, but is there some for
Opposition, yes.
Okay. Read those.
In opposition, I have 8 affidavits where the individuals have either denoted that they are physically unable to attend or out of the city jurisdiction, and they are 300 or less. Do we want to read each one of those 8?
Mr. Mayor, I mean, those are what our rules provide.
So
Yes.
in our policy. So.
First one is from Greg Beauchamp, 500 Hickory Mill Lane, 0.6 of a mile from 50 Hickory Flat. I oppose this application in its entirety. Our previous home in Atlanta was 0.3 miles from a church that hosted Special Olympics events once a year. On those days, we had to leave our home because of the loudness. The sponsor could never control it to an acceptable level and eventually had to cancel. I do not want to have to leave my home up to 48 times a year because of Matilda's music. The proposed 85 decibel level is too high. Other special use permits have been approved at 60 to 65 decibels. Why is the applicant being given preferential treatment? Second, excessive loud music can have negative impact on pets, animals, and wildlife in Birmingham Park. No tests were made with regard to impact on surrounding animals. Fireworks are a concern. Why isn't loud music a concern? Third, Little River Animal Hospital has a boarding facility we use. Concerned about the impact of loud noise on boarded pets, specifically ours. Fourth, Matilda supporters rally around the applicant for previous community work and Matilda's because of their love of the music. Many supporters do not live in Milton, let alone close to the proposed location, and they appear to have absolutely no regard for the impact to our quality of life or the investment we have in our home. Resident concerns should carry more weight than the love of music. The Planning Commission extended the music season by 2 months and provided up to 6 concerts a month. This means up to 48 times a year. The quality of life in my home negatively impacted by loud music at 85 decibels. Unacceptable. And the next affidavit comes from Debbie Beauchamp at 500 Hickory Mill Lane. Tilda's has advertised their move to Milton on their website for some time. They seem rather confident this application will be approved by City Council. A precedent will be set for all AG1 zoned land in Milton. How can future requests be denied if this one is granted? This AG1 land falls outside the Birmingham Crossroad Master Plan and should have more conditions in place, not less, to preserve the rural look and feel of the crossroads. The request should be tied to the music venue, not to the land. If tied to the land and Matilda's leaves, any type of music outdoor concert could go. Same thing if the applicant sells the land. This music venue should not be approved in perpetuity. The 3-year renewal period should be required along with periodic bi-monthly reviews. Conditions should be in place to protect Milton and the residents who live nearby. Instead, concessions were granted applicant that were not requested. Legally required buffers and setbacks should not be waived. Attendance cannot be tracked. The Potters do not sell tickets for a particular concert. A cap in attendance is meaningless under current ticket sales policies, which admit kids under 16 free. Traffic is currently congested at the crossroads and should be studied with improvements. There are no pedestrian crosswalks, which creates a public safety issue. Not enough parking spaces provided for up to 300 concert goers, although the festival requirements indicate they have been met. Concern of overflow parking on Hickory Flat and nearby business parking lots. The next affidavit is from John Crew at 1159 Bream Drive, Milton. I live less than 1/2 mile from the proposed venue at 850 Hickory Flat Road. I am opposed to this new venue and want the application denied. Next, Heather Creran at 325 Taylor Glen Drive, Milton, has an authorized affidavit. We live 2 miles away and go through the Crossroads all the time. I am strongly against an outdoor music venue at the Crossroads and urge that you deny the request. Why would we possibly want an outdoor music venue in the middle of the most rural and quiet part of Milton? Why create a destination location? I don't want to attract hundreds of people from outside Milton. I don't want people jamming over crowded roads blocked with cars that cannot find parking spots, and crowds of pedestrians crossing busy streets, and then hitting our dark and winding roads after enjoying adult beverages and other less legal vices. Why would we possibly invite these problems? The music venue makes perfect sense off Highway 9, but not at the Crossroads. I hope you agree and deny this request, and if not, think hard about why you would possibly grant 9 variances. Milton has a high bar, and this meets none of the criteria. But if you decide to allow this, absolutely deny the reduction and elimination of the buffers and setbacks. This has been debated and decided. Milton citizens put their money where their mouth is to preserve land and views. The noise level recommended is way too high. Don't allow it. Use permits should not be granted in perpetuity. Give us a chance to fix this when the realization hits of the mess that was created. Like Little River Farms, off-duty police should be required for safety and crowd control. Tie the use permit and any variances granted to Matilda's owned by the Potter. Businesses come and go, properly owners come and go, but variances last forever. Thank you, and thank you all for your service to Milton. Next, Daniel Kornstein at 1118 Bream Drive in Milton. Thank you for taking the time to read and listen to our concerns. Question: does anyone that benefits from this project live in the immediate area? Safety is compromised when there are no studies done. We live less than half a mile from the proposed site. I have recommended an injunction just in case it goes through to allow for an in-depth study, DOT recommendations, noise and traffic requirements, and changes needed to keep up with the additional strain to the area. What are the effects? These roads are not enough to support the additional traffic. The DUI driving in this area is already high, and these roads are dangerous. Many studies have to be made. This is a very residential area, schools and a small grocery store. Families with children is what lives here. We don't even have the roads lit up enough, and the ones we have existing, most of them do not work. I think 70% of the lights we do have are not working. Let's maintain our roads first and don't give in so easy for the bit of profit. Until the roads are made safer and are prepared for the additional traffic properly, safety first. Permits should not be issued for anything that could bring that much traffic to an area already strained and getting worse. We bought in this area with the idea of a mostly rural country. Don't mind the bit of growth done smartly and studied properly, not just from the hip. The noise is pollution. I have experienced something similar. Don't mind the noise as long as they plan on payment to each homeowner that is being disturbed according to the perimeters. Otherwise, we have to be mindful of people and their rights to not be affected in this manner. I oppose to the plans. This is a large residential area, 2 blocks away from the corner. And the next one is from Kelly Becker, 15625 Canterbury Chase, Milton. Mayor and council, please deny the use permit and concurrent variance is requested for a music venue. I am a 25-year resident of Milton who lives 1.5 miles from the Crossroads. I have been following this issue closely and oppose the approval of music venue for the following reasons. First, the recommended noise standard of 85 decibels is too loud and would set a dangerous precedent. Second, we should be protecting Birmingham Park and should not allow such a heavy commercial use on its border. I am especially concerned about the elimination of buffers at the park boundaries. The elimination of buffers and setback around much of the property would not only set a dangerous legal precedent for the rest of Milton, it is just not in the city's best interest. Third, as a mother, a BYOB concert with up to 300 patrons is troubling. I am concerned about these patrons driving home on unfamiliar, narrow, and winding country roads late at night in the dark. At the same time, we would also have Milton and Cambridge high school students driving on the same roads, returning from sporting events or other after-school activities. The lack of any off-duty police presence at a BYOB concert from a safety standpoint does not make sense. Fourth, the lack of due diligence on this proposal is wanting. There are too many questions at this stage, and it has me questioning the several procedural errors that have been made and whether a just outcome is possible. Fifth, protect our beloved Birmingham Crossroads. It was never meant to be a destination, but rather was intended to serve nearby residents. So please listen to nearby constituents and deny this use permit. And I have one from David Damiani, 935 Post Oak Close, Milton. I'm opposed to this item in its current form due to the number of variances required to grant the permit. The land is clearly not suitable for the stated purpose, and the variances required to make as such have too dear a negative impact on the immediate area surrounding the property. In particular, the need to clear cut the land up to the border of Birmingham Park would do irrevocable damage. Why would the city ever consider granting any use permit in perpetuity? This is a concession that limits recourse and is ill-advised given the unproven nature of the stated purpose. The area on this corner was once designated for commercial use for the residents living in the proximate area, my family included. A concert venue is not something these residents are looking for to provide for everyday needs. I respectfully ask that the City Council please deny this request. And last one that has an affidavit with it is from Joe Whitley, 250 Birmingham Road, Alpharetta. Dear Mayor and City Council, I strongly oppose the building of an entertainment venue within 100 feet of my office at the southwest corner of Birmingham Crossroads. I believe my property will suffer financially from the proposed venue that is inconsistent with the AG1 zoning. I ask you vote no on any and all variances to protect my rights as a property owner. This proposed venue is a bad idea for the wrong location. First, parking on the northwest corner is inadequate for the crowds. My property will suffer from spillover parking. I will have to access obtaining additional insurance and increase security costs. Second, there's been no traffic study of what will become a highly congested area that will be dangerous and potentially harmful to pedestrians, children, pets, due to speeding vehicles and the occasional intoxicated driver. Cars will likely park along the roadside given the limited parking. Third, noise at any decibel level will destroy the quiet existence of our Milton homes. I will be unable to use my office due to noise levels on Friday and Saturday evenings up to 42 times. My nearby peaceful residents will be disrupted by music inconsistent with the quiet, bucolic life of living in Milton. Finally, I provided City Manager Steve Krokoff with the attached emails expressing concerns about due process and evaluation. I pointed out a highly flawed process which will forever leave in doubt the fairness of the process should the council and mayor accept the variances and not restart the entire process. I encourage you to do the right thing for the stakeholders and other nearby businesses and residential property owners like me who are opposed to these variances and reject them in their entirety. And I do have 47 names, individuals emailed the elected officials that were in opposition, and I can read their name and address, or no?
We did that on the
Yes,
I would say you could read their names and what city they live in, if Milton or not.
Okay. And then I also have 11 public comment cards that were filled out for individuals that are here or were here. And I did read and support their names, and so I can do that also. Lindsay and Jeremy Ingbright, Milton, Georgia, Eric Reed, Christina Reed, Milton, Georgia. Ann Flanagan, Milton. Scott Sawyer, Milton. Kevin Crow, Milton. Catherine Jackson, Milton. Michael Petcash, Milton. Leonard Jacklett, Milton. Suzanne Eves, Milton. Carolyn Pace, Milton. Barbara Stumrell, Milton. Jill and Mark Wright, Milton. Deidre Fisher, Milton. Lanny and Mike Henning, Milton. Tim Becker, Milton. Lauren Holmes, Milton. Carolyn Lauterbach, Milton. Jessica Brown, Milton. Neil Wells, Jeff Posey, Milton. Gail Ivey, Milton. Jeff Beardsley, Milton. Simon Kathy Bronovich, Milton. Peter Hernandez, Milton. Connie Beardsley, Milton. Mike and Laura Garguello, Milton. Karen Laranjo, Milton. Julie Zonner Bailey, Milton. Katie Kenyon, Alpharetta. Amy Saunders, Milton. Vincent Taylor and Pam Mackey, Milton. Harold Cumby, Milton. Joe Whitley, Atlanta. Cleveland Slater, Milton. Kim Posey, Milton. Beth Wilson, Milton. Karen Laurent Milton. Jim Costello, Milton. Kira Davis, Milton. Arnold Moore, Milton. Kevin Davis, Milton. Kelly Becker, Milton. Daniel Kornstein, Milton. John Proctor, Milton. And then we have Jordan Proctor. It doesn't give a city. John Proctor. It's on Bream Drive, so Milton. Kara Davis, Milton. Eric and Christine Reed, Milton. Brian and Grayson Beerhart, Milton. Greg Chase, Milton. Tim and Natalie Lester, Milton. Daniel and Laura Kornstein, Milton. Sherry Black, Milton. John Proctor, Milton. Mike Henning, Milton. And that is all, sir.
Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to ask to take a 5-minute break. Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we need to do it?
Just a motion to recess, Mr. Mayor.
Just a motion to recess?
Yes, sir.
When we get back?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. We'll take a 5-minute break.
We're just getting started.
All right, it's your turn. Y'all's turn. Y'all's turn. No.
All right, Sudi, I need a motion to reconvene.
Make a motion to reconvene the meeting.
Do you have a second? I have a motion and a second to reconvene. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. That's unanimous, Sudi. All right, Ken. If everyone could please take a seat, we are reconvened.
Mr. Mayor, at this point, the public hearing is over.
Public hearing is over. I'm
Deliberation
going to open up questions for staff or the applicant from the council. Joe.
Sudi, did we finish with the opposition side
Yes, we
details?
did.
Okay, we did?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I waited till
it sort of all blended together, so I just wanted to make sure.
Okay. Do I have any questions for staff or the applicant from council? Hayden, go ahead.
I have some questions for the applicant, or actually the operator. Do you come forward, please? Thank you for coming and spending the night with us.
My pleasure.
I went to the May 26th event at Matilda's, and so I thought that was a good idea for me to go and take a look at what y'all are doing. So I had some questions about your business, and so my questions are, in the past couple of years, or could you give me a time frame of your last 15 years in business of what y'all started as and what it is now, as far as how many concerts do y'all usually have in an average year? What days of the week are they?
Well, concerts are kind of reliant on the weather. So usually early April is too early. We've found over the years that, it can be too rainy and too risky to book concerts in early April. This year, my first concert was April 28th, and normally it would be May through October, the end of October. Okay. This year, we did one as late as December, and the reason we did that was because everyone thought that that was going to be the last concert at Matilda's at that location. So we went ahead and did one. It was risky, but we were lucky that night, and the weather was good. So.
And what days of the week are they usually on, Friday or Saturday?
We like to do only one night a week, and just because it's easier on us. And we like to concentrate the crowd into one night. And generally, the 300 is so rare that it's hardly even worth mentioning. Normally, yes. Well, Curtis was just saying, would you give them the example of this last week? The Saturday night concert was rained out, so I will be rescheduling that band for this coming Friday. That's an example of when we might have a Friday night and a Saturday night concert. But normally, there will only be one concert a week, and it'll be on Saturday night.
Okay. And how often do you plan these concerts in advance? When you have it rained, as far as when you're booking these concerts, how often are you planning?
Well, I have to book the concerts pretty far in advance to get the bands lined up. So that is why we have gone ahead and booked this season, and we'll just have to deal with it, as it comes. If I have to, I might have to cancel the remainder of them.
Two more quick questions. I heard vendors. When I was at the Matilda's, I didn't see any vendors selling anything. Are y'all planning on that in Milton?
We don't have vendors selling.
Okay. And then how many noise complaints have you had in your 15 years?
0.
And how many times have the police came in the last 15 years?
1, and it was not due to anything a patron had done.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Joe?
Thank you guys for hanging in with us. I
No
do
problem.
have a couple of questions as well. I promise not to repeat anything that's already been asked.
Okay.
one of the questions and one of the concerns that our citizens have has to do with sound and sound levels. I can't say that I'm a patron of Matilda's. I have been a few times, enjoyed myself immensely, but it was a couple of times far between one another. I don't remember, did the performers operate their own equipment? That's what I remember. Or is there a sound engineer running a soundboard at the event?
Well, over the years, it has evolved into where we have a sound engineer, our own equipment, and a sound engineer.
So the sound engineer is in complete control of the level of sound that's coming out of the performer's equipment. Is that right?
That's true, but we also kind of are hearing the sound too, and so if it's at a certain level that we don't feel like is right, we go to the sound engineer and we say, you got to lower it.
Can I piggyback on that too? Just one question. And let's say there was a set decibel level at a limit. Is it safe to say that if you hit that limit at a boundary, that they could tweak it down?
Sure.
If there was a complaint or something, you could adjust that.
I doubt we would hit that 85.
Well, even if it were less.
Because it's too close to the stage, that's too loud.
Right.
Keep going, Joe.
Right, yeah. I would add that for it to be 85 decibels at the property level, it's got to be higher than that at the stage.
You wouldn't even be able to
The
stand
concerts that I've gone to, the performers were always in danger of being drowned out by the audience. So I don't see that as really the issue. Do you know how many, at your current location, how many parking spaces exist on that property? I remember parking between two pine trees, and I was a little bit concerned that I was even going to fit in there.
Well, the parking was kind of in the front yard, in our little parking lot, to the right of Matilda's, all the way to the shopping center.
So do you have any idea how many cars you could fit?
Well, if we had 150 people, I would say maybe there was 75 cars, because most of the time it's 2 people to a car. Sometimes it's more.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Did Rick have?
Yes, the proposed venue, how does that compare from a footprint to what you have today, the way you've been operating for the last 15 years?
Well, our current, or the Matilda's venue that we've been at, 50 feet out is a large crowd. And so there was 100 feet, and the extra 50 feet was where kids would go back into the backfield and play. And so the first 50 feet could hold anywhere from 150 to 250 people. They just would, cluster in a little tighter with a higher volume of people. But it holds it just fine.
So from I guess what I heard as far as the size of the new venue, you're basically looking at replicating that from the stage, 50 feet where you'd have your audience, and then additional 50 feet beyond that.
I don't know that we would have 50 feet beyond that for the kids' play area. I mean, that was just a really generous, large field. So it's really not necessary to have that much space for them.
Do you, and this I guess to piggyback off from what Joe had asked, do you have any idea what your current average decibels are? We've got right now, there was a proposal that said 85. The question is, what is it if you were really asking for, or what could you live with the way you run your venue today? Because what I've heard from a lot of the people, the neighbors, their concern is the noise level and what's going to carry, in the evening when things are still and sound travels a little bit further. So I guess my question is, what would you be looking for really from a decibel standpoint? Do you have any idea?
I know You can answer that, but as the applicant, I think I need to address it as well. So why don't you go ahead since he asked you? But I have we didn't ask for 85.
Okay.
I've never asked for 85. I just said we can't do 60 because road noise is higher than 60.
While we're talking about this, clarify that with staff. I believe the 85 came from our commercial side. And since part of this property was C1,
it's a limit,
that's where the 85
but it's
came
never,
from.
And we can get into
It's
detail
in our
on
ordinance
that,
for
but
commercials.
Why don't you, if you want to.
That's all right. Well, I think 85, I would be telling our sound person to turn it down.
We were at 85 decibels, 25 feet in front of the directional speakers, and it dissipates rapidly from there. At Doug McCurry, who spoke earlier, at his house, 360 feet away, we were at 60.3 decibels, and at the property line right behind him, and this is the acid test measurement right here. It's 60 feet behind where the hen house would be and where the stage would be. It was 70.1 in our test on Saturday, where we actually had directional speakers. First test was omnidirectional, more conservative. It's actually going to be pointing away. 70.1. That's below the 75 peak that's in the festival ordinance. It's not constructed for music, but it's above 60. So we fail the crowd noise ordinance. We don't even nearly fail the Milton music noise level ordinance. We don't approach 85 anywhere except right in front of the stage. And then, like Doug said, he couldn't even hear it when he went in his house. So anyway, if you'd like to add anything to that.
No.
I guess a follow-up question, then where you're proposing to put, or where you've placed on there, the hen house or the stage area, is that the speakers and the sound are directed towards the commercial node, towards the Birmingham Crossroads or Publix, the Shell gas station, the liquor store? Right. Is that the direction that you have your speakers would be? You're not going back towards the residential, the other direction?
Intentionally. I mean, there were a bunch of planning curves that crossed for the siting location. I mean, the 430 feet back from Hickory Flat Road, not an accident. We wanted to tuck it back into the trees so it would be seen, and so it would be diffused by the trees and so on and so forth. And part of the reason for siting the house the way it was is where it would be pointed, through a maximum of trees and away from any. You get to Killian Manor, this isn't exactly right, but you get to Killian Manor on Birmingham Road before you get to the first subdivision in direct speaker line, if that makes any sense. If you know where I'm talking about, it's right across from Jim Bell's place, or Laura Rencher, who spoke earlier, if you can picture that. So the quadrant moving down Birmingham Highway, for example, is out of line by 90 degrees, and by the time you get down to Mayfair and Blue Valley, you're way out of line. By the same token, on Hickory Flat, Hickory Mill, and that new road, the new subdivision doesn't have a sign up yet. They're almost
further
behind it.
They're further west and south.
Yes. Yeah. So directionally, have to have a map. It may not make sense, but we did line it that way on purpose for a tree break and a maximum distance to the closest neighborhood, and siting so we wouldn't have to take out trees. Fits kind of perfectly tucked back in this little grove. Oh, and trees. I've heard clear cut twice, 0 trees coming down. That's a pretty big difference, clear cut and 0. It's 0. So that was part of our siting logic, just to be clear.
Go ahead, Rick. You finish up.
I guess to follow up on that too, when you look to the north of the parcel that we're talking about, I kind of see where you're asking to position as more kind of in the center or just before you get into the wider part, where it abuts, because I've heard some concerns about Birmingham Park and the impact on noise of Birmingham Park and the clear cutting. Why would you need, as I think, didn't you reduce the buffer on the north side where it abuts the park?
To zero.
There is no clear cutting, and nothing is happening between there and the park. It's 200 feet from the corner, so it's 260 feet behind the hen house. No activity behind there. Practically, maybe if I'd had any idea what we were going to get into here, we might have looked at doing everything on the other side and just, I don't know, tucking it away more. But the fact is, with that 100-foot easement, 50 and 50 on each side of the power line, crossing through that for any reason is just problematic. So we stop all activity on this side of the easement, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out in part of the variance why that was seemed like the setback was eliminated, and I didn't understand why that, if that's not going to be touched and you got the power easement, why that would be reduced down to zero next to the park.
Septic system future. Initial and reserve. So any future uses of the property, you have to have initial and reserve septic system capability. So the thought of putting a buffer on there that would then take away any use of that property in case of a catastrophic failure of a septic system, then your hands are completely tied.
In these large scale, and I learned a lot about this, I know a fair amount about residential septic personally. I didn't know much about commercial septic, and it's a horse of a different color. So there's a certain kind of system that you can use that reduces drain field volume in half, but your reserve has to be 100%, even if you can cut it in half on the primary. So the reserve drain field requirements for the restaurant, for example, are massive. It's the primary plus the reserve is almost 3/4 of an acre. Boom. So the drain field area is.
So that's the reserve, and then just one last question, then I'll yield. Along that line, have you done perk test? I know when.
Oh yeah.
So you've already done the soils.
Yeah, and another comment that was made about locating that, because of the stream buffers, because of the lowland, because of the soil, on that 6.5 acres, there's relatively little that will perk. And I have soil maps, and you all would be welcome to any of that. But where that is drawn out on the diagram is essentially the only place it perks well enough to do anything with volume. I mean, it perks in spots. For example, if we put what we have in mind, what we hope to do, sort of outhouse, that's my word, not Mary Jane's or Mark's, but sort of outhouse bathrooms that are accessible by the public, they would probably be on their own little dedicated house-type septic. Maybe it's not 1,500 gallons, but whatever was required, because it wouldn't generate any fluids. That would be in a different place, had that perk tested too, but the volume's so low, there's not much of a threshold there. So,
and we'll keep on moving down. I want to ask about go back to the sound. We're talking about the sound, and I certainly understand everybody's concern about sound. And when you talk about 85 decibels, I do want to clarify, and Steve can help me with that the 85 was set up, or the 85 was mentioned or put in the application by staff because that's what our commercial decibel level is. Obviously, on your C1 part there, the question being, and I'll ask you guys and staff and all this, obviously nobody wants to have 85 decibels near them. And the sound dissipates. If it's 85 right there at the commercial, at the C1 part, as you go out, and again, I don't know the calculation, but per what you're saying, your tests were towards the neighborhoods, it was about 60 decibels, right? 60, 65. So I'm just wondering if there's a way to put a parameter where, instead of looking at it right at the property line at the C1 and go out maybe to the road or across the road to where, it affects any neighbors and have a lower decibel rating. Just kind of throwing that out there. I don't know if there's any, rather than saying 85, it may be 85, 20 feet off the speakers, but, or right beside the restaurant. But if you go out 50 feet, 75 feet.
The dilemma gets a little technical, not too technical, but the festival code is 60 continuous, which is sort of an average number, 60 continuous, 75 peak. If it was, and Milton's code is 85 continuous. So if it was 75 continuous, we're under that everywhere. Everywhere we tested. One location not much under it, but it was road noise. It was trucks and whatnot when you took the reading. So it's 11:35, not the best time to be hip shooting, big commitments, but we don't hit 75 anywhere, period. And we hit 71.1, 60 feet behind the building. It's directional, it's away, but that's pretty close. That is the closest residential property line, the one that defines what you have to meet. And even though the house is 360 feet further away, we had to meet it for that. So the issue is the 60 continuous, not needing more than 75 peak, two different measures.
Okay, I'll hold that thought, but Peyton, I think you.
I'm still thinking. You go.
Okay, Matt, did you?
Yeah, a couple questions on that. So, Curtis, are those the decibel sound reading engineering tests in your hands that you have there?
Yeah.
Is that, could you pass it here so we can
Yep.
see that as well? So that we can have that. And you said your sound engineer is here as well. Is that right?
Pardon?
Your sound engineer is here as well?
Yeah, Danny Beeson. I only made 9 copies.
That's okay. We'll share. We'll share.
No, just go ahead and give it to Carter and then share. Pass one down.
This is Danny Beeson, and you can introduce him, Mary Jane, if you'd like.
Well, Danny has been doing our sound for the last 4 or 5 years.
5 years now.
So he's our expert.
He's the guy.
Mm-hmm.
So Danny, obviously we have a lot of people that are concerned, and staff is not involved in any tests that you have done, from what I understand, right? And no residents were alerted of any tests that you were doing at the time, correct? So tell everybody here why we should believe you. Does that make sense?
Well, first of all, I'm an independent contractor. Right. I don't work for anybody, on salary or anything like that. Why you should believe me is because that in my career, it's my job to protect not only the venue, but to protect myself. I'm not going to allow excess noise or excess sound to invade my ears and ruin my job. Why you should believe me? I don't have a vested interest in this. I'm an independent contractor. Yes, I do work for them, but I work for a lot of other people also. And the readings that I got were actually a worst case scenario type of thing where the music was going on the entire time. One interesting aspect is while we were doing these tests at a maximum volume that sometimes got a little bit loud at the venue or 20 feet out from the venue, and we were doing it for over 2 hours. In every neighborhood that we went to, including the edges of the property, we were below 60 dB. And not one resident that we know of complained to anybody else about the fact that we were blaring this noise at that venue for over 2.5 hours. I just consider that kind of interesting.
If I could add one trailer point onto that, we weren't required to do any tests.
Correct.
I mean, all we had to do was show up with the variance. You might not have liked it. I felt obliged. Test number one, we conducted to see if I could drop this variance request, which I really wanted to do. And we failed on the 60. And so I couldn't drop it. Test number two was when all this freight train and ear damage and OSHA protection, scare tactic started bubbling up. And I felt like, neighborhoods right around where I live 1 mile north of Crossroad, directly across the street from Blue Valley. I have zero interest in driving by my neighbors and seeing them stick their middle finger up at me because the music's too loud, right? So we then organized and didn't really pull it together until Friday, but really wanted to do another test focusing on neighborhoods instead of property lines, which was the acid test that I was after on the first set. We did the second set really just not to prove anything to anyone, but to satisfy ourselves. Are we crazy? Gosh, maybe I did ask for 85 decibels and I just completely forgot, right? Whatever, but that's why we did it. We didn't have to, and if you don't want to take the readings as fact, that's certainly up to you. But I will say, anecdotally, Doug McCurry stood up here and said, when I went into my house, I couldn't hear it. Closest house in Milton. And nobody else that I've...
Well, there's a reason testing is not required. Sorry.
That's right. So, Danny, sound engineering degree, where do you go to school for that? How's that licensing, all that stuff?
Oh, I've been in the industry for 40 years.
Right.
I do not have a degree in audio engineering, but I do have a lot of album credits to my name and concert credits that I can, certainly give you that if you need credentials behind that. But no, I do not have a degree in audio technology.
Okay, that's okay. You can go, Joe.
Go ahead, Joe.
Sorry about
That's
that. There's a reason we don't require testing beforehand. That's because it's impossible to recreate the conditions that are going to exist the night of an event. And the law and ordinance is there to prevent abuse of the surrounding community by the operators or by the event itself. I won't say the operators because
that would be me.
Put you there. Right, exactly. So any testing that's done is sort of immaterial because we didn't have the same number of people. The humidity wasn't the same. It wasn't the same time of year. It wasn't the same temperature. So many different things impact noise.
From hour to hour, traffic volume change.
Exactly. So it was nice of you guys to try to do that, but
we did it more for our own satisfaction that we would not be a bad neighbor.
So the reality, not to step in there, Joe, but the proof of the pudding is going to be if you were actually there having a concert, and if there was a complaint, and our police go and measure the decibel levels at certain distances.
Exactly.
And then you've got to adjust yours down.
Mm-hmm. So, Mary Jane and Mark, to me, everything that everyone is worried about in terms of this special use is driven by the number of people that are going to attend, okay? If there are 10 people that are in attendance, we're not going to have a traffic problem, we're not going to have a noise problem, we're not going to have any problems. If there are 350 people that show up, we're going to have some of those things. The question I have for you is, how do you guys track attendance? How do you know how many people show up?
We do sell tickets that people can use at future concerts, and the reason we do that is just like last week when we had a rain out. Instead of having to do a concert in the rain, we just tell people you can use that ticket for a future concert. And the way we track how many people are attending is we give them wristbands. So we know how many wristbands we put on in a night.
But you've never had a challenge from your current location to restrict or limit attendance to a certain number?
No, I'm the most restrictive person. I don't want usually 300 people. It's just a bigger headache. I'm happy with 150. 200 is a nice number. Anything from 200 to 300, I just assume it not go there.
Sure.
But it does every once in a while for a band that's particularly popular, and those nights are good.
So if we tell you that you have to limit attendance to 150 people or 200 people, how are you going to manage that?
Well, if you told me that we were going to have to do that, then when I got to that amount of wristbands, I would just say,
all full.
Yeah, we're full.
Okay. All right.
And I have a question on that too. Assuming, there was a number, and again, I know it's hard to come up with exactly for you to forecast exactly what you need. But let's say, in the event that you had a concert where you anticipated 300 people, it's a great band or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Can you predict that out enough to where if that wasn't allowed, but there was a special, one-time use permit, we do that. We have festivals. They had one out here on the Green last week where they had to get a special permit. Mm-hmm. They had to get, so many police officers and this type of stuff. Would that be an option too? If on a special occasion you had more than what the number was, but there was other requirements that you had to do to make sure there wasn't issues.
Yeah, we can do that.
I'm wondering if that might be an option too.
I mean, there are a couple of bands that I am sure will draw over 200 to 250 to 275. But then the one that drew 275 this year, I think, was a combination of the fact that they thought it was the last concert ever at Matilda's. And then, then things changed and we were able to do 5 more concerts at the beginning of this year. But at the time that we scheduled that, and it was in December, which we would hardly ever have that many people show up to a December concert. And I wouldn't even book one normally because it's so risky. But that was a 275, and it was partly because it was Farewell Angelina, which is an extremely popular band, and the fact that everyone thought it was going to be the last concert there.
Okay.
Normally, 150 people is an average crowd.
Do you know how many events you put on last year?
No, I can't remember. But if we did Friday and Saturday night, or 6 concerts over the period of time that you're talking about, that would be 36. And we don't do Friday and Saturday concerts, so we're only talking about
You're doing
6.
Friday and Saturday this weekend, but it's just a makeup.
It's a makeup. So normally we only do Saturday nights unless some circumstance causes us to need to do it on a Friday night.
Would you consider it problematic if you had to manage your business with a set number of events that you were allowed? In other words, if we said as part of the special use permit that there were only 30 events allowed and you could plan those for whenever you wanted to plan them, but you only had 30, is that going to make it difficult to manage your business?
Well, I mean, we'd be losing money if we did it that way. I mean, if we're doing concerts 6 months and we're doing 4 concerts. Just say, everything goes well and we're doing 4 concerts. That's just 24 concerts. If we add a Friday night here and there, that's still under 30. But it's hard to say because some nights are 0 nights and some nights will be 250 people. And that kind of makes up for the 0 nights.
You've had a 0 night?
We had one last week.
Yeah, the rain out.
Yeah.
Oh, right. It was, you scheduled it on the wrong day.
Yeah.
That's obvious.
That's the problem. You have to schedule them months in advance.
Okay.
All right. Peyton and then Matt.
Quick question, this may be for staff. What's our current noise ordinance for AG1? Do we have a decibel level for that?
For a commercial venue, it's the 85.
So
for an amplified music, not necessarily taking into consideration the zoning, the amplified music component of it is 85 from a commercial establishment as this would be.
What's the residential? What's our regular AG1 zoning?
65.
65, is that what?
Yeah, I think that probably varies depending on time and the activity.
And then on Little River, was that 65 peak or is that a continuous?
Do you remember on that one?
I believe that they had a lower for that latest modification where they were adding the barn in the front. They had a modification to Little River Farms where they didn't add it, but they were saying that they're going to be using it for an additional not performance, I'm confusing it, a venue. So I'd have to look it up, but it was lower, I believe, than 60 that they wanted the sound to be because of the subdivision across the street on Taylor.
But is that different than the original one that we did that's in the back? So there's 2 different?
Correct, yes.
All right, so which?
I'd have to look it up.
I was just curious what both of those are and if they're a continuous or not.
But the measurement was taken at the road.
At the property line,
right? Right. Which was the barn is very close because we went out there, I believe, and that you all went out there when they did the sound, so before the Planning Commission.
And so I have a quick question on the enforcement because this came up in a question with residents. So if it's based on your noise test, if it's 71 continuous at the nearest property line, but it's everywhere else it's under 65. If someone makes a complaint in Madison Hall where it's 64.7, and they say it's too loud, does the police officer go to the Madison Hall subdivision and measure it there? Or just because they got a complaint, does the police officer have a right to go to the nearest property line to measure the decibel?
I think that's where the ordinance applies.
So I can make so I was just curious. So this might be a question for staff. I can make a complaint at Blue Valley saying the noise is loud. You can faintly hear it. But can that officer go to the nearest property line?
I'm in the noise ordinance right now trying to find the answer to your other question, but I believe it's at the complainant's property line. I'll check to confirm that
But
as
he
well.
can't every time, he just can't go walk on that corner and just make noise readings if that property owner is not making the complaint.
I'll let you know answers on both
Okay.
questions.
Mr. Mayor, does the council have any further questions for the applicants?
Matt, did
Mine
you
are mostly for the staff.
Okay, I do.
Okay.
What parking, what I'm hearing, number one concern is sound and then parking.
Mm-hmm.
And I know, Mr. Mills, you mentioned parking, you could do it on site. Because I know the business owners around there were worried about spillover and things like that.
I keep hearing that and I keep saying we're going to do 100% parking on site. I just don't understand why this keeps bubbling
And what are you basing that on? And I say that because if there was
Well,
150 people there, or if there was 250.
Giant step back. When we came into this, we were told, like Crabapple, that the crossroad corners were shared parking corners. And that was...
It's time to go.
Okay.
That's a cue. Sorry about
Everybody keep their hands to themselves. Sorry. This is Mary J.
All right, so the question is, though, parking.
Yes. So we planned on Four Corners, and we came in, and I talked with Mr. Jacklin, and he was fine with it, and it all sounded he and I are on the same corner, our offices. It all sounded fine, and then it began to unravel when we figured out that the inter-corner agreements were not consistent. Robin, forgive me if I'm getting this wrong, but doesn't really matter, because once it bubbled up that no one could really be required to do the shared parking, I was faced with either we shut down or I pony up the rest of the land to do it. And that's what I decided to do. And we have 2.7 acres in front of the building between Hickory Flat and where the hen house would be. I had hoped we'd do some other retail-oriented stuff with it, and there may be a little bit of room, but I just decided to sort of double down on this and say, fine, you know what, we'll do all the parking. Scott's developed a couple of plan alternatives.
Yeah, the parking, when we first went in, I met with Robin, and, you know, it's the city staff position not to create gigantic parking areas for no reason. So you have a parking design equation for a use permit, and whether you agree with it or disagree with it, it's what your ordinance says. And it's 22 spaces. Is that correct?
That's right.
Correct.
Okay, so we more than doubled it. Now, whether that's right or wrong, that's what the city requires, is 22 spaces. So Carter had made a request to me earlier. We were on another job, so we went out and looked at it. History of the property was, it was the Bice's store equipment yard there. So you have a heavily packed, and there's no topsoil, just the underlayment, with gravel scattered in the grass. So you've got a gravel parking lot existing that was been there from the Bice's store era and the Wilbur and Rudy's. So it more than carries the 44 spaces. Then there's also 8 spaces on the east side of the store, running along north up from the intersection of the crossroads of Birmingham Highway. And then I did a layout, and, you know, there's well over 130, 40, depends upon how far you want to go up, but there are plenty of parking spaces, and this would be a, 3 times a month, 4 times a month parking area. So on this, my opinion, and I think Carter shares with this compacted area of gravel and grass would be completely sufficient for once, 3 times a week.
I'm going to have to cut you off here due to time, but so basically what you're saying, the 44 plus 8 plus the other parking lot, in your calculations, there's plenty of on-site parking. Procedure-wise, I'm going to stop you guys for 1 second. We have
Mr. Mayor, you're up against
rule.
a hard stop. Yeah. Our rules provide that a city council meeting should not extend beyond 12. And in the event that business is not concluded prior to that time, the remaining agenda, unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the council, shall be deferred. So the council does have the availability, if you want to make a motion to extend this meeting and the finishing of the agenda past midnight, that would be in order, if that is what you're
I would, since everybody's been through here and put all this time in it, I would be, in fact, I'd like to extend this meeting, but I'll need a motion from council. Do we need to put a time on it, or just?
You don't. You just need to get us past midnight.
Okay.
Mayor, I move to extend the meeting past the 12 midnight deadline.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion to extend the meeting past 12 midnight deadline from Council Member Longoria with a second from Council Member Kuntz. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Just
Any opposed?
quick discussion or question. This is an extension only to finish this item. Are we saying we're going to go through the other items?
This is an extension for the entirety of the agenda.
Yep.
Let's do it.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So, all right, is there any more questions for the applicant?
The
And then
parking, I like to.
and then we'll go to staff. Go ahead.
I mean, y'all talk about this parking plan. Do y'all have it? Can we see it? It's like the sound stuff.
It's actually two scenarios, and because we have trail work to do, consider them accurate but conceptual.
Yep.
Or no, is there any way to put that up on a screen so everybody can see that, or technology-wise, or we
should.
just for the audience's sake, I'd like to do that if we can. But you can keep talking, but that way. All right, go ahead, Rick.
I guess Curtis or Scott, do you have a single egress and ingress going into this parking for, other than on the one side of the store? Because I heard some of the other concerns were about traffic.
There are two curb cuts that the city approved for Wilbur and Rudy's.
Okay, so the existing, what's there is what you'll plan to use if this was approved for your parking ingress and egress.
Short answer is yes. I think that for these simultaneous peaks that we're talking about allowing for, and I'll tell you the numbers. The restaurant plan has 93 seats, and very conservatively, we're assuming 80 spots required. Well, that's too many, but we're assuming that. And depending on whether there is a cap put on a Matilda's operation and what that is, we would probably go 0.5x on that, add that to the 80, and that's our target. Just like the traffic for Matilda's and a restaurant probably occurs after peak traffic hours, they occur sort of at the same time. So I think from a practical standpoint, if we had any sort of a bottleneck on that ingress, we'd have to take some kind of action, because there's not a lot of room between there and the intersection for a backup. It wouldn't take too many car lengths to saturate. So there's no reason it should stop, but I'm just saying that's my thought. Keep an eye on that, see if it might be an issue going forward.
Okay, Matt, you have a question?
Yeah, and Mary Jane, maybe you can answer this. I'm thinking flow, and a lot of people have a question, obviously, with traffic flow, cars coming in and coming out, and then you have a restaurant as well, as then you might have an adventure. And granted, the restaurant, I assume, would be open every day of the week, or however, but this concert would only be one or possibly 2 days a week, depending on what the council allows. So cars come in. When do you give them their wristband? Is it back in the back where the venue is?
As they come into the concert area. And people start coming, I say after 7, but really some will come as early as 6:45. And they just trickle in from 6:45 or 7 until 8:30. I don't think it's going to impact that intersection as much as people are thinking.
So basically, people will try to get a parking spot quickly so they can get the wristband quickly, and then once they're out, they're out.
Yeah, they'll just come in and they'll be parked, and they'll get out of their cars and they'll come down to the concert area. That's where they get a wristband.
Mm-hmm.
And then they find their seat, make their picnic and, visit for a while, and then the concert starts at 8:30.
Now, so people come in, they listen to the music, have a good time. Music stops at that moment. So how do you kick everybody out?
They just start leaving.
Okay.
Some people will leave early, just like they do at a lot of concerts, just to avoid, being caught in traffic. And then others will just stay around and visit a while. So there's no set way. It's never been a problem.
And so when everybody is gone, one of the questions I had from residents as well was, trash pickup, things like that. So who does that? How does that work? Do you have parking staff on hand that helps direct parking?
No, us.
Just you guys, okay.
But we tell people, put your trash in our trash bins or take it with you. And we have almost no problems with people leaving trash or trashing parking lots or any of that. Most of our patrons are adults that live in the neighborhoods around Matilda's. And that's why, I think here, I'll have some people who will come from Alpharetta and Roswell, and some of the people who, have regularly come to Matilda's in Alpharetta. But I have a feeling that our biggest crowds will come from the neighborhoods around here.
And is that some, Steve, if there is a litter problem, that's easily enforceable by the city, correct? If there's a complaint, if the next day there's...
We have ordinances related to litter. I can't tell you what it is off the top of my head, but I'm sure it's under our environmental controls.
Yeah, we would go after that through our code enforcement division.
Okay.
Remember, the actual site is 430 feet back off the road. So it'd probably be our policing anyway,
right.
But we'd be policing.
Another, some of the biggest concerns I hear, and I certainly understand and have myself, one, parking, noise being the biggest. But also, we've talked about a 3-year sunset. And I certainly understand from a property owner and a business perspective, investing money, getting something up and going and not knowing if the rug will be jerked out from underneath you. But also concerned for our citizens and whatnot if it doesn't go like you guys all think it's going and all that. What kind of recourse would we have? And I know, you can sit there and say, well, I don't want to put resources to it if we don't know for sure, just like use restrooms, for example. We'll just use portalettes, but obviously.
Really good portalettes.
Really clean ones. The ones that don't smell. But I guess my point is, and that could hamper your business from getting it to where it's a great venue that everybody loves too, if you can't put. And so I'm just bouncing this around. I'm wondering, is there, Ken and I have talked about that in the past. You've got some concern with doing that, putting a sunset on there. But I'm wondering if there's some stipulations or some parameters that, we as a council could put on to police it. So there wasn't any surprises for you guys. If you do everything right and everything's good, then you don't have to worry. But we have some control if it wasn't going well and it was not good for the residents. I don't know, Ken, is that something that we could always go back and legally take the use permit away, or does that have to be, what's that process?
Well, my position is taking the use permit away would require a process that at least comports with the zoning procedures law. That's just what I feel, and I've given that advice to other clients as well. Just because a use permit is found in the zoning procedures law and specifically as a zoning decision. The options available to the council are as varied as you can come up with. I mean, first of all, the conditions attached to this use permit are in fact supposed to be enforceable checks against quote unquote abuses. The decibel limitations or limitations with respect to the number of occupants or ticket holders that can go see an event. And if those are routinely offended, this is a matter that could be brought back to the council for consideration of the special use permit. I have shared with the council that I have concerns about a automatic sunset provision. I just don't see how that complies with the zoning procedures law. I just don't. But I have no concern whatsoever with this matter upon a trigger being activated, returning to the council for consideration of whether the use permit needs to go away.
And I just wonder what, do you have any suggestions on what could, parameters that would trigger that?
I mean, it can be repeated, numerical repeated violations of the conditions. That would typically require some sort of an enforcement action against the applicant. Well, I'm being asked to provide examples, and I'm doing the best I can to do that. It's a difficult situation. You don't see many examples where you grant a zoning and it automatically goes away either. Typically, it's the behavior is modified by enforcement actions against the company or the individual that is the recipient of the zoning. So that's what I would recommend here.
Joe?
So Ken, if we're uncomfortable with the 3-year renewal period, how did it get there in the first place?
How do you get where?
In the use permit.
In the special use permit?
I think part of the problem here is that this is sort of a round peg in a square hole, and what I mean by that is the way I read that festival language, it's talking about these transitory festivals that don't involve permanent installations. And that's why I think staff has done an exemplary job of attempting to make this work to the extent that there are options. But I mean, just candidly, I just don't think this was built around the notion of permanent installations and massive investments of fixed money onto a piece of property. I think it was more of I think someone said the Renaissance Festival or whatever, when it's sort of an ephemeral, temporary thing. They come and set up and they leave. That's sort of the way I read it as well. So.
Matt?
Yeah, two questions that everybody asks, and there's always one of the first two that comes out, is what happens if Matilda's stops being Matilda's? And legally, from that perspective, if we pass this from that perspective, what happens? And maybe you can give us a baseline.
Well, I mean, under the, again, let's think of it from the zoning perspective. If zoning for residential is granted, just as an example, and the developer that we all thought would be the developer leaves, does that mean the zoning goes away? No. And it's rhetorical, and I'm not looking for you to answer. The answer is no, it doesn't. It stays.
Is there a possibility if there was a condition that Matilda's had to be the operator as one of those questions?
I would only be comfortable with that if the applicant consented to it, because anyway, I've had that come up before. That is a curious thing to approve a land use enactment that only allows one, not only sort of use, but the specific entity to provide the use. I would be more comfortable if the actual applicant agreed that they are agreeable to that.
Curtis?
Well, under the right scenario, I wouldn't have any issue with that at all, and you wouldn't. Right scenario, including, I don't think that 6-month window makes any sense with a long structured shutdown period. I mean, if you don't allow her to operate for 5 months and then she gets sick, 6 months just doesn't make any sense. But my commitment to the McCurrys stands, which is this is what we're talking about. I'm not going to do anything to you guys that's going to be a surprise, et cetera. I've always intended for it to just be Matilda's and the Potters specifically and Danny, et cetera, this operation. So I don't have an issue with that. I'd love to have some consideration on stuff that's hurting us, though, like these guys have built a nice little business over 15 years. Guess how much someone will want to pay for something that could become valueless every 3 years? Nothing. So that's a dilemma, I think, for all of us from a cost standpoint for them.
Yeah, Curtis, I hear that argument, and the reason I was shaking my head is because I'm having difficulty getting my head around it, and that is that there are 1,000,001 things that can trip this whole operation up. That's number 1,000,002. How on earth can guaranteeing that prevent all the other things that could trip this up? It doesn't make sense to me. You're taking much more risk.
Guaranteeing what?
You're taking much more risk in trying to get this operation going than having to deal with a 3-year renewal plan. If everything's working right, a 3-year renewal plan is not an issue.
I disagree.
Well,
I understand you win, but I disagree.
No. I'm not trying to win, Curtis. I'm trying to understand. That's my job up here, and that's the biggest hangup that I have. Are you saying right now that if there's a 3-year renewal period, this is a no deal?
Honestly, we'll caucus on that if that ends up being a hard line in the dirt. We'll sit down and talk about it. And frankly, I don't threaten, so I'm just saying it could be that we do something temporarily and stage them to somewhere that wants them, and we'll let them stay there, or it could be that we just suck it up and go with it and try to do the best we can, even though there are no objective measures that define success. I have an issue with that, and just hope that every 3 years everybody's happy.
Let me put that in a different perspective too, and I get where everybody's coming from, but there's also some advantages to more of a permanency that's a benefit to the community. It's just like having a property or a rental house or whatever, and you only have a 1-year lease on it or a 2-year lease. You're not really going to fix it up because the landlord may 2 years from now they may not renew it. And the same thing, you may not want to put the quality stuff in it to make it very, successful for the community, not just for your business interests, but
we want
to make
do
it nice.
Right.
You may just sit on the fence the whole time. So that's why I brought up earlier, are there some parameters that if you made some mistakes and didn't correct them and it was bad for the community, that we had some recourse, but it also allowed you to build the venue in a quality way. That's where I'm from. And I can see that point where if you know next year, hey, it might just get yanked, then are you really going to do it right? Rick?
Ken, again, going back to trying to understand this, like you said, you got a round peg you're trying to put in a square hole. The 3 years on this use permit, which was the closest thing we could find that could fit this venue, because we didn't have anything defined in Milton's ordinances that would allow it. That's why it says 3 years today. But when we did other venues that we went through a couple of really late nights with like Little River Farms, where the neighbors were very concerned about noise and about how this is going to impact, and it's going to become a rock venue and all these other things. But I think what we said at that point in time, our recourse, if that was approved and Little River was approved, was if they violated the noise ordinance, that was we could step in at any point in time and say, you just lost your use permit because you didn't abide by the things that we put in place that protected the community. Wasn't that what we went through when that elongated process till like 1 o'clock or 1:30 in the morning with them?
Yes.
I believe that was our recourse, and it wasn't contingent upon Little River. You're going to make this investment, and you got to do a renewal in 1 year or 3 years. I think it was, you make the investment, you better be darn sure that you make it successful and abide within the parameters so you don't negatively impact your neighbors, or you're not going to be there and you'll have wasted your investment.
Right.
And it wasn't a threat.
That's controllable success.
Pardon me?
That's controllable success, and that's all I was.
And there were issues out there with concerns with traffic, with nighttime, with the roads, and I guess that's one of the things I still have down here is, okay, if we had X number of cars, because it is close to the intersection, when the concert is done, today you're on Highway 9. Does anybody help with egress or traffic control when you've got people coming and going for the concert? Or today you haven't had that problem with the location from a parking standpoint?
Mark does.
Okay. Because I guess that would be that, just thinking practically, that's in my mind one of the things. If I look at that intersection, and I know that intersection, I know where Curtis's restaurant will be, if that's the parking, you may have to look at, how do I get the traffic out? Or when it's getting close to concert time, how am I safely getting the cars in without backing up the intersection? And I'm not trying to be...
I've done in the past, and probably in the future, somebody else is going to have to do it. But that's something we definitely will do.
Because I think that's one of the concerns we've heard from the neighbors is it is a traffic issue, and I don't know how you ameliorate that unless you actually take action like Little River does when they know they're going to have patrons coming and going. They do something to make sure that they have safety in I guess, arriving and exiting.
And they have staff there to prepare
May
to do
I,
that.
I'm sorry. Danny Beeson, sound engineer, is asking if you're through with him.
You can get done. Anybody have any questions for sound?
And we can address some
Okay.
or most of them without Danny.
All right,
but
I'm
I
not hearing
wanna
any.
make him
I'm
hang
not hearing.
around it.
I'm not hearing any questions for sound guy.
I've got one question. So, sir, I'm in charge of all the sound at Matilda's. If we imposed a 75 decibel peak limit on the music, do you think that would negatively impact the experience at Matilda's?
What would you give me as far as a distance from?
Can we qualify what you mean by peak? Do you mean top or peak decibel level?
Well, there's two different things I'll ask you. First of all, at what location are you measuring? At a property line?
At any point on the boundary of the property.
75 dB at the boundary to the point, and that point at the
71.
71. I can live with 75 dB at the corner of the.
He said peak. We need to be clear that he's not talking about.
Yeah, peak is. I mean, I can cough right now and give you an 85 dB cough. That's peak. An average
continuous.
Is usually considered over a 2-minute period. An average. That's what sound meters do automatically as you set a time. That average is very attainable. It will peak higher than that, but it will be for less than the peak period, if that makes sense to everyone.
Right, but
it's as the
according to our
motorcycle goes
definitions,
by.
It's not a peak.
Yeah.
Right? Because a peak is defined as some kind of sustained level over a certain period of time.
Yeah, where the average is considered 2 minutes, the peak is considered.
During our test periods on Saturday, the average was over 2 minutes. The peak was always a truck or a motorcycle event.
Yeah, but you can't be held responsible for the traffic.
No, that's why
not
I'm
the issue.
saying. Take
That
peak.
was saying that was louder than.
Take peak out of it and just call it the.
Call it the average. 75 dB of the property limit is not a problem.
The festival code calls it continuous, but it's the equivalent of average.
Yeah, average is industry standard.
Well, question is that compare that to our ordinance with 85.
It's continuous. It's not a peak of 85. It's continuous.
Just to clarify, what you're bringing up is 10 decibels less than what our commercial ordinance calls for.
I
not
thought
residential.
that our festival ordinance read 65 continuous, 75 peak.
60 and 75.
It's 60 continuous.
That's correct.
And 75 peak. Can you live with those parameters?
At the property limit?
Yeah.
No.
So which one do you blow?
I will blow the. I'll blow the.
Blow 60.
Below, the 60 dB at the
We're
property limit.
71 at the closest property line, continuous. 60 is 11 less than that. I mean, we blow that. It's only 60 feet away, even though the house is 360. So from a technical standpoint, that's where we, failed on the first test. And I said, we can't drop the request. But I think where you're going with it, and maybe it's something closer to a win-win, is coincidentally, you said 75. It's coincidental. I think you were saying instead of 85 continuous, what about 75 continuous? And as we've learned from the various things that have been going on, that's a 50% reduction in the noise level going 10 decibels. So what if it's 75 continuous, coincidentally the same peak number that's in the festival code, but a totally different measurement, right? So we're not talking spikes for a truck or a motorcycle going by. We're talking continuous.
Okay. I'm only concerned about the noise that's being produced by the venue. I'm not worried about the ambient noise. I'm not worried about the surrounding noise. You can't be responsible for that.
Exactly.
Okay? And sound doesn't add linearly. If you take two 75 decibel sources, add them together, you don't get 150 decibels.
You still get 75.
Right, exactly. So I'm not worried about the other contributors to this puzzle. I'm only worried about you guys. Are you telling me that you can't sustain an audience with a peak of 75 dB at the property line and a sustained level of 65? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, because we're 71 at the property line.
Sustained.
Yes.
So what are you at the stage?
At the stage?
Yeah.
85, 25 feet in front of it.
So you're producing 85 decibel music at the stage, and that's what you need to do?
That is what is sincerely 85 dB in a concert setting. If you've been to a concert, you've been sustained and you've been subjected to at least 90. I'm telling you.
Well, hold it. I'm not considering this a concert like the concerts that I went to,
Right.
In my youth. I'm considering this Matilda's.
Right.
And I've been to Matilda's. And when I was talking to my brother sitting across the table, we couldn't hear the music playing. So that's what I'm thinking about.
Mm-hmm.
Has it changed since I've been?
I'm talking about worst case scenarios. I'm talking about things that have been measured. I would say that over 95% of our shows are conversational. As a matter of fact, one of the things that I do say is, crowd, could you please hold your conversation down?
Right.
So that we can hear the performers. But still, we have people asking for worst case scenarios, and could this happen? Of course it could. Does it on a consistent basis? Not at our venue. But once again, if we're going to give you worst case scenarios.
And another reason, I mean, you guys did your measurements without an audience. You did
Yeah,
your
and no
measurements-
reflective material. We gave it the worst case.
So I still don't understand why we're even having this discussion, because you can't tell until the night of the event what you're going to have.
Because we want to be good
I get it.
neighbors.
I get it. I understand. All right. That's all I had. That's
Okay.
all. Thank you.
If you all would like us to consider some scenario before, I definitely don't want to cut him loose if we were going to have to make an on-the-spot decision. So,
Does anybody else,
Yeah, I
Matt?
got a question for him. So, continuous is 71, right?
Correct.
But if you had a spike above 75, is it a drum sequence that caused it to go over that? What
Yeah, this would be
that what it is?
a snare drum hit or somebody screaming into a microphone. But
Gotcha. Just making sure. That's it.
I have equipment that limits that. So
How often let me ask you, how often during a show do you usually go to a peak?
What's that, I'm sorry?
How often during a show would you usually have a peak or a spike above a 75?
rarely. It's not something that, especially if you're talking property line areas.
Wait, I think you're talking about two different things. So you took an 85 decibel reading, 25 feet directly in front
On
of
axis
the
in
direction.
front of the speaker.
Yes.
Right.
Correct. Continuous.
Right.
It wasn't peak, it was continuous.
Right.
So that's essentially where the crowd starts. I think it's actually 20 feet, but 25 feet is where the first table occurs.
Okay.
So that's crowd noise level. If you walk through the building, directly behind it is where this fence, the property line that I was talking about, that 71 reading, that's where that was.
Correct.
Gotcha.
You guys understand the reason for the questions is because if this, let's say this was approved, anybody who lives around there that's used to not hearing things are going to have concern. I don't think you're going to be like the high school that was put in your mind where I'm going to hear the uncontrolled amplified sound that we can't even control as a city. But you would adjust the sound based upon that evening, because I know sound carries more when everything gets quiet. At nighttime, you can hear. I mean, we just know that happens, because you don't have the other noise going around. So, but that's something you adjust then that evening.
Did you?
No, I'm good.
Given the limits, we can make it happen.
I'd prefer if we could talk about that before you make a statement.
Given the limits, we can.
What I was trying to get at was, if we're faced with a firm, hard commitment, I want to make damn sure we can meet it and
Still
not
entertain.
be hip shooting in front of a hard crowd. If we even go outside. I don't think we have anything on the table yet. I thought that Commissioner Longoria was making a recommendation, but it sounds like not. If there is, I'd like to talk about it before we declare.
Excuse me, can we let Joe have a question, and then you guys can step out if you need to.
Maybe help you out here. In your test, okay, I mean, you're in 100% complete control of the level of sound at every single concert for Matilda's, right?
Correct.
Okay. If you wanted to set the level at the stage at 60 decibels, you could.
I could.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's in your complete control to operate the emanation of sound at a specific level.
That is correct.
In order for you to get to 71 continuous at the property line, you have to be 85 at the stage or whatever it was.
Correct.
Okay. Is that typical for Matilda's? Is that where you normally operate?
Pretty darn close.
Okay. So if you went down from there, let's say you operated at 80 instead of 85, are you destroying the experience? Are you going to produce a product that just doesn't work?
It will be less. It really depends upon the music. I can't honestly give you an answer on 5 dB, because the difference between 5 dB
You guys have
here.
the anecdotal sense on that. The test volume we picked on Saturday matched the baseline tests that we did in April at the show. And we used recorded live Matilda's music. So it was just as acoustical, no more bass, et cetera. And you guys would have the anecdotal sense on that. Was that, because I don't, a quality level that you guys would say, you know what, it's too, you already said you tell them to crank it down when it feels too loud. Do you tell them to crank it up sometimes and have it's
often.
just right level?
Not ever, that I can think of.
No,
He's got a lead foot.
a little more than we
little
do.
bit more than we do.
And we do tell him, turn it down.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so any more questions for the applicant?
No, I think we go
All right.
next.
All right, thank you. All right.
Danny, thanks
You
a
have
lot.
questions?
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The answers on the previous questions? Okay, shoot.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead. For the Little River Farms, the most latest zoning modification, you all made conditions. So it's a barn, and that the music would be inside the barn. It's not music outside the barn. But Friday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., and the music needs to end by 10 p.m., and it says maximum 45 dB 1 hour prior to music ending.
Is that the most recent one?
That's the most recent one.
That's the barn. What about the main venue?
And the main venue was the same thing. It was 45.
But it's 45 dB at the property line.
Right.
No.
Or
Well,
outside the building or the property?
let's see. Let's go back to it.
Was it across the street of
Yeah.
It would be at the
good.
property
Okay.
line. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, do we have any more questions for the applicants?
No, that's
think-
not what I asked.
I've got answers to the remaining questions regarding the
You
residential.
guys can sit down if you'd like, and if there's any comments, we can.
So regarding amplified music within a residential, an entirely residential area, the maximum dBA, it ranges between 50 and 55 for amplified music. So if you at your home had a party on your back deck, you could not exceed 55 dBA at the nearest residential property line.
And Little River is 45.
Right.
For a commercial entity, similar to one of our restaurants out here, if they were going to have amplified music, they could have it up to 85 dBA as measured at the property line of the commercial property at which the sound is being generated. So keep in mind that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be commercially zoned. It's at the edge of the property of the commercial use.
Okay. Anything else? Yeah, that's good on all my sound questions. Good.
So, yeah, the intersection. Carter, tell us about what's the status on the Birmingham Crossroads intersection, GDOT, Union Hill, all that stuff, because obviously that's not the most dangerous intersection because everybody stops, which is put it on the back burner for any kind of construction. But how do we move construction of that intersection up?
Well, and Sarah can correct me if I go off track here, but GDOT is looking at it at this point, so it is moving forward.
Okay.
We had always talked over the years with GDOT that we would try and coordinate improvements with that intersection with improvements at Freemanville and Birmingham. And that being one of our T-SPLOS projects, they began to look at Freemanville or Birmingham and Birmingham also. Because of the tight area they have to work in, it's not as simple an intersection as it might normally be. Mm-hmm. And so they've taken a little bit of extra time in developing the concept plans that they believe would be effective at that exact location. We haven't seen those yet.
Okay.
And so
they're done, but we just haven't seen them?
I don't know if, Sarah, if you've got anything to add to that. I don't know that they've been fully vetted through their process as of yet. They have indicated that when they do get them to a point where they feel comfortable that they are realistic alternatives, that we would have an opportunity to weigh in on those improvements. Did I say that correctly?
Correct, yeah. Before they create the project and get it programmed, they would pass the alternatives along to us to
Sarah,
look at.
do you have any estimation about when they might come to us with our input?
They had said in the next month or so they hope to wrap up the study, and that was a few weeks ago.
Okay, so 2 or 3 weeks we should have some kind of communication with them about something as far as a concept plan.
Yes, at least an update from that's where they are.
Okay, and so the concept plan is completed, then obviously there's approval, agreement, funding, et cetera, and then all that before there's ever any kind of movement of dirt or utilities or anything like that, right?
Funding, utilities, and right-of-way acquisition are always the longest parts of any project.
Right.
Is that, I guess, a two-year deal?
And it really depends on what they come up with and what impact it has on adjoining properties and utilities in that particular location. So difficult to say without seeing what their concepts are going to be.
So it's further along, though, than we originally thought. I was thinking
It's moving.
5 years. You're thinking maybe 2.5 estimation.
Well, yeah, I can't say until I see what they're planning on doing.
Gotcha. Okay. So with traffic as a concern, and obviously a lot of people are wondering what's going to happen if these cars come through there. 2 issues, I think. One, at Little River, I know if they had a certain capacity, we might have a police officer there to help from that. I think we had done that in the past. Could you talk to that if there was, how that works?
I don't know how traffic control works at Little River.
Is that off duty now?
Is that the question regarding what they do at Little River?
Yeah, Little River off duty, and
I believe they have. Yeah, it's an extra job assignment where they get hired privately through Little River.
Privately by them. Okay, so that was what's going on there. So is there, there have been some questions about the BYOB component of this, how that is monitored, maintained. I don't think we don't have any regulations for something like that, but from a city staff perspective, and maybe you can explain historically some concerns that we might want to watch out for with that component. Obviously, I had some residents that were very concerned about BYOB near there because families and kids and that sort of thing. But we don't have a lot of BYOB in Milton that I can think of, right? I mean, and problems. This is a police question, really. So I'm asking about these circumstances with BYOB that we might want to be aware of.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So are there any concerns that we should have with BYOB with regards to drunks, alcoholics, things like that at a party venue that could be driving, leaving on the roads, driving up and down roads in Milton, causing wrecks?
Every home is a BYOB, so it's very difficult for me to really explain what from a law enforcement perspective, people have to hopefully obey the law, and those that don't, we enforce. But I don't know what effect that this event could have on us. I mean, adults should be able to go there and obey the law. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Maybe it's a result of being in a nightclub or a bar, or sometimes it's a result of being in their neighbor's kitchen.
Can I ask the question?
Okay. Anything else?
I want to talk about buffers at some point.
Yeah,
all right.
That's where I'm going next.
Go ahead, Peyton.
All right, so this might be, I'm assuming this is staff and probably Mr. Reese. So I see we're getting the buffers on all the sides. Is there a reason why? I mean, can you give me exactly why you need the buffers on every single side? And why is the septic field so large that if it's just a couple bathrooms, why do we need all the buffer removed?
That's drain field is for the restaurant.
Okay, so you need the buffer removed for the restaurant, not for Matilda's.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're speaking to the mic, either whoever
Okay.
wants to answer the question.
So the septic system area shown, the problem is if you put a buffer on for this use permit, then it runs with the property. So it prohibits any further use of the property. So when we met with staff, a septic field is allowed to be within 10 feet of the property line with the current ag zoning use. So it didn't seem to be a problem if it's an allowable use with its current zoning and current usability. But the reason we requested the variance there is that if you create this permanent buffer with this use permit, then it completely limits the rest of the use of the property.
So if y'all weren't applying for a use permit, you could
I could put a septic field within 10 feet of the property line.
for the commercial use.
Yes.
Okay. And so when y'all are talking about the reserve field, is that the reserve? Where's the reserve field going?
That area is my
primary?
estimation
Okay.
based upon preliminary gallons per day of there's a lot of guesswork and estimation if I don't know what the seating capacity exactly of the restaurant that's going to be in the future that I'm having to extrapolate from the applicant.
So is a north buffer, then is that just why not type of deal?
Yeah, I think that was more.
Make it sound easier?
Yeah, or
Right.
we were just going through the process.
Okay.
We had no, my understanding is that 99% of the time, these use permits are site plan specific. We're not showing any disturbance or anything in there. If it's site plan specific, then the fact that we're showing no activity or no use or anything in there, then we can't control the power line easement. It's going to be cut by Georgia Transmission Authority every 3 months or whatever the case may be.
So I guess my last question is, if you have the use permit, let's say we do a 3-year deal, so you get your buffer, you get to put your septic field in the buffer and Matilda's goes away, but you could do it anyway without it. Okay.
So it's the same deal that we discussed about with the building.
Got it.
So if the use goes away, and it reverts back to an ag use, then you've got a 60-foot front, a 25 side, and a 50-foot rear in ag zoning. The building is completely compliant. There is no need for variance because it's compliant with the existing zoning and the existing use. But only because it's a special use permit that has special regs and rules, we had to create a variance because that's why it says special. It's special uses. So that's why if it goes away, that building doesn't need to be moved. It's completely conforming because then it's an ag zoning, 60-foot front, 50 rear, 25-foot sides. It's completely conforming. Same deal with the septic system. Or, as shown in your comprehensive land use plan, that area is all that's designated that's now ag, and that triangle is rezoned to a commercial, as shown on the CLUP.
So
then where that setback is consistent with commercial zoning adjoining ag use, residentially used.
So as long as staff can say that they can use that AG1 property for a commercial septic field, is that correct?
We had this discussion today.
The septic field.
So they can do that by right. If there was no Matilda's coming in, you can use the AG1 zone property and use a septic field for that for the commercial zone property south of it.
Right, it would come under Fulton County regulations on size and location of that. There's no specific use condition that would prevents or mandates the location of the septic field.
Okay.
So, Joe?
Scott,
Yes.
I want to understand again, the request for the zero setback on some parts of the property line, that's not needed?
Well, on the area, the very northern portion of the property that's north of the power line that adjoins the Birmingham Park property.
Okay.
Okay. If this use is accepted, then everyone that I've ever participated in, it is site plans specific. So we are showing no use whatsoever north of that power line.
Right.
So if that's a huge sticking point, I mean, if we're site plan specific and we're not showing any activity in that area, then it's kind of, let's beat the dead horse one more time.
So we could add in, so right now, we exclude the buffer and setback requirement for everywhere except for the residential property line that's north and west.
Well, yes, because the property on the east that's zoned commercial, there is no requirement for a setback there.
Right.
Okay. You've got two layers here.
We got it up there. Yeah.
Okay. So you've got the use permit regs that designate properties that are ag zoned with a residential use, and they have specific setbacks. Then you've got the overlay that comes in. So you've got about 5 different layers that you're shifting in, and in that area, it doesn't designate that it's ag zone residential use. It's just ag zoned. So the area.
So the buffer comes into play where you have the commercial use adjacent and residentially zoned or potentially residentially occupied property.
So we need the change on the north and west boundary that's next to the residential property. Is what you're saying? We actually need a change there to go down to the 10 feet, I think it is, in activity zone?
Yeah, so
it's,
and landscape buffer.
Right. So the condition for the buffer states, so that would be condition part 5. So in lieu of the 75-foot undisturbed buffer and 10-foot landscape strip adjacent to Mr. McCurry's property, which is the west.
See my cursor
Yeah,
here.
if you can get your cursor going. So, and our condition says, provide a 60-foot setback and a 10-foot landscape strip adjacent to the west property line and north property line adjacent to Mr. McCurry. Allow a maximum 10-foot encroachment into the 60-foot setback for the relocated building adjacent to the west property line. So because the building is, I believe, 50 feet away from the property line, we have to write, if you choose to approve it, a condition to allow the building, the hen house, to be encroaching by 10 feet into that 60-foot setback.
Yeah, this is where make sure I understand. I'm actually okay with that because the person who is harmed is the neighbor who's saying they support this whole thing. So if they're not complaining about it, I shouldn't complain about it. Where I have a problem is we've asked for removal of the buffer and the setback on all the other sides, and I'm hearing from Scott that they don't need that. I would have noticed, I would have stated that the stream buffer and those things, those are non-negotiable to begin. We can't change the state buffer line and stuff like that. Plus, you can't build in the stream to begin with. But so that takes a big chunk in the corner. But now the rest of the north and the east, well, the east is
It would have to be north of the power line.
right.
Basically.
Well, the power line, most of that piece.
It's the corner, really the only corner north of the power line from the stream buffers back around to the power line.
So you're not planning on doing anything with that. So leaving the buffers and the setbacks the way they are is fine.
But that area south of the power line.
Right. That's where the part of the venues go. I get that.
Right. And it adjoins the power line part of the park.
I think it might have been, not that you're ever going to do this again, but it might have been advantageous to have really called out where you needed the variance instead of just saying everywhere, because that sent the wrong message to almost everybody.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess in my
I
period,
I get it.
It was plan specific. It typically is, so we weren't worried about that.
Do you want me to read that condition that we have in the packet about the site plan? Because we've amended it recently to be a little bit more substantial than it has in the past about the site plan. I'd like to read it so you'd understand what we
Go for
looking
it, Robin.
for. It says, to the owner's agreement to abide by the following: substantial compliance with the site plan received by the Community Development Department on March 29, 2018, and where exact layout of the project may contain minor deviations approved by the Community Development Director, provided the deviations remain consistent with the purpose and intent of the Council's approval of the use permit. Notwithstanding the contents of the site plan, the project must meet or exceed requirements of the zoning ordinance, all other applicable city ordinances and conditions, and these conditions. The site plan may be revised with the approval of the Community Development Director in order to comply with city codes and zoning conditions. Unless otherwise noted herein, compliance with all conditions shall be in place prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy.
So that's 2A in the recommended conditions.
Right.
Correct.
So I think the intent is that what is shown on the site plan would remain, unless there was some, I don't think anybody is really going to touch it, and let's say if somebody wanted to, they would have to come to our department and ask the Community Development Director. And we are conservative typically on how things are changed on site plans. And then I think further, what I had advised Mr. Reese was, I think Mr. Mills was indicating when we met was that if he was to do the remainder of the buffer, let's say in the northeast corner where all the beautiful specimen trees are, is that to meet the buffer standards, he would have to do additional plantings to screen physically to the city park, which I'm not sure how many people are really hanging out at the city park. waiting to see what happens on the other side. So I think that the intent was in part economic, not to have to do additional plantings to provide a screen in between all those beautiful hardwoods to screen something that really is not impacting anybody. That I don't think so. And
Right,
so
and
that was my advice to the applicant,
Okay.
based on his intent and what he wanted to do.
So the language that you just read, Robin, in 2A, is that meant to cover condition 5?
Condition.
Or is that meant to cover condition 2, or is it meant to cover both? Because those are the ones that deal with setbacks, inactivity zones, and...
Oh, you mean part 5? You mean the concurrent variance of
Yes.
part 5? Okay.
Yes.
Right, so condition 4E and 4F that deals with, yes. So, and Mr. Gerard can throw in his opinion, but this 2A applies to everything about the use permit and what has been submitted in the site plan.
Okay.
But he can confirm that.
So we're not going to approve a variance that reads the way the original application reads. We're going to provide for a variance that covers the language in 2A under recommended conditions to ensure that the site plan that we see and approve picks where the buffers and the setbacks are impacted and where they're not. Is that correct?
I mean, we call out where the setback would be on 4E along those property lines against Mr. McCurry, so I think that's correct. And then we're saying to delete the 75-foot undisturbed buffer and 10-foot improvement setback for the remaining property lines adjacent to AG1. I think it's the idea that they wouldn't have to provide a 75-foot undisturbed buffer because you're deleting it. And it's showing whatever's on the site plan. So that's what you're asking, is it should be on the site plan.
Right. Well, yeah, and I'm very worried that my brain is starting to shut down, and so I'm not quite understanding exactly what's being said. But I've heard at least 2 times tonight that any of the property north of the power line easement, they're not going to touch anyway.
Correct.
So why do we want to delete a buffer from that side?
Because I mentioned that it's, even though it appears to have a lot of vegetation, there's mature trees, but it doesn't meet the regulations of what a visual buffer is. And therefore, if it's not deleted, then Mr. Mills would have to do additional plantings to create a visual buffer because those are not evergreen trees.
Okay, so
does that make sense?
So what we're deleting is the need to add something to the existing buffer.
Buffer standards.
Okay.
It doesn't meet buffer standards. It's just a mature hardwood forest.
Right.
That we have no intention of touching.
Right, okay.
All right, it's almost 1 o'clock. Maybe if we can start taking up the questions and.
I want to go to the last, since we're kind of on the recommended conditions, which is good. I want to go towards the end, 5B and 5C. So staff's wanting the 3-year renewal, or no, to delete, to add the 3-year renewal. But if Carter, can you expound on, I know what 5C is, it's what, 400 feet of right of way, but can you expound on 5B? So can you just maybe clarify that, what exactly the applicant might be getting themselves into on this?
Sure. In this particular case, because a traffic study wasn't required at the time of the application, so the code outlines the conditions and warrants under which a traffic study would be required, and this site, on its face, didn't meet those requirements. However, recognizing the concern that a lot of people have with the traffic at this particular location, we wanted to have a condition in there that if we determined at a future date that we were having traffic concerns with the project or at the intersection, it allowed us to require a traffic study to come up with some recommendations. Now, that traffic study can have a couple of different forms. I mean, you can go all the way to the full-blown, we're doing traffic counts, intersection system modeling, or it can be something far more simple depending on what type of problem we're trying to cure. So it could be something that's associated just with maybe the circulation on the site that we need to look at, getting cars into and out of the site more efficiently. It could be backups on Hickory Flat that we're trying to address, in which case, to the extreme, maybe turn lanes would be required. But it's just an opportunity for us to try and address unforeseen problems that may occur in the future, that we wanted to have an opportunity to trigger to go back and say we need to look at some sort of traffic improvements in that area.
So what I guess my question is, this is kind of like an open-ended thing as far as, I mean, how long, I mean, if there's traffic problems in the year or two, I mean, so this is like open-ended here.
It is.
And no matter if they do a traffic study and there's X dollars that need to be improved because of Matilda's, the city will force the property owner to pay for those improvements?
Yes. So, but keep in mind, these are project-related improvements, not system-related improvements. So it's not as if we're going to ask Matilda to go fix the intersection at 372 and Hickory Flat Road, because that's a system-level improvement. This would be relative to project-level improvements where we could identify that there's an issue caused by some specific problem related to this site that we need to resolve, not go fix a major intersection.
Like a turn lane. Got it. Got it.
Is that something normal? Would you ask that up front on an application like this? I guess since, as Peyton said, it's open-ended, it's pretty much taking the property from now on out, right, even if it wasn't needed.
Well, at this point, we're not taking anything. So if that refers to the reservation of the right-of-way, the reservation is a little bit different than the dedication. The reservation really says that you need to reserve this area for potential future use. And it doesn't place any other restriction on the property other than you can't place a building within that area. So the setbacks of things are still measured from the original property line, but in the reservation, we still want you to put a building there just in case there is a need for it in the future.
Okay, so he's not giving us that property as far as if we need that 20 by 20 in the future, we'd have to pay.
It'll go through its normal acquisition process.
Okay, got it.
That's the difference between the reservation and the dedication.
Okay, that makes sense.
All right, anything else? I'll
go through some
for motions if there's no more discussion.
Can I ask one more question? Curtis, you had said that you would be open to having the use permit tied to Matilda's venue.
Yeah. Let me make sure I'm clear. Staff's got a condition, I think it's a new one, in the new version, that does just that, that says these variances expire essentially if, I don't know if it says Matilda's or the business ceases operation continuously for 6 months.
So it's technically the use, technically.
They're not clarifying who's the business, but.
Yeah, so that accomplished that. I mean, I have an issue with the 6 months, but I think it's just a number, and I didn't have a problem with it. And I thought it protected the neighbors. It's what I had in mind. I'm not after any sort of, precedent reuse, which I don't think I could get anyway if I went commercial. But long answer to your question, I assuming the window was reasonable and, wasn't a scenario where it accidentally gets shut down, somebody's out of compliance through no fault of their own, call it 12 months, I'm fine with that.
Well, and the question really is that the concerns about, okay, we're talking about Matilda's, we're talking about this type of a venue. We know what we're getting. If all of a sudden someone else, if that use permit was open-ended, all of a sudden someone else came in and it became a rock venue, or we've talked about
I'd
decibel
be
ratings.
willing to sign on to that too. What was recommended,
That condition M does not satisfy the condition you're talking
Yeah.
about. It would have to be
Yeah.
Rick,
additional
what you're asking for
Right.
is if the applicant's
make
willing
it
to commit that
Matilda's,
it's Matilda's
Matilda's
with this use permit.
specific with proper verbiage, so it didn't end up, I mean, if she took on a partner, or, you know.
There'd have to be some kind of succession.
Yeah, some kind of change of control clause that, you know, that made sense. I wouldn't have an issue with either, because we spent weeks with McCurry's and Mark and Mary Jane before even deciding to do it. So I wouldn't have an issue with that.
And what about designation of specific number of parking spots? Because
we're essentially going to do that.
Yeah, I guess you've committed.
But that's something that's something that could be put into.
Well, the parking lot's tied with
Tied to
the
the people.
people, the attendance.
Yeah. So my only hurdle on that was confirming mathematically and geometrically that we had enough space to do whatever we needed to do, even if it meant burning property. And for, you know, any kind of significant other use, we saw a sample layout there's too, but that's a plan. I'm not going to inconvenience anyone or risk people get towed on other corners or do whatever we have to do at the max level, and that'll depend on whether a cap remains in place or, you know, what it is, et cetera.
Okay, thanks.
I'm good.
You're good?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I guess I'm boiling down because I would like to make a motion, but I know we have a lot of flowing targets here. So I almost feel like I need to make a motion to kind of figure out where we are on all these different items. So if you don't mind, I'm going to take a stab at it, and then we can at least have a discussion on that motion, and let's see where we hit on these targets.
Okay.
Yep. I'm going to take a stab at it. Ken, just kick me when I'm going in the wrong direction. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the U18-07, and it be approved conditional further with VC 18-06, parts 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, so we want to keep the 3-year renewal period, which is VC 18-06. Approve parts VC, or approve part 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 with staff's recommended conditions, with the modification of the permit to be through April 1st through November 30th, with a limit of 26 events. And that was 3A, I guess, sub 3, I guess. And then the decibel reading, which is, where's the decibel reading?
3.
Decibel reading at 65 continuous. We're just starting here. Okay, we're just starting. This is just, okay. So 65 continuous, and is there a maximum on, do we put maximums on the prior ones? On the Little River, do we have maximum?
That was the 45. It was the 45.
45 was the peak?
It
The
was
45
not
was
to exceed, yeah.
not to exceed 45? Okay, so just,
See how they're
oh,
working.
I'm just starting it off here, just not to exceed 65.
No,
Not to exceed 65 decibels, and for the, add the condition of the use permit to be tied to the operators of Matilda, since they will, said they are willing to do that. That's my motion, just so, yep.
And are you also changing the 25 to 60 feet in number 2?
To what?
On item number 2?
Yeah, that's in the recommended, they changed, corrected in the recommended conditions. So that's just to start the discussion.
Okay, Joe?
Did you mention, or is the 200 attendance in the recommendation?
Yes, the 200 is in the staff's
Okay.
recommendation, but you brought up a point. I do want to add that I think the applicant should be allowed to have two, what I would consider special events, not to exceed 250 people. And at those special events, a off-duty police officer should be required. That's just starting. Okay. All right. That's my motion.
I'll give it a second.
Now we'll have some discussion.
All right, we have a motion read for approval by Councilmember Jamison and a second from Councilmember Kuntz. And I'll open up for discussion.
So here's my concerns. I don't like imposing things that A, can't be measured, and B, can't be followed. So right off the bat, I'm concerned about the 65 dB limit.
But what do you mean what can't be measured and followed?
Well, if it can't be measured, that's bad. If it can't be followed, that's bad. 65 dB, I think is, I mean, I have a peak voice above 65 dB. So to me, the music, it needs to be able to go above 65 dB. Otherwise, it's really not music. It's muzak. It's elevated music.
So if it goes, and so just based on their numbers, the continuous
71
is 71 at property line to where
Right.
he's completely fine with it.
Or did you?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So that's why I'm saying 65, he's in violation.
So that was my point, on where if the property owner has to make the complaint in order for him to be in violation.
Any citizen in the city can make a complaint, okay? They're going to have to explain where the complaint is emanating from, and they're going to have some kind of a vested interest in that location. So as a homeowner, I can complain because sitting on my porch, I hear these guys and it's too loud. I can't run over to another spot in town and say, I'm over here now and it's too loud over here too.
Correct.
I've got to have some interest in that.
So my question is, the police officer can go to the nearest property line and enforce it?
I'm not entirely sure you have to have standing in the property, even though I did previously allude to that. I don't believe you have to have standing.
Oh, okay.
But I know where you got that from. It was from me. It is at the nearest property line. That being said, the police officer also has discretion in enforcing that noise ordinance. And if someone is going to move onto a property line, with or without the blessing of the person whose property that they just entered, will play into the decision as to whether or how that officer may deal with that situation. They obviously have the discretion anywhere from warning to citing. And I would have to assume that officer would take in the totality of the circumstance, the history associated with it, and make an informed decision.
So on the decibel level, it's a non-starter. It's at 70 and whatever the peak, so 70
Right.
continuous.
So I think if we set 75 as the limit and not get bogged down in peak and continuous, just say 75 dB is the max sound can emanate from the venue. I think that covers what it is we need.
But I also want to go back, and I'm not, but when we did Little River, that's 45. Now we're going to 75.
Right.
So we're making some jumps here.
45 was inside.
Right. So
An outside venue.
for an inside noise to get outside of a building and travel, Little River Band, it was a long distance to the property line, get all the way there. I'm a little bit amazed that we even passed that, to tell you the truth, but, yeah. But obviously, I guess it's okay
worked out
because
good.
there hasn't been any complaints about that, has
So
there?
I guess, were y'all thinking on the decibels? I mean, we're gotta go one by one on this.
The decibels are up. I mean, they can't do anything at 65, so we have to.
So what do you guys say, 75?
I'm saying 75. I was going to go into the nuances of continuous versus peak, but I think that just makes things very confusing. I'm also, we can save this for a later date, I'm a little concerned that we're trying to change the standard that we operate at to 85, because I just don't think that's going to be right. But we can save that discussion for later.
How about the 3-year period?
Let's go, what are you saying? Let's go one by one.
Yeah,
75?
we got the decibel level, right?
Okay, mark that down, 75, because then we'll confirm all this. We got a motion and a second, and then we'll have to change it.
Right.
Absolutely.
All right.
I plan on this motion just denying, and then we're gonna get the right motion.
Okay.
How about the 3-year renewal? Because this is where I'm going with this. We have a lot of, when I came into this meeting, I was like, absolutely not. We got to take that three-year renewal period away. If we want to welcome business in Milton, let's let them do it. Let's get these conditions tight and do it. But I didn't get enough answers to my questions. It's kind of why I want to keep the 3-year on there for the time being. That's where I'm at right now.
I would agree with that. I think that the community is making a lot of concessions in order to allow this use. And I think that it's reasonable to expect that a 3-year renewal period provides them with some feeling of assurance or comfort that things can be adjusted if needed.
I want to ask Ken, how will that work? Just, 3 years from now, it automatically will come up on our calendar.
That's correct. Yeah.
Renew it.
Right. It'll come back.
Are there parameters that can be set just so it's fair to both sides, So somebody just can't say, no, we don't like it.
Well, in 3 years, obviously, you'll have a track record of operations. You'll be able to compare that against the way your code reads and the sorts of considerations you should give in granting it in the first place. And my expectation would be is you will decide again whether or not you want to re-up this permit.
And the question being, if the applicant were to agree to that, basically, does that put this in the same almost quasi-zoning condition that we're at now, start over?
Right. I mean, I'm going to have to counsel you all and the city manager on what I think that looks like procedurally, because I stand by my previous instruction that it's in the form of another zoning action. Whether it's a zoning action to take away the use permit or we're calling it renewal, I would just call it leave it alone, is what I'm thinking it is. Because use permits, I believe, run with the land, and once they are granted, they are granted. So what I think the better legal position is that in 3 years, we will be reviewing this under the zoning procedures law from the perspective of whether to take it away.
I have a question.
So versus having to renew it, just reviewing it to take it away if they didn't meet certain standards.
That's right.
I'm gonna feel more comfortable with that than that we could just go, if for some reason there is a problem, we can take it away.
You can take it away.
But it's not an automatic.
That's correct. And you could, and members of the council, if you wanted to review it before 3 years, you could review it before 3 years. You could review it in 2 years or in
next month,
18 months.
Well, that's
in 2 months.
Yeah. Right.
Well, I'm just saying, don't get wrapped around the axle of 3 years.
Right.
Is my only.
part of my thinking too, and I would obviously we have someone that's trying to make an investment in the city of Milton, which we always appreciate. So I understand his concern from a 3-year perspective, but if we had an earlier review, whether it be 1 year, maybe it'd be 6 months or whatever, so we can get a feel in the community how it's going and look at it prior to making substantial investments. I know he's made some originally, but before he makes a significant amount, maybe we can do something like that. Of course, the question for the applicant, if he'd be amenable to something like that, but it's just a suggestion.
Are you adding more reviews?
No, have an earlier review, but one that may not impact his fears significantly investment-wise. Because if he goes 3 years, he's made a huge investment up until that point in time anyway to get it all going. If we do one earlier, prior to his making the restrooms built or whatever, he has less of a cost at that point, but maybe we can see how some of these venues are looking at that point.
I would guess that most of it is up front's going to be in the first year.
Yeah, I imagine most of it would be too, but it might be a way to alleviate some of that, is just what I was thinking. So, just a thought.
Well, as long as we're talking about what happened.
Look, excuse me, and this is just my position. I'd like to see where legally we had the opportunity to go back, just as you said, Ken, at any time. If there was a problem with it, we can make a correction or remove it versus having it just set up on a certain window, a certain time, like come 3 years.
Well, the council always has that right. Always has that right. If you to have habitual code enforcement violations or habitual complaints, you'd always have the right to do that. And I just want to go ahead and go on record now and state that though in 3 years, if there's been a substantial change of financial position based upon this permit that you've granted, I think it will be difficult. It's difficult to take that away. I mean, think of it this way. If it was a residential zoning and you're not sure exactly what it's going to look like and the burden it's going to be on the adjoining property owners, and you say in 3 years now we're going to consider taking away that zoning, it's challenging because there's going to be a significant financial investment made at that point. So we just need to think about that. I like Councilmember Kuntz, the earlier the better. If this is a concern that you want to have sort of your finger on this, then I would not recommend waiting 36 months.
Sooner.
So, I don't know. Well, and again, we're speaking for the applicant. He's welcome to. Mr. Mills, do you have any input on that discussion?
Yeah, I'd rather sooner than later. I mean, if this is approved and we're successful in starting up, get the first season burned in, you're going to know everything you need to know in 6 months. And I'm, not trying to calculate anything to maximize the number of shows we get before you have a chance to have a crack at it. I mean, if we can't get it right, I don't want it there, and they don't want it there. So, to Councilman Kuntz, the point about maybe deferring costs, some costs. What do I do with 620 feet of trees? If this thing gets shut down, do y'all want to buy them? Bathrooms may be an example, but I wouldn't have an issue with a faster one. We haven't talked about it, but I bet y'all agree, right? Yeah, they wouldn't have it. Particularly if we could sit down and say, let's define what success looks like. So we can make sure we're on target. 6 months. My issue wasn't so much 3 years as for the rest of the planet Earth's life.
Every 3 years.
Every 3 years is, the bigger issue. But anyway, that's a long answer to your question. I wouldn't mind it once 6 months at the end of the first season if y'all thought that made sense. Because we're going to know very quickly if this noise thing is a problem. And if it's a problem, we're going to either fix it or we're going to leave. And it's not going to take 3 years to figure that out.
Well, that's an option then if you want to do it earlier.
When do you plan on opening it up? I'm just curious, when is your first plan? If this passes, when's your first show?
We're fortunate July.
And your season ends October 31st or November 30th?
Well, I think November
30th, depending. Okay. Got it. Okay.
So yeah, maybe
That's
you could review it afterwards.
that's something to definitely think about. But if we put that in place, if the motion is in place and we change the motion and this expires on November 30th, right? Will we be seeing a whole new application come forward? Or are we just, how's that going to look?
My recommendation would be, you've got your ordinance, you've got the ordinance. The way you read the original motion, I did not hear that you were agreeing to that you wanted the 3-year review, is what the way I read it.
Yeah, we wanted the 3-year review.
That's right. So that's what's in the motion right now. My vision for this would simply be just to have direct staff to put this on an agenda in 6 months and just do a assessment. There needs to be anything more formal than that.
Okay.
When you say an assessment, then let's assume everything went well. The public was happy, everything as well as could be expected.
Then no action.
Then we would take no action. We would just bring it up and say everything's going fine. And
that's correct.
So then what happens? Then 2.5 years from now, we have to do it again?
No.
So that's kind of my.
Or every at the end of every season we review.
I'm reading this as a one.
This is a one-time
thing.
A one and done?
Yeah.
As far as
kind of like the 3-year
review.
3-year versus.
Well, that's even more reason to have it at 3 years, because one season, one sample isn't really averaging anything other than one sample.
We're going to have.
We need more data to figure out does it work, does it not work.
I'm thinking if we do the 6 month and we have this assessment after 6 months, which they're going to be July, August, September, October, you're looking at maximum 16 shows. We're going to have a pretty good idea if the community wants this or not.
Or if there's problems.
Or if we have some issues.
Okay.
I don't know. Remember, we're just starting the motion here.
I got it.
So where
I just know it's difficult to sway public opinion in a short period of time. It's easier to sway if to your point, if what we're really trying to do is see if this works for the community, 6 months from now, people are going to think exactly the way they think today. They're not going to change their minds. It's going to take them longer to change their minds. So we're going to artificially be battling the same issues we are dealing with today, and we're going to be sitting in a meeting until 2 o'clock in the morning about the same stuff we talked about tonight.
So we're doing this. So you want to do the 6 month and the 3 years? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay. Because I think we're on the same page.
Oh.
I think.
See, I told you my brain's shutting down.
All right. Well, then I don't understand.
No, I think you're saying 6 months. He's saying 3 years.
Okay.
He's saying you want more time under your belt.
Okay.
So, but I think to your point, I don't know that you're trying to change people's minds. Some people's minds, you're trying to test this to make sure that there's no.
If I may, let me just offer up. I thought y'all were doing two different things. I thought the 6 months sort of came from Councilmember Kuntz, embraced by Councilmember Jameson, was to get an early assessment, see if there were any glaring problems, so we could perhaps shut it before there was too big of a capital infusion. The 3-year thing does something different. That may, in fact, be after there has been more of a steady historical accounting of how they're doing once they have perhaps invested more funds. So I don't know that they're mutually exclusive. Do them
Well, I
both.
think one was the 3-year, the applicant had, and some had heartburn over the 3-year. So the 6 month was to go ahead and try it out so that before they put in all the investment, then they didn't have to worry about it. 3 years, it gets pulled out of the road.
I don't disagree with that. I'm just suggesting that you can do both.
I don't think it was 2. I don't think we're trying to add 2.
Right. And so I want to be clear on that as well. So if there was a 6 month deal review, we look at it, but that also doesn't mean that we can't still continue to have revocable parameters in there for Matilda's continuously beyond the 6 months.
It does not.
Right. And also, too, if there are problems that are coming up, we need to bring them back in. We can always do that at any point in time. That is the right and the power of the council. Is that correct?
That's
That
correct.
goes back to my initial point. We have anyways, correct?
Well, right now, the way the original motion was made, we're looking at this 3 years because the original motion did not include the variance.
That's what we're talking about, whether we change it or not. My point is this conversation right now, don't we have the ability at 6 months or a year or 3 years or 5 years?
Yes, sir.
To bring it back? So
Yes, sir.
why are we setting right now?
So I
the
don't need
exact
to
date?
put 6 months, a review period. If we want to see it in 6 months,
That's what.
we can just say, so I can call up Little River Farm and say, you know what, had a bad weekend. Why don't you come up to city council? I want to see how you're doing.
Absolutely.
Man.
Well, I think the community would be happy if we had a review period. That's what I'm hearing.
That makes me a little uncomfortable.
Right, we just took one sort of days and we turned it into an infinite number.
I think you need to make the decision either none, but we can revoke it at any time.
Right.
Or 6 months or a 3-year, but yeah, you can't, I say you can't
So,
you can do whatever you
so
want.
the power for our review is going to be regardless of what we do. That's always going to be there. The question is if we're going to have a scheduled review at any point, actually communicated, put it on agenda, started with the staff, put it on the calendar. The community gets an expectation just coming before us. But regardless if we have that or not, the power still rests with us to bring it back at any given time.
Yeah, the council has the authority to conduct these reviews. Now, what your options are going to be on an established business are going to be considerably less than we have with something that already has a finite 3-year lapse of the permit anyway. I hope you all understand the distinction I'm making. But yeah, I mean, that's right. You always have the ability to look at this.
I guess the issue now that we've kind of brought up is that they're doing everything by the code. They're under 75, but you know what? It is just a nightmare. It's a zoo out there, but they're doing everything by the book, by law. You're saying we could say, never mind, let's come in for an assessment?
I'm saying the way your ordinance is drafted right now, there is an expectation that in 36 months this permit expires.
Okay, on the 36-month one.
Mm-hmm.
But the 36-month on, that's not.
If you all vary and take that away, then
Okay.
then I expect it'll go full steam ahead. And if they're compliant with the code, they'll be expecting never to be in
So
front of the
we're
council again.
keeping the 36-month.
I think that makes the most sense.
Yes, no, that's where I'm at.
Okay, explain that 36-month. Is that just a review of it, or does it expire and they have to start over the same process?
Well, the way let me read it to you. The festival or event shall be limited to a 3-year period from the date of the city council's approval. So that's the way the City of Milton Code reads, which I think a natural, unconstrained reading of that suggests that in 3 years this use permit expires. I have shared with you all my feelings about that because I believe this is in the nature of zoning, which I think requires compliance with the zoning procedure law. Therefore, if we're going to do that in 3 years, it'll come back in front of the council, as you might expect. But I think what we're going to have to do is we would have to take formal action to actually terminate it under the zoning procedures law. That'd be my recommendation.
Because again, this is trying to force the round peg around, peg in a round hole.
I can agree more.
And when you're talking about a festival, instead of in 3 years, this goes away and they've got to come back before us and potentially start from scratch. Could it not be changed to where in 3 years, we have the opportunity to take a look at it?
To review it?
To review it. Not that it goes away automatically and then, they've got to apply, but a 3-year review.
Then my recommendation would be to you is since that's the literal language in the ordinance, then let's grant the variance and then draft whatever condition you want to draft, because that's not what the ordinance says. So I would recommend grant the variance then, and then draft whatever sort of review in 3 years language you want to add.
So grant the variance means to remove the 3-year and then add one that actually says it'll be reviewed.
Right.
Add stipulations.
Stipulate that it's going to come back in front of the council for a review in 36 months.
But we need, if we're going to do that, we need to do that tonight, right?
Be my
To
recommendation.
do that, I would suggest we get rid of, we grant the variance for 3, but actually add a 1 year.
Or add something, yeah.
A 1-year review on that, and that way, we do it that way.
Okay, perfectly fine.
So 1 year and a 3 year.
No.
No, grant the 3-year review.
I don't think
Get the
1
waiver
year
from
makes
the
any
So
sense.
now we're just doing a 1 year review.
Right.
So just 3 year goes away, we're just doing 1 year. Okay.
All right, but keep in mind, you're talking two different things. It's not just a review.
Right, I got it.
Right.
I got
A
it.
review is different than if it
Ones that
goes
go
away.
off automatically.
So it's a 1 year review, but it's in perpetuity. The use, there is no use permit that dies. Okay.
So coupled with the line of thought that might allow a deferral of investment until until your confidence is higher, so reducing the risk. I don't mind putting money into it, just don't want it to be stupid risky, right? So I wonder if there isn't a scenario where I want an administrative review. I could do my own, right? We're going to know what the readings are. We're going to know if people are upset. We're going to know if it's working. We're going to know if we got traffic problems, et cetera, et cetera. Anecdotally, I'll have a pretty good sense of it, but I don't know that I don't want some sort of administrative gut check. Maybe I should just do it myself, but where I'm going with that is if I could defer for a reasonable period any of the substantial investments like the landscape buffer. If it's going to go away, I don't want to plant trees forever. Not applying, it's going to go away. But if there's a way to defer that until our confidence collectively ratchets up, heck, I'd love that. Any of it. Bathrooms, right? We want to do it right, but I also don't want to get into any kind of a hysterical fight later on. And so anyway, I'm just planting that seed, whether it was 6 months or a year. See, a year may be too long in your minds to defer something like a landscape buffer. But maybe 6 months isn't, or maybe November 30 isn't. I'd love that increased confidence that it's working, not just from y'all's standpoint, but my own as well. If there's, a path forward that would be helpful from the overall risk standpoint.
Okay. One option then is to 6 months, and always I say 6 months, and then it's a give and take on either side, because if the applicant put in the landscape for 6 months, it allows them to have this season. Landscape buffer is probably better in the next fall. It could either come to us in a meeting or almost even a work session prior.
Agreed.
And we discuss how's everything going. Let's say it wasn't going well at all, then we could put it to our next meeting or whatever schedule in to actually take the variance, the use permit away, correct?
We could.
Is that how you would, or versus the way I read it saying now, it just automatically goes away a certain period and you have to redo it. I don't like that, because what if it's going great and the community loves it? Why does it go away?
Yeah, that's right.
But the 6 months allows on the short end to feel it out, but also allows the applicant to feel comfortable then sinking a bunch of money into it moving forward if it works well. So, but the whole talk about then having a 3 year after that just negates the whole thing. So just have a 3 year.
Just want to talk about statistical data, right?
Well, no, I'm just saying that 6 months. What are we actually going to prove in 6 months?
You have 6 months of noise.
Because we tend to, I think we're mixing the business success of the operation versus public acceptance and the public view of success of the operation. They could be two different things.
I don't think it's business success at all. I think it's just, we can put some parameters and say, hey, are they able to keep the noise within line? The traffic, and the operation, is it a detriment or not to the public, the community? Right?
I think a review at 6 months gives us a good. We're not waiting 3 years. You're going to have a sense. Is there an issue with sound? Is there an issue with traffic? Have they've got some time to actually, if this is what we approve, if this goes forward, it gives a chance for them to actually work some things, show good faith, and actually address an issue. Or if they don't, or if the sound is, the complaints are constant, then we're going to know. Okay. And I like the idea of, instead of saying, let's wait 3 years out, in fairness to everybody, if we think this is a venue, this is something that would work, and we address all our concerns, I think sooner is better than later from a public and from from a use permit review. That's my
Steve,
thoughts.
before it gets 2 o'clock, I'm going to ask Ken and Steve, I mean, do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that
months
can be
versus-
done. So from the standpoint of procedurally how that would work is that we would need to go ahead and grant the variance to take it outside of our ordinance. Then we would add a condition that would require a mandatory review in 6 months that would come to a council work session. Presumably at that point, we'd have input from senior staff. We'd have input from the applicant perhaps. We'd have input from citizens who live nearby. Hopefully by that time, there will have been a history of enough concerts where there's at least some evidence of the disruption or the lack of the disruption. And at that point, if the council is persuaded that it is not a fit, that the things that have been forecast that were to occur have in fact occurred, then at that point you could follow the zoning procedures law and strip away the use permit. The amount of investment by the applicant and owner at that time will have been de minimis or hopefully not that great. And lock it up to an experiment that didn't work.
We do nothing. If everything's going good and we do nothing, then the applicant has the green light to move forward investment-wise, and correct?
That would be the expectation because we would have stripped away that requirement to come back in 3 years. So, but if it's 6 months, still tentative. If we're not comfortable, we're not sure, you could simply set by administrative action another review in another 6 months.
For another year.
Steve?
Can I ask, Ken, let's just say 3 years down, that everything's great in 6 months. 3 years down the road, for whatever reason, this has changed significantly. What is the threshold that the council would have to meet to be able to extinguish this use permit? Would there have to be would it have to be, would we have to show a pattern of noise ordinance violations, sound, maybe drunken disorderly type things, things like that? What would we have to be able to demonstrate for them to be able to do that and it would stand
right. So
challenge?
this is when I would have to give a primer on constitutional vesting. I mean, at some point, property owners can invest and basically change position based upon assurances of the government such that you can't divest them of those rights. I'm sorry, that's just the way the law works. I mean, the law wants to be fair, and what that means is there comes a point, however, when individuals change their position financially such that the law deems it inequitable or unfair for the government to strip away rights and deny them of those expectations, those financial-based expectations. So the question the city manager just asked is, what would we have to show to take that away? If we get to 3 years, our recommendation is that we enforce our codes. We enforce against the bad behavior, but as far as stripping away rights that allow them to derive some sort of investment-based expectation of return after they've invested potentially a lot of money in the property becomes challenging. What do we have to show? Mr. Mayor, at this point, it would depend on what the property looks like at that time. What has actually occurred is a very fact-specific exercise, which is why I think that to the extent the council has the ability to do an assessment earlier rather than later, let's do it earlier. I want to give you guidance that allows when you finally decide to take action, there's actually some action that we can take.
Because you have concerns about the 3-year review.
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
I agree, and I hate to say it, but to me, it's like getting married, making a decision, but, a year from now, we're going to go see a divorce lawyer. You can always get a divorce, but, you're planning to fail. But if you're worried about it, don't vote for it, deny it. So, all right, so just assuming we're going through this motion, and it's for 2 o'clock now.
So
You've got the decibels.
you got the 6-month thingamajigger that Ken's gonna.
The decibel, well, you're basically, I think what we're talking about, you're just taking the 3 thing out of there.
Correct.
Then we'll add a condition for
Correct.
a review of 6
Correct.
months.
So
What else?
now we're on the number of events. So right now, staff recommended April 1st through October 31st. The motion is April 1st through November 30th, but with 26 events. So if you actually had an event every week from April 1st through November 30th, I think that's be 2 events or so. So I think they
36.
So that's 9. So that'd be 9 full months, 6 full events.
32.
30. Yeah, it's 8 months at 8 times 4, right?
Right.
Okay.
So figure 1 per week. right?
Correct. It's one per
But
week.
then occasionally they might have a makeup one, right?
So that's why I said about a number to start the discussion. So I started at 26. I think they are asking for, what did the application say when they asked for the events? When it went to the planning commission?
We didn't have a limit.
Didn't have numbers.
And planning commission gave
They
what?
said either Saturday,
Or Friday or Saturday
Yeah.
with a
Friday
maximum number of events.
So really,
Friday and or Saturday.
okay, so really, what we should do is delete the maximum. If we want this to work, you just delete the maximum for events, and they just have it Friday or Saturday. You just can't have it. So if it rains, you can't have the event only but one day a week, correct?
Well, the planning commission was open to Friday and or Saturday, not to exceed.
6 per month.
Not to exceed 6 performances in a single month.
I like the Friday or Saturday. My opinion is just keep the Friday or Saturday and just get rid of the cap.
Would you be willing to give them one more per month? Because I'm assuming the reason you did that is if one gets canceled.
If you have a rain day.
There are two this weekend as a makeup for last weekend.
Hold on, Joe.
There's one this Friday and there's one this Saturday because last Saturday was rained out.
That's why.
Got it.
So maybe, if you want to limit to the number, and one gets rained out on a Saturday, they could make it up the next Friday, but wouldn't have to cancel their Saturday one.
Right.
But you're not adding a whole bunch of total additional concerts.
So if you put that at 32, then that takes care of it, correct?
And then, I don't know, worst case, I don't have to ask staff this, and I'm not saying this needs to be done or not, but
And or Saturday.
if they need to make one up, could they come with a special permit or something?
Well, yeah, so at first,
That was for big ones.
so if we do Friday and or Saturday with a limit of 32 events, that takes care of that. Should. But, to take care of the first issue. The second issue is for these events that do draw more than 200, I think they should have some flexibility once or twice. And my motion was twice a year. You can apply, just let the community development department know. We have a special band, it's going to be up to 250 people, and that's going to be twice. They can do that twice a year.
And
Spitballing here.
stipulations, like whatever community development feels they need to have as far as traffic and.
I did have
enforcement.
an off-duty police officer required on those.
They probably need to do a study too to see what.
Correct. How are we all on that?
I'm okay with
I don't know, let's.
Okay. Ms. Potter?
I think 36 is a good number.
So 36, so April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. So you're planning on having one event every weekend plus 4. So for 4 weekends, you're planning on having them on Friday and Saturday.
Possibly.
Okay.
That just gives us an option, for various reasons that we would want to have a Friday night concert. It's
How
my
often did
preference
you-
to only do. Oh, Kurt said there are 5 Saturdays a month.
So how often, the last, let's say, couple years, did you do a Friday and Saturday on the same weekend?
Maybe 4 or 5.
Okay, so twice a year. Okay.
So down to the number, or just.
So we were at 32, and then they're asking for 36. I think we're doing a lot right now, to be honest with you. I think we're going to do a lot more in 6 months. So, I kind of let's keep it tight right now. If it's working out, and after 6 months, things are going great, the community loves it,
Yeah, I guess
that's Friday.
that puts us at some point having to make other decisions.
You have to do an amendment at some point to loosen it up. That's true, which would require the same process.
Think about it. Let's say this getting a little out of hand, and you're losing a Friday and a Saturday night if you're a neighbor. I'm kind of keeping it at 32, and But let's hear it, everybody. I mean,
Well, anybody have any feedback on the
suggestions on
number?
Well, I'm very confused because we've increased the number of months that we've heard from the applicant is the typical year, the season. Okay? So we've increased that, and now we're adding to that on top of it. And
so we should keep
and
it at 32.
I'm not trying to torpedo a business here. That's not my goal. I've asked several times the question of how many events were put on last year, and I want to know what the typical year is, because I want the typical year to be a typical year. I don't want it to be the new improved typical year.
But I think she just told us what the typical year was.
I heard 20.
No.
I didn't hear 20.
I didn't say that.
Okay. What's a typical year?
A typical year is May through the end of October. Occasionally, something may get booked in April or November, but generally, the weather is what dictates whether we're able to have an event. So if it rains twice in 1 month, then we need to reschedule those 2 concerts.
But that's not increasing the number of events. That's just moving when they occur. Because if an event gets canceled, you don't have it.
Well, that's true, but if you're rescheduling it, you're going to have one on Friday night and Saturday night.
Right, no, I understand that. We're trying to put limits on the number that occur during a month. If the average season is 6 months, which is what you just said, May through October, then you've got 26 weekends in there. That means if your optimum choice was to operate on Saturdays only, you got 26 events that you can have. Now let's toss in another 4 months where you can have a Friday and a Saturday if you wanted to. That brings you to 30. So to me, 30 sounds like a very reasonable number based on all the information you just shared with us.
May 1st through October 31st.
Right.
And what was the November brought into the?
They said sometimes y'all do special events in November.
Sometimes, if there are other reasons that we might have one in November, but that could be a special use,
Right.
like a special event.
A special use of the special
I
use.
think what she's getting at is that when they've been operating in Alfred,
Nobody cares.
Yeah, it's like,
Oh,
whatever. And so, I think what I'm trying to do, I think what we're all trying to do is, how do we bring Matilda's to Milton and still protect everybody? And so, you're saying 30 events is what is typical?
One a week.
1 a week.
Is what is typical.
Okay.
What if, for now, was it 30, numbers 30 or whatever, but if you have a makeup or whatever, opportunity to come in to get a Friday makeup or a special, a one-time permit?
I think.
Or is that getting complicated?
It's getting too complicated.
Well, then just come up with numbers then.
So,
And the dates. Till it's 3 o'clock.
I think the simplest way, if we're going to try to look at this motion, is you allow Friday and or Saturday. That allows, so we don't have to do something unique if there's a makeup, and then you have the total number of events that you're going to say is allowable. That addresses it, and we're making it more, otherwise we're making it more complicated to try to figure out some formula. Take the total number of events and say, and or that allows them to actually, if they have a makeup, that one doesn't, if it get canceled, that doesn't count. So then they do the makeup.
Where are we at, 30?
well, if we go May 1st through October 31st, that's 6 months.
26 weeks.
So 26.
26.
Where we're at.
So should we, add a couple to catch the end of the month if they have a special?
So that's why I think we're getting to 30.
Okay.
Right.
I'm fine with 30.
30 is fine, because,
Okay.
yeah.
And you can do them either Friday or Saturday.
Do some months have 5 weekends?
Well, 6 months is half a year. There's 52 weeks in a year. Therefore, there's 26 weeks in 6 months.
That's where it came up with the 26 and just added 4.
Okay.
Okay. So do you want me to?
And those 2 special events that could go up to 250 are included in the.
Right.
Okay, good.
Right.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Included.
Good.
All right, then. What's on?
75 decibels.
I think that was.
All right, do you want to, we have the motion in the second,
So it's.
but procedurally, since we changed it again, would withdraw it?
Let's just deny.
Hardly recommend the second witdraw and the main motion withdraw.
Okay, who has the second?
I'll withdraw my second.
You withdraw the second.
And I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, and then if you want to repeat your motion with the,
But I'll need Ken's help on the 6
Right.
months. All right, so I make a motion to approve U18-07, approve conditional, and further VC 18-06, parts 1, 2, 3, and 4, approve that as well. 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, with staff's recommendations with the following recommendations. That it be 75 decibels continuous at the nearest property line. To the owner's agreement that it be Friday and or Saturday, and will run from May 1st to October 31st with a maximum of 30 events within that window. We're going to do 6 months. 6 months review. Well, I'm going to do that second. So we're going to have 200 attendees, with the exception of 2 events. Out of the 30 events, can have a maximum of 250 attendees, and that needs to be approved by staff beforehand. So we have, and I will ask for 1 off-duty officer on those 2 events. And then, Matilda's as the we're going to tie this, that the use permit is tied to the operator of Matilda's, as y'all said that would be perfectly fine. And I'm going to have Ken help me with the 6-month review.
All right, so there will be an additional condition that says this use permit shall return to the council at the next work session that is 6 months from today's date for an assessment and status by staff, the applicant, and stakeholders to discuss the results and experience of this use permit with the council.
okay, to clarify that, that's a work session and we're discussing it.
Mm-hmm.
If the discussion goes good, the communities and all that, then do we have to move forward and take any action?
No.
But if it's not good, then we move forward and take an action.
We would receive our direction at the work session.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I make one recommendation on that? Instead of 6 months from date, how about 6 months from the commencement of operations?
Okay. Yeah, give them the season.
Yeah, because that would put us at like middle of January.
I just don't know how soon they start.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's fine. I think we just did the math. I thought we had it in they were started in July is what I seem to remember hearing. And the 6 months, even from today's date, should be more than adequate to get them.
Correct.
I mean,
In disregard.
Correct.
that would give them time to do your plannings and all, because need to clarify, let's clarify that. Are we giving them relief then on doing playing their buffer
Oh, absolutely.
until?
Absolutely.
So there's multiple conditions we have to deal with.
Right, so there are a number of conditions that are tied to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for the building.
Okay.
So if we are going to give some relief on that until the review period, we'd have to modify those conditions.
Which ones are them?
I have, I believe, 4A, because we talked about providing adequate temporary bathroom facilities, including handicapped accessible facilities until such time as permanent bathroom facilities can be provided. Well, I guess that would be okay, I'm sorry. 4B, provide the fence to be consistent with the adjoining property line with a landscape strip, which is what Mr. Milton is speaking about. So that's 4B. And then 4E 4E refers to the similar 10-foot landscape strip. And I believe that's about it.
So really, the main things we're talking about is the landscape strip. The restrooms are going to have to do anyways, whether it's temporary or not.
And also the,
If we delete it from the recommended conditions, or can we just modify it from the because we have to modify it.
Deleting it, we're just
Saying at the end
say
of
they
6
don't,
months.
they do it at the end of 6 months. If we don't take action to rescind the use permit.
What if we did a general condition that?
Is there anything else in there besides the landscape?
so we're trying to, so 2D says.
2A.
I'm sorry, 2A. I'm reading wrong. It's too late. We need to kind of tweak that to make sure we don't require.
My recommendation is not to get into this.
I agree with that.
It's just, I'm afraid we're going to further complicate an already very complicated matter. That's my recommendation.
What's the, that, do we just,
Go with the motion and staff's recommendations on all the other items.
well, but we still have to address this issue here.
The whole issue is not for, we're trying to get something done so Curtis doesn't have to go spend all this money on something, and that's why, I mean.
Yeah, how do we say this so that he doesn't
I
have
mean,
to?
can you not make it cut and dry that the landscape buffer does not have to go in until after the 6 months review?
If that's the issue, if that's the only issue, yes, that's very clear. If that's it, I just heard more than that coming.
That's what I was hearing too.
What else were you hearing though? I mean, you talked about the bathroom.
She said 4 different points, so.
I don't think we can take that away. I think they need to stay in.
Well, they stay is a timing issue.
Yeah.
It is. So it stays
Yeah,
in.
we're not taking them away, but it's just, if we're saying
Are we saying we're just
we're
going to
gonna
enforce it for 6
Well, I
months?
think
Or,
I can throw some.
No, I didn't think we had changed any of that language until just now.
we have to.
So this is the summer months, and all these issues that we're talking about are landscaping, and I think we could maybe do a bond until such time when it's the correct time to plant everything, which is in the fall. Might give him additional time, at least it would give some time, November, December, to plant his trees and vegetation.
I mean, that's the intent, I think.
oh, yeah, absolutely.
So if you can make it simple with a bond, the only thing I would add though, they take out a bond and all, and then we end up pulling it in and and revoking it. There'd have to be some kind of, they'd have to give them their bond money back, their bond back, right? That'd be pretty simple to do, right?
I'm sure we'd be able to handle that administratively.
Just release. Okay.
I like that.
All right.
That's good. Okay.
All right. So do you want to repeat? Can you repeat? And let's make sure that we get
Yep.
Ken and
All right.
staff.
I'll repeat. We are going to approve U18-07 be approved conditional. Further, VC 18-06, parts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, with staff's recommended conditions and the following conditions: that the sound level must not reach above 75 decibels continuous at the nearest property line. Okay. 3A, be Friday and or Saturday within each week. Be May 1st through October 31st with no more than 30 events within that time period. No more than 200 attendees, except for up to 2 events. They can have up to 250 attendees with prior staff notification and requires 1 off-duty police officer. And that the use permit is tied to Matilda's as the operator. And I'll let Ken say the 6 months.
And this use permit shall return to the council at the next work session that is 6 months from today's date for an assessment and status by staff, the applicant, and stakeholders to discuss the results and experience of the use permit with the council.
Do we need language for bond?
No, he said that.
That's all administrative.
Okay, didn't know if we needed that or not.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, I have a motion as read for approval from Councilmember Jameson, along with our city attorney. And I have a second from Councilmember Coons. Any discussion?
Yeah, real quick, I just want to say I think this was obviously a long night, and I want to thank all the citizens that are here tonight. It's a big deal. We had a lot of residents that were very passionate about this issue. A lot of discussion, a lot of debate, a lot of relationships, I think, built with this. A lot of people I never met before I got to meet. These aren't always easy discussions. I live and go by the Birmingham Crossroads on a regular basis. Many of us call that home. We see each other there all the time, but we're all one family, regardless of that. And the reason why I'm voting for this is because I believe that we have an opportunity here that we need to look at. It's not an easy decision, but I think it's one that if we do it right, could be good. We're also taking the time. I think we can all see that we have really delved into all of the issues here. So I want to commend this council on a lot of work. And not just tonight, but this is a long process for all of us, the staff as well, but especially our citizens for communicating with us. All the emails we got, I just think it was a great thing, and this process has made us better. So I just want to say thank you for everybody.
Appreciate that. And I'll just add too, and appreciate everybody's here, respect everybody's position, and see everybody's point of view. Hopefully you and the audience and our citizens realize the tough job that we have. I can tell you from our side, we're only trying to do what we think is best for the community, not only the local, but the entire city of Milton and all of our citizens. And it's always tough because there's always some folks that aren't going to agree and maybe feel slighted. But it's a tough one because when Matilda's, when this came up, you can look at it and go, wow, that's great. As one council member said, if we can't do this in Milton, we might as well just be Alpharetta, have something quaint or great little venue. Our citizens will love it. But then you go talk to, others and neighbors and all that, and you see it from a total different side, so vice versa. So it's really tough. So that's the point. Hopefully we kind of came up with a so-so win-win, and we'll look at it in 6 months if there's issues or whatever. But I appreciate everybody's input and all that. So with that, if there's no other comments, I will ask, is the applicant clear on this motion?
Before you voted, I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. I don't want to waste anyone's time and accidentally end up in okay, I'm not going forward and 2 o'clock in the morning. So I'm not clear on the 6-month final. I heard the word rescind used once, but I didn't hear it in your readout, Mr. Gerard. So is that what I thought it was an administrative review, whatever we want it to be, but not a rescission point, is it?
No, that is not a rescission. It is a council-based work session discussion.
That's what I understood. I just wanted to be clear on that. Is there something that occurs at 3 years? If so, there's nothing that occurs at 3 years. No. So we don't have that perpetual sunset thing.
Not at this point.
Yeah, that's been very, that's subject to being varied.
All right, this
is 6 months. We have a work session. We discuss it. We bring everybody's input. If everything's going great,
all right.
Then we do nothing.
No, that's very helpful.
If you're doing bad, then we can elect to move forward to make an action.
Understood. Somehow we went from April 1 to 11:30 to May 1 to 10:31, and the cap of 200 remained in place, that's making their business less than what it is today, both of those two things. Understand that. You're shrinking their business. Trying to contain it, but to the point where it's less than...
I thought we were real specific on that, and I thought we were supporting exactly what they're doing today.
Well, you're not, because they started in April, and last year ended on December 1st. Weather permitting.
Getting multiple answers to the same question then.
Those are the facts. I mean,
We
in
just gotta
2018, they started in April. Isn't that correct?
But it wasn't a typical year.
Well, there is no typical year. I'm just telling you what happened in 17 and 18, knowing that the tails are being cut off. So it is what it is. And then what about the reserving of the 400 square feet of unrelated property? Does that stand or?
That was included
That
in there.
stands, yeah.
But in the discussion order, it said, really all that means is you could not build a building on that.
Well, they changed it from the last one to this one. I'm saying I still have an issue with that. It's completely unrelated. Why restrict my property on something completely unrelated to Matilda's just because you want it?
Well, that piece of property is all included within the legal description that's being considered under this use permit. So it's a single piece of property.
It's not a rezoning. That's when you take property. Anyway, I have
nothing's been taken. It's just a reservation.
All right, we've got a motion and a second as read. Any more discussion?
Okay.
Joe?
I didn't think that was included in what we were passing, so I was not paying very good attention. I don't think that we need to attach those two pieces together.
But the question when Carter clarified is we're not taking his property. I mean, we still have to buy that piece of property at a future point. At some point, what this is doing is, in case we do need to put maybe a roundabout or some sort of improvements there, he kind of just has to hold that aside just in case. I mean, I think.
So hold it. Are we saying that
he can't put a building in there?
Right. He can't give it away or sell it to somebody else. Is that what we're saying? That if something's going to happen to it, we have to have first right of refusal or approval or something?
I'll give you a quick idea about what we're looking at there. So what we're talking about is a 20 by 20 reservation, which is right here
Who's he going to
in
sell
the
that
corner.
No,
It's
I
a
get
mitered
it.
section.
I understand.
Since we don't know what GDOT's plans are, and we can't specifically
Some point, if
identify
GDOT
that.
comes up with plans and it doesn't impact that, can you release that back?
Sure.
I get it. This question.
And if GDOT came up with a plan and needed that, they would come in and buy that from them anyways, right?
It would go through the standard acquisition process.
So I don't see it where we're actually taking,
Yes.
taking something excessive from them.
I guess the only question I've got is if this use permit was not in front of us, would we be taking this action on his property?
No.
Then I guess the question is why are we attaching that to this event?
Because this event covers the entire piece of property, and without knowing what GDOT is going to do there, it's an opportunity to make sure that if right-of-way is necessary for that, it reserves that right-of-way.
But again, I guess what I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around is we're talking about this venue, this opportunity. Why would we as a government body say, well, because we have this use permit for Matilda's or for this venue in front of us, why would I attach something to say, just in case I'm going to limit what I wouldn't be doing otherwise? I don't understand why I'm doing that.
I guess it's just normal.
Well, it's actually normal through our zoning process whether it's a rezoning or a use permit, that we look at future projects and try to account for those future projects within whatever piece of property is being considered at that point. If this came in as two different pieces of property, where we had one piece of property where the event venue was going to occur, and this was a separate piece of property related only to the restaurant, we probably wouldn't have looked at it. But this was submitted as one piece of property, one legal description that covered both. Therefore, was considered as part of the use permit.
So is there a financial contribution that the applicant is making as part of this that they normally wouldn't have had to make?
No, at this point, the reservation doesn't do anything but protect that particular area from a building construction. It doesn't change the setbacks. It doesn't change any of that. All it says is for the reservation, you can't place a structure within the area that may impede the right-of-way acquisition process at some point in the future.
Protects the property from me.
So, and again, if when the plans are, when GDOT comes up with a plan and whatnot, if they need that property, they purchase it from the owner. If they don't, like Carter said, if they don't need that, then you revert it back and the reservations can be removed, correct?
Right, if those plans come in, GDOT doesn't need that for any of the improvements, there's no need for the reservation to remain.
Is there the likelihood that you would even build a building on the edge there? It's in the setback and all that. I'm just curious. So,
Carter, could anything be built on that piece?
Proximity to the intersection, it would be very difficult to do that.
In the setback and all that. So.
I think there's a need for us to reserve it. I just look at it. I don't see Curtis do anything with it. I think GDOT will do it. It'll probably sit there. I could be wrong, but that's a risk we can take. But I just don't think it's right for us to.
Well, right now it's in our motion and our second. We're voting on it. So
I made the second, right?
You made the second.
So if I withdraw my second, will the make the motion be able to amend his motion?
How many votes do we need to pass this since?
If we do
three.
Just
Okay.
three.
Okay.
So, really? I thought we would need four.
I thought we needed four.
Yep. You got a quorum right here of five.
Because, well, no.
But we've got somebody who.
Does that not count?
It's a majority of a quorum.
But she's not part of the quorum.
Correct.
Okay.
That's exactly right.
Oh, okay.
So.
Anyway, if I remove my second, the maker of the motion, unless you guys think it's worth it or not.
It's up to the.
I don't think it's worth it. That's just me. But, with this motion, if this motion fails, then I'll redo it.
Right.
Joe, what's your discussion, and then we're going to move.
Yeah. If it's no harm, no foul, why do we have the language in there to begin with?
Question to Carter.
That's what I was
Why
asking.
is the question? If it is no harm, no foul, why is it there?
It was originally in the conditions as the dedication of right-of-way, which
Right.
would normally be
That's much
part of our
different.
That's
zoning process. That's different. As we went through that with, as a system improvement, we felt it was probably more appropriate to take it as reservation as opposed to dedication.
Let me ask him the simple question then. Let's assume either we left it in there, let's assume we
Took it out.
took it out. Is that going to affect anything moving forward when GDOT gets ready to do their plan?
They would go through the same acquisition process.
Then let's let them do that instead of us.
So I'll remove my second.
I'll remove my motion.
Okay, now we're starting back to scratch. Do I have a
It's clean.
Do I have a motion?
Just delete that.
Just delete the one thing that the rest of
In
the
the process.
With the amendment of
He was just saying he's repeating his motion minus.
Our motion minus the 5C, delete 5C.
second.
I'd have a motion as read previously. Councilmember Jameson deleting 5, but this time deleting 5C and adding what city attorney added. in there for the 6-month term, with a second from Councilmember Kuntz. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That was unanimous.
See it walk on us.
Still got the rest of the meeting, so
I know.
thank you all for being here so late, and I apologize for taking so long. All right, Sudie, let's move on. If you'll please call the next item.
The next item is consideration of RC 1810 to amend Section 64 definitions. Agenda item number 18180. First presentation was at the June 4th meeting, discussed at the June 11th work session. Mr. Carter Lucas.
Well, good morning, Mayor and Council. This agenda we discussed at our last work session and is related to changes that will be coming forward under Chapter 50. These two zoning items, because of the time frame, had to remain. We'll be bringing the Chapter 50 forward in July. But these two changes, two definitions, were to be consistent with definitions that we have in Chapter 50. So this updates the definition of a preliminary plat and adds the definition for modified driveway that we discussed last week in support of the large lot developments. That's all I have.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this, Sudie?
We do not, sir.
Okay, I'll close that part. Public hearing. Now, questions? Joe, were you raising your hand?
No, I was going to make a motion.
All right. All right, you're welcome to do that.
I move that we approve RZ 18-10, agenda item number 18-180.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion for approval from Councilmember Longoria, second from Councilmember Morrig. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous, Judy.
Thank you.
Cheer up, Shannon. Moving on to our final zoning agenda item. Sudie, will you please call that item?
This item is consideration of RZ 1811 to amend Article 17, Development Regulations, Section 642395, Section 642397, and Section 642398. Agenda item number 18181. First presentation was at the June 4th meeting and discussed at the June 11th work session. Mr. Carter Lucas.
Mayor and Council, these were a couple of sections that we thought may have needed to be amended through the zoning process in relationship to the large lots. Did not need to be amended, so we're just asking for withdrawal on this particular item.
Okay. Any questions? I'll open.
Motion that we withdraw agenda item number 18-181.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Have a motion from Councilmember Kuntz, second from Councilmember Bentley for withdrawal. So that's why I'd say it. But you know what? I need to make sure, Sudie, do we have any, we didn't have any public
We
comment.
do not, sir.
So I'm going to close the hearing, and then, man, if you'll repeat your motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we withdraw agenda item number 18-181.
And a second. Councilmember Bentley.
Second.
Motion for Councilmember Kuntz, second from Councilmember Bentley. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Thank you.
All right. I think we move on to new business now. Sudie?
This
Oh, sorry.
Ask a quick question. Is either one of these new business items something that needs to be voted on today?
We have a consultant that's been here for 8 hours. That we
To somebody?
we did well. It's have to keep it in.
Do a lot of
in
bills
order.
by the hour.
So I'd appreciate if you would consider that the actually I don't even know the other one may be a time issue as well for the referendum.
Yeah, we've got
Who is Jim Jacob?
resolutions for calling elections we need to get done.
Okay. All right.
Well, okay.
If you'll call this,
Well,
Sudie.
the problem was we've lost all of our public
That one,
participation, and I know the first item under new business is something that people want to contribute to.
And there were people here that wanted to
Yes,
talk.
there were. I had 2 public comment cards.
Ken, process, you obviously will read the public comment cards.
Sure,
For this.
we can read them. and we have every right to go forward if no one's here, and no one is here. So no problem there. It's just regrettable how long the meeting took, but that can't be helped.
And I'll ask Jim, and obviously respectful of the consultant and staff and time here, but also thinking about public that might want to have been involved. What would the option be if we deferred? What would that be? Is that an option or not?
I'll answer that. It's certainly an option. I brought Jim here on his vacation day, and again, the consultant was here for 8 hours. That's not a reason not to defer. I just wish we would have made that decision up front.
I agree. I just don't think none of us would have anticipated that we would be here still at almost 2:30 in the morning.
But I would say we knew we'd be here till probably midnight or so. Right. But
all right, let's go.
So, you guys are all right with hearing this?
Yep.
All right, come on, Jim. So you get 2 days of vacation, yesterday and today in here.
Thank you. Good evening. Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Presented before you is the final draft of the Providence Park Master Plan. The plan itself is unchanged from what was presented to you at the May 14th workshop. There is, we did receive some citizen feedback we did receive citizen feedback following that meeting on the 4th regarding the playground. So I wanted to take a minute and let you know that in talking with citizens as well as with the consultant, Mr. Steve Provo, Large Designs, in the plan, it talks about the potential of the children's charity all-inclusive playgrounds that they're working to be placed at Providence Park. And in other documents, it talks about the potential of it being at the Milton Country Club. But I want to emphasize nothing's been decided in that regard. Those two sites are mentioned because those are two parcels of land that the city, has as potential. In consulting with Mr. Provo and staff, candidly, I do not believe that Providence Park, I'm speaking as staff, that I don't believe Providence Park would be the best location for the children's charities playground, which certainly means we still want to, if they're still willing to give it to us, we'd like to put it somewhere. But the scope of what they are proposing is larger than the scope that we have designed. But if you take a look at the report where it talks about a playground, it talks about using 13,000 square feet to put in a playground that would fit typically in a 5,000 square foot. The concept here is we're looking, the envisionment that the plan has for the playground is something that is spread out and blends in with the nature. We're not talking about tearing down, lots of trees. We want to make it part of the actual flatter lands of the park, take advantage of the topography. And from there, the whole idea here is, mom and dad bring the kids to a park, there's a playground, and say, hey, while we're here, let's go for a walk and start to study nature. So it becomes the hook to get kids to come to the park and then to explore a whole different part of a park, a nature park, is the primary focus. With that said, I'd like to emphasize that this is a plan. This is a master plan. It is not a purchase order. This doesn't have any firm commitments that the council would have to go to. It's simply a plan. From there, we would then start to go to prioritize what steps to take based upon priorities, guidance we received from you, as well as funding available. With that, if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Rick?
Jim, just a question. One that brought up to me was who lives on Providence Lake across from the park. And their concern was how are we going to enforce the no boating policy because they've stated that they've seen kayaks and other things chained to trees, different people using it. So, and this is from 2 residents have approached me on that with concerns.
Yes, I am familiar with that particular situation. When we first opened up the park, we did put up signs that said no boating, no swimming, catch and release fishing. And I've discovered that not only the signs, but the signposts have been stolen. So in a discussion I had this past weekend with Mr. Krokoff, we agreed that's something we have to get back up and also perhaps put them a little more prominent. Yes, that information is listed on the large park signs, but perhaps we need to spell it out, especially at the parking lot and then as we come down.
We
and
could
also
also
at the lake.
we could also get the police officers involved with monitoring that.
Good. Yeah, and you addressed the second thing was the catch and release process, so we don't deplete the fish in the lake.
No, the lake flip didn't deplete the fish.
And I just want to suggest, I appreciate all the incorporation of ideas, the surveillance equipment, so that we can catch whoever's on the signs. I noticed that the overnight camping would only be allowed if there was a park ranger in that phase.
That would be the recommendation of the plan, yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
I wanted to confirm that.
And that is down the road. We have nothing in the works for park rangers.
Okay, and I had the same concern about the all-inclusive playground. It's a great thing, and I want to make sure we get it to the right place.
Yes.
One of the concerns was the stakeholder meetings, and there were many of them, and they were all very well, notification went out. It didn't rate high for this park, an inclusive playground. So we don't want to put something in this area that doesn't, people don't want or might not need. So I hope that as we go forward, this is 4 years away, that we continue to look for the very best match, and it might be here in 4 years, but that was the feedback that I got as well.
And at the end of the day, that's your decision. It could just happen.
You'd have to allocate funds.
Even if it was a donated park, it would still be ultimately your decision.
And if we were looking at a smaller park, which is what we're believing to be best, the idea is any playground that we build here, if we're really going to follow the spirit of the city and what we're doing with Camp Joyful Souls and all the other efforts we make to be inclusive, I realize that the playground that I put in over at Robo Pavilion, yes, it's got the surface for someone on a wheelchair, but there's really nothing to do. So I would just like to start to drive forward that any more playgrounds we build, it's the large one that is a gift from Children's Charities or a smaller one that's to get you in. Make sure that we have elements that are inclusive for all. That's what we're looking to talk about here. We want to increase the inclusivity.
Good.
Any other questions?
Need a motion?
No. Do we want to? We've got some public comment.
I have 2, yes.
You want to read those?
The first one comes from Francia Linda, who was here and would like this read in the record. I want to speak in favor of the Providence Park Master Plan presented at the May 14th City Council work session. The presentation listed a number of concessions made to appease abutters, those concerned about strangers in backyards. Among them was a 30-foot minimum buffer for any trails, relocation of the access to the Milton Trail system, and a discussion of installing barrier-type fencing. As to disturbing a beautiful natural setting, the point of a public park is to invite people of all abilities into the woods to be able to focus on more nature in all its messy glory. Due to budgetary constraints, the construction process is to be done in phases over several years. I believe, therefore, that the plan will be fluid, a meandering river taking shape over time. To quote one city official, the initial effort to be focused on stabilizing the site and building necessary facilities, parking, and restrooms. What I envision is a section of the Greenway east of North Point Parkway from behind Ethan Allen down to Mansell Road. It has a number of stream crossings, a boardwalk through wetlands and trails threaded through wood with minimum disturbance. It is my observation from the proposed plan and from visiting the area, the meadows or lawns already exist in the area in front of the abandoned structure and in the quarry once it is drained. No trees need to be cut. I see the park as being made whole, more accessible with expanded viewing areas, but with a lighter approach. In Milton, there are currently 3 children's playgrounds. None of them are handicapped accessible. These children represent a small but important segment of our population whose needs are unmet. Given that the city is obliged to make the park ADA accessible, it is my hope that the city will not scrap plans for a playground that can be utilized by children of all abilities. How wonderful it would be for all to be able to access the outdoors, to afford delight in sunshine. Let's not forget that Providence Park was here before all the homes that now surround it. It has a history of multiple uses. We're just restoring some of the activities it once used for. And Francine's address is 14810 Road in Milton. And the final comment came with an accompanying affidavit from Paul Scheel, and he writes, "Thank you for allowing me to address you through this email. Providence Park Master Plan, it seems to me, has been rushed through little regard to compliance with federal ADA legislation. Case in point, lake over fishing deck appears without a ramp for wheelchair accessibility. Regarding the paved trail, not only will this allow wheelchair use, but also stroller use for families. Clear dual function beneficial to many. I understand how some may desire to park without paved trails to keep it in its natural beauty. Understand also that the city is legally bound to maintain and uphold both the letter and spirit of the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990. I trust Council will preserve this ADA mandate and so welcome Providence Park to all of our community, people with disabilities included. Most sincerely, Paul F. Shield, wheelchair user and disability activist." And that's all I have.
Okay. Close the public hearing on that then. All right, any more council? Joe? Raise your hand. All right, I'll open up for a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the Providence Master Plan.
Second.
We have a motion for adoption from Councilmember Benton, a second from Councilmember Morrig. Any discussion? I do want to thank you for being here so late. I'm sure you're as tired as we are.
He needs us to drive to Decatur.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, Judy, if you'll say on the next item for Ken.
This is consideration of a resolution to provide for a referendum on a local homestead tax exemption. Agenda item number 18192 was discussed at the June 11th work session. Mr. Ken.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this item is a resolution calling for a referendum with respect to a local homestead tax exemption that was signed into law by Governor Deal on May 8th of 2018. The resolution says it very succinctly, if passed by the voters of Milton, would provide for a new homestead exemption from City of Milton ad valorem taxes for municipal purposes in an amount equal to the amount by which the current year's assessed value of a homestead exceeds the adjusted base year assessed value of such homestead. The local act requires that we call this referendum, so this resolution is respectfully, I think, mandatory for us to set this up. I just need a motion and second to adopt the resolution.
Open up for a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution to provide a referendum on a local homestead exemption.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion for approval from Councilmember Benton, second from Councilmember Longoria. All in favor, please say aye.
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 That's unanimous. I'm not going to report on anything. Neither is unanimous council and no executive session. That concludes our meeting. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
I think this is a record.